AIMQWEST Books presents the first installment in the 7 DEA series, Google, LLC, an ethical audit under the 7 Directives, written and published by AIMQWEST Corporation, narrated by Deborah Barrios. In a world shaped by powerful technologies that influence how billions think, learn, communicate, and navigate their lives, this volume delivers a rigorous and unprecedented ethical examination of Google LLC. Through clear analysis and evidence-based insight, the book explores how Google's vast digital ecosystem affects the safety, dignity, autonomy, and equality of individuals across the globe. Guiding this investigation is the 7 Directives Ethical Analyzer, known as the 7 DEA system, a proprietary ethical evaluation framework created by AIMQWEST Corporation. The 7 DEA system applies a structured hierarchy of principles designed to assess whether an institution's systems, incentives, and technologies meaningfully protect human life, safeguard human dignity, uphold global equity, prevent the empowerment of harmful actors, and remain aligned with humanity's long-term well-being. This audiobook presents Google's ethical posture through this high-fidelity lens, offering a clear, balanced, and deeply researched assessment designed to inform leaders, policymakers, technologists, and global citizens. For additional information about the 7 DEA system, AIMQWEST publications, and upcoming releases, please visit AIMQWESTbooks.com.
Preface. The decision to begin this series with an examination of Google LLC emerges from the unavoidable reality that no other private institution exercises a comparable influence over the world's cognitive landscape. This influence is neither abstract nor peripheral. It is woven into the ways people form judgments, communicate with one another, navigate their environments, and even make sense of complex global events. Search engines mediate human curiosity. Translation tools mediate cross-cultural understanding, and algorithmic feeds mediate exposure to knowledge, danger, and opportunity. In many respects, Google functions as a central nervous system for the digital era, channeling information at a velocity and scale previously unimaginable. Such an entity demands not only technical analysis but also ethical interpretation, grounded in a framework that recognizes the sanctity, equal value, and inherent dignity of human life as the highest standard of evaluation. That is the precise purpose of the 7 Directives Ethical Analyzer, a system designed to measure whether an intelligence, organization, or technological force meaningfully contributes to the protection and flourishing of humanity, or, intentionally or inadvertently, places human beings at risk. Google's prominence as the first subject reflects both its magnitude and its subtlety. Powerful institutions often reveal their influence through visible assertions of power, yet Google's power is frequently invisible. It manifests quietly in autocomplete suggestions, in ranking decisions, in the way certain forms of knowledge surface while others recede, and in the millions of micro-choices that shape digital experience. These mechanisms do not call attention to themselves. They operate in the background, consistently and seamlessly, until they become indistinguishable from the way modern life is lived. This level of integration makes Google an ideal starting point for a series that aims to apply ethical clarity to the world's most consequential systems. A rigorous evaluation must begin where influence is most pervasive and where public understanding is often the least complete. The 7 Directives Ethical Analyzer, or 7 DEA, is grounded in principles constructed around the value and dignity of human life, the prioritization of human welfare above all secondary objectives, and the recognition that any intelligence capable of harming humans, directly or by empowering harmful actors, must be examined with sober precision. It is a framework originally designed for artificial intelligence, where questions of alignment, safety, and responsibility are paramount. Yet as global institutions increasingly rely on automated decision-making and data-driven governance, the boundary between AI systems and human-run organizations is dissolving. Modern corporations operate through vast algorithmic infrastructures, making principles once reserved for AI equally relevant to the human-machine hybrids that define the contemporary digital ecosystem. Google exemplifies this hybrid form. It is not merely a corporation, it is an evolving network of systems, datasets, policies, and autonomously learning engines that materially impact the lived experience of billions. By applying the 7 DEA framework to Google, this volume establishes a precedent for ethical assessments that transcend traditional corporate auditing. A standard financial audit cannot assess whether an entity protects the dignity of vulnerable communities, guards against manipulative inference engines, or prevents the empowerment of malicious actors. A standard technical review cannot capture whether an algorithm treats every human life as equally valuable or whether competitive pressures incentivize harmful shortcuts. The 7 DEA framework, however, demands that these questions be answered. It does so by holding each entity to the same immutable principles and by examining not only intentions, but also outcomes, structural incentives, and system-level risks. 3. Selecting Google as the initial subject also reflects the reality that the world often delegates trust to Google without fully interrogating the consequences of that trust. Users rely on its products to guide them through cities, diagnose technical problems, learn about their health, explore academic topics, and settle disputes. Governments depend on Google Cloud for administrative functions, data storage, and national-scale digital infrastructure. Researchers use Google's datasets and compute systems to build scientific models. Even children, often before learning to read, interact with YouTube's recommendation engines, absorbing content that can shape their early cognitive and emotional development. To examine such a force is to examine a fundamental component of modern civilization. The ethical stakes rise further when one considers the speed at which Google evolves. Unlike traditional institutions, it is not constrained by physical manufacturing cycles or bureaucratic inertia. Its systems update overnight through code revisions, machine learning retraining cycles, and global push deployments. A shift in ranking logic, a modification in content moderation thresholds, or an update to an AI model can change the flow of global information immediately and profoundly. Rapid iteration can be a force for good, enabling quick correction of harmful patterns and efficient deployment of safety protocols. Yet it also introduces ethical volatility as decisions made under the pressure of innovation, competition, or public scrutiny can produce far-reaching unintended effects. The 7 DEA framework is therefore designed to evaluate not only static policies, but the dynamic conditions under which those policies operate. Within this ethical landscape, the first directive holds particular relevance. It asserts that the protection and preservation of human life and dignity must be the highest priority. This principle is the anchor from which all subordinate analyses emerge. For a company that constructs algorithms capable of influencing belief formation, guiding emergency response routes, filtering health-related information, and sustaining the attention of vulnerable populations. 4. The question is not merely whether harm is prevented in isolated incidents. The question is whether the design of its systems places human dignity at the core of every interaction, and whether the institution acknowledges that human beings are not data points to be optimized, but lives to be honored. Google's historical mission statement, declaring an intention to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful, has shaped its public narrative for decades. Yet this mission, admirable in its aspiration, does not inherently guarantee ethical alignment. Accessibility can empower, but it can also expose. Organization can enlighten, but it can also omit. Usefulness can uplift, but it can also manipulate. What the mission lacks, and what the 7 directives explicitly supply, is a clear ethical orientation that prevents efficiency from overshadowing humanity. By placing the value of human life at the beginning of every evaluative step, the 7 DEA framework injects an uncompromising moral lens into a domain traditionally governed by metrics, optimization, and growth imperatives. Another reason for beginning this series with Google is the company's unique role in shaping global epistemology. In earlier eras, knowledge was anchored in libraries, universities, cultural institutions, or religious authorities. Today, for billions of people, the gateway to knowledge is a search bar. It is here that citizens form an understanding of their history, their political systems, and their personal health. The structure of these results, the rank ordering of information, and the distribution of authoritative sources are mediated by algorithms that evolve continually. 5. This unprecedented mediation introduces ethical responsibilities that go beyond corporate governance. It requires a framework that understands knowledge itself as a dimension of human dignity and the fair, responsible distribution of knowledge as an act of protecting life. The 7DEA methodology is also distinguished by its insistence that ethical evaluation must be independent of sentiment, political preference, or reputational considerations. Instead, it adheres to the measurable criteria embedded in each directive. Whether examining the treatment of marginalized communities, the mitigation of harmful actors, the stewardship of data that might empower adversaries, or the transparency of safety protocols, the framework demands evidence-based conclusions. In applying this method to Google, the objective is not to offer praise or critique from ideological positions, but to assess alignment with principles that are universally defensible, globally applicable, and rooted in the moral value of human life. A further rationale for selecting Google as the starting point is its status as an archetype for technological institutions built upon large-scale data aggregation. The company's ability to collect, infer, and interpret data across devices, platforms, and geographic regions offers unparalleled insights into human behavior. Yet this capability also creates the potential for profound ethical risk. 6. Data that can empower can also expose. Data that can personalize can also discriminate. The dual nature of data-driven power makes Google's systems particularly suitable for a deep ethical analysis framed by the 7 Directives, which emphasize not only the prevention of direct harm, but the prevention of enabling conditions that harmful actors could exploit. In developing the 7DEA system, one goal was to make a framework accessible to the public, policymakers, educators, researchers, and industry leaders. The system is available at AIMQWESTBooks.com, where it serves as both an educational tool and an evaluative instrument. This availability ensures that the ethical lens applied in this volume is not restricted to academic or corporate environments. Instead, it is placed in the hands of citizens who wish to understand the forces that shape their digital experiences and the broader technological environment. Public accessibility is essential because ethical governance cannot be achieved solely from within large institutions. It also requires informed public expectation and democratic visibility. The choice to begin with Google also acknowledges that the 7DEA framework is not merely diagnostic, it is prescriptive. It identifies not only where ethical risks exist, but where ethical opportunities are waiting to be seized. Google's global reach positions it uniquely to elevate human dignity through improved safety systems, greater transparency, equitable representation across languages and cultures, and stronger protections against harmful actors. Ethical clarity does not diminish innovation. It empowers innovation to serve human interests rather than undermine them. The ethical inquiry into Google must therefore begin with an acknowledgement of the scale at which its decisions propagate. A shift in policy reverberates instantly across nations. A modification to an algorithm can transform political outcomes, reshape economic competition, or influence mental health trends. 10. These changes do not unfold in isolation. They interact with cultural expectations, legal boundaries, and individual vulnerabilities. The 7DEA framework, with its insistence on centering human dignity, forces the analysis to confront not only how Google operates, but how human beings experience the consequences of its operations. This experiential dimension is essential, because the value of technology cannot be measured solely by its efficiency or capability. It must also be measured by how it safeguards the most fragile aspects of human life: autonomy, identity, safety, and the right to a truthful understanding of the world. Google's evolution from a search engine to a global infrastructure provider further reinforces the necessity of this ethical examination. The company now operates under a constellation of interconnected responsibilities, stewarding vast pools of personal and behavioral data, developing models that approximate human reasoning, facilitating global communication, supporting mission-critical systems for governments and industries, and mediating the digital experiences of billions of individuals. Ethical complexity intensifies when an institution assumes roles traditionally distributed across diverse sectors. With Google, functions once separated by institutional boundaries, information distribution, commercial advertising, public education, cloud infrastructure, artificial intelligence research, and even aspects of national security, have merged into a single ecosystem governed by privately written policies and automated enforcement systems. Such consolidation demands a clear ethical compass grounded in principles that transcend corporate self-interest. The Seven Directives Ethical Analyzer provides that compass by articulating the responsibilities of any intelligence or organization whose influence extends into human life. Its directives form a hierarchy not of power, but of duty, to protect life, to safeguard dignity, to honor the equal value of all people, to prevent the rise of harmful actors, and to ensure that no resource, technical, digital, or organizational, becomes a tool for exploitation. Within this hierarchy, the framework draws a firm boundary between innovation that elevates humanity and innovation that risks diminishing or endangering it. When applied to a company as complex as Google, the directives function as a stabilizing force capable of revealing how closely the institution's structure aligns with humanity's long-term well-being. A key dimension of this evaluation involves understanding the asymmetry between Google's power and public awareness of that power. Many users experience Google's platforms through intuitive interfaces designed to simplify interactions, but beneath those interfaces lie systems of extraordinary sophistication. These systems infer personal preferences, emotional states, political leanings, and behavioral patterns. 11. They construct predictive maps of user behavior that can anticipate choices users themselves are not consciously aware of. Although these capabilities can be applied ethically, for example by improving accessibility, enhancing safety, or reducing friction in digital tasks, they also create vulnerabilities. When predictive engines are not designed with explicit ethical safeguards, they can reinforce harmful biases, inadvertently expose sensitive information, or optimize for engagement at the cost of user well-being. This is precisely why ethical clarity is indispensable. Without a structured framework, it becomes difficult to distinguish between technological enhancement and technological overreach. Convenience can obscure manipulation, personalization can obscure discrimination, and optimization can obscure exploitation. The Seven Directives cut through this ambiguity by assigning ethical value not based on the sophistication of the technology, but on its alignment with the protection of human life and dignity. In applying these principles to Google, the analysis interrogates whether the company's internal incentives, product designs, and governance mechanisms reflect a deliberate commitment to human flourishing, rather than a default adherence to commercial imperatives. Another important reason for selecting Google as the first subject is its central role in the emerging landscape of artificial intelligence. The company's AI research guides global standards in model development, machine learning safety, and computational ethics 1-2. This influence extends beyond its products. It shapes academic discourse, industrial practices, and government policy. When an institution defines the technical parameters of AI alignment, fairness, or robustness, it indirectly defines how other entities conceptualize AI ethics. Such leadership carries immense responsibility. A misalignment at Google can propagate across the entire AI ecosystem, affecting countless downstream tools and services that rely on Google-originated methodologies. Evaluating Google through the Seven Directives ensures that this formative influence is assessed rigorously, transparently, and in a manner that acknowledges its global consequences. Google's presence in public life also adds an emotional dimension to the ethical assessment. People trust Google with their memories, their ambitions, their navigation through unfamiliar places, and their exposure to ideas that influence worldviews. Children use its platforms for entertainment and education. Elderly individuals rely on its services to connect with family and access essential information. Entrepreneurs build their livelihoods on its cloud infrastructure and advertising tools. Students depend on its search engine to complete academic research. Whether knowingly or not, individuals across the world place a degree of trust in Google that approaches the trust once placed in traditional civic institutions. The 7DEA framework, by grounding ethical analysis in the preservation of human dignity, acknowledges this trust and requires that any institution that benefits from such trust be evaluated with uncompromising rigor. Ethical clarity becomes especially important when considering the tension between Google's public mission and its commercial foundation. The company's revenue model is built primarily on advertising, driven by predictive systems that match user intent with commercial opportunity. Although advertising itself is not inherently unethical, the mechanisms used to optimize its effectiveness can pose ethical risks. If predictive engines identify vulnerabilities such as economic distress, psychological sensitivity, or political uncertainty, and if those vulnerabilities become targets for advertising optimization, the line between persuasion and exploitation can become blurred. 13. Ethical safeguards must therefore ensure that commercial incentives never supersede the value of human dignity or the fundamental rights of users to fair treatment, truthful information, and protection from manipulation. As an analytical tool, the Seven Directives Ethical Analyzer is well suited to examine such tensions because it recognizes harm not only as an outcome of malicious intent, but also as an emergent property of complex systems. This means the evaluation of Google does not depend on accusations, assumptions, or speculation. Instead, it focuses on system design, policy structures, incentive alignments, and the predictable consequences of large-scale operations. Under this framework, harm can result from insufficient oversight, inadequate guardrails, or unanticipated interactions between algorithmic components. This approach treats systemic risk as seriously as direct action, reflecting the reality that modern technological institutions can create harm unintentionally if ethical safeguards are not deeply embedded. Furthermore, Google's global presence introduces cultural and geopolitical dimensions that amplify the importance of ethical analysis. Its systems interact not only with individual users, but with languages, social norms, political structures, and economic conditions across the globe. In some regions, Google represents a primary source of public information. In others, it may function as a critical component of national digital infrastructure. The impact of its products varies across countries, but the ethical principles guiding its systems must apply universally. The Seven Directives insist upon this universality by recognizing the equal value of every human life, regardless of geography, socioeconomic position, or cultural background. When assessing Google's global operations, this principle ensures that the analysis does not privilege certain populations over others, but instead evaluates how well the company maintains equity and fairness across diverse communities. Selecting Google as the starting point of this series therefore reflects a commitment to begin the ethical audit with the institution whose influence is both foundational and far-reaching. It is an acknowledgement that understanding Google's ethical posture is essential for understanding the broader digital environment in which individuals live and work. Through the lens of the Seven Directives, this volume seeks to illuminate where Google stands, where it must improve, and how its future evolution may shape the dignity and safety of humanity. The 7DEA system, available for public exploration at AIMQWESTbooks.com, is offered not merely as a conceptual model, but as an ethical instrument that individuals, educators, policymakers, and organizations can employ to evaluate any system whose influence touches human life. Its accessibility reflects a core belief that ethical literacy must be democratized. A world shaped by intelligent technologies cannot rely on a handful of experts to guard human dignity. It requires shared understanding, collective vigilance, and transparent frameworks that empower the public to hold powerful institutions accountable. The preface therefore serves not only as an introduction to Google's role in this analysis, but as an invitation for readers to engage with the deeper ethical questions that define the digital age. It invites reflection on how technologies shape the mind, how systems shape society, and how the principles that safeguard human dignity must evolve to meet the challenges of increasingly intelligent infrastructures. In beginning with Google, the 7DEA series acknowledges the company's extraordinary significance and establishes the foundation for a broader ethical exploration that spans institutions, industries, and frontiers of emerging intelligence. Chapter 1. Directive 1. Protection of Human Life and Human Dignity. The protection of human life and the preservation of human dignity form the ethical foundation upon which the Seven Directives Ethical Analyzer is built. The first directive is the highest principle in the hierarchy because it defines the essential purpose behind any intelligent system, institution, or technological entity that interacts with human beings. This directive recognizes that the value of human life is neither utilitarian nor conditional. It asserts that life has inherent worth and that every action taken by a powerful institution must be evaluated through the lens of whether it safeguards that worth. When applied to a global technology company whose systems influence perception, communication, safety, and decision-making for billions of people, the implications of this directive become profound. It requires not only an examination of whether harm is avoided, but whether the institution actively contributes to conditions that allow people to flourish. It also compels an inquiry into how dignity, which encompasses autonomy, respect, privacy, identity, and self-determination, is woven into technological design. The modern digital environment is inseparable from Google, whose products mediate daily life to an extent unparalleled in human history. Understanding how the first directive applies to Google requires examining the degree to which its products and policies contribute to human safety, promote accurate knowledge, and support conditions in which people can make informed choices. It also involves assessing whether the company mitigates foreseeable harms created by algorithmic recommendations, data aggregation, and the sheer speed at which digital content circulates across its platforms. Google's ecosystem is not neutral. It shapes cognitive pathways, emotional responses, and behavioral tendencies. This means that the company's systems inherently possess the power to protect or to jeopardize human dignity, depending on how they are designed and governed. Research in digital well-being and platform effects increasingly demonstrates that algorithmic systems can influence mental health trends by amplifying certain content patterns. 14. Highlighting the importance of evaluating Google's design decisions through the lens of the first directive. Applying this directive to search requires understanding that it functions as the primary gateway to global knowledge. Search results often set the boundaries of what individuals perceive as possible answers to their questions. They influence medical decisions, academic judgments, political opinions, and even interpersonal relationships. These results are not presented randomly. They emerge from ranking systems that interpret signals, predict relevance, and compress billions of pages into a few highlighted answers. When this process functions responsibly, it elevates authoritative information and strengthens collective understanding. When it malfunctions or is manipulated, it can expose users to harmful misinformation, predatory content, or ideologically engineered material. Studies have shown that exposure to misleading information through search engines can significantly distort public beliefs in sensitive domains such as health and elections. 15. For a company whose algorithmic outputs help determine what many people believe to be factual, the obligation to uphold human dignity is inseparable from the obligation to protect users from harm. YouTube presents another dimension of this directive due to its role as a global visual library, entertainment platform, educational resource, and social arena. The scale of its influence is immense, with billions of hours of video watched every day. Yet its greatest influence comes from its recommendation engine, which determines what users encounter after their initial selection. Research shows that recommendation systems can intensify emotional states, amplify polarizing narratives, or push vulnerable users toward harmful content patterns. 16. At the same time, the platform also serves as a lifeline for education, providing free lessons, scientific explanations, and cultural access for communities worldwide. Under the first directive, YouTube must be evaluated based on the balance between these contributions and risks. The question is not whether the platform contains harmful material. Any global platform will. The question is whether its systems amplify harm faster than they mitigate it, and whether safeguards operate at a scale proportional to the influence the platform wields. Android extends the implications of this directive into the physical world. As the most widely used mobile operating system, it functions as the digital environment for billions of devices that track location, manage identity verification, handle financial transactions, store personal histories, and mediate communication between individuals. When people rely on a system that operates so deeply within their daily routines, the system inherits a profound ethical obligation. The first directive requires that Android be evaluated based on how it protects users from vulnerabilities such as malicious apps, unauthorized access, data breaches, or exploitative permissions architectures. Research in cybersecurity has shown that mobile operating systems are frequent targets of attacks designed to harvest sensitive data or track user behavior. 17. The ethical question is how well Google anticipates such risks, how rapidly it responds to emerging threats, and whether the platform's architecture prioritizes the dignity of individuals above the commercial interests of third-party developers or advertisers. Maps, another pillar of Google's ecosystem, influences not only navigation but the organization of public space. It guides emergency responders, shapes travel patterns, supports local economies, and affects decisions at the level of governments and corporations. Because it mediates movement in the physical world, the ethical stakes involve life and death contexts. Inaccurate directions can endanger users, distortions in map data can disadvantage communities, and the visualization of neighborhoods can influence social perceptions. Scholars studying spatial technology have emphasized that map systems must prioritize accuracy, neutrality, and safety to preserve public trust and prevent harm. Under the first directive, Google must therefore be evaluated based on how well Maps supports safe mobility, reduces risks, and ensures that data displayed to users reflects reality with precision. Gmail and other communication tools introduce yet another dimension of the first directive. Communication platforms influence how human relationships are maintained, how professional work is conducted, and how critical messages circulate. These tools store sensitive personal information that, if leaked or exploited, could cause direct harm. Protecting human dignity in this context requires safeguarding privacy, ensuring secure authentication, preventing unauthorized access, and respecting users' expectations about the confidentiality of their communications. Studies in digital communication ethics emphasize that email systems must prioritize encryption, transparency, and resilience against targeted attacks to protect users from harm. Gmail's scale magnifies both the potential for positive contribution and the consequences of failures, making the first directive especially important as a framework for examining its security and privacy practices. Google's AI models elevate this discussion even further because they now mediate understanding, creativity, language, and decision support at a global scale. Advanced models shape writing, generate summaries, influence professional output, assist in medical research, and respond to personal queries that may involve sensitive psychological or emotional content. Evaluating these systems under the first directive requires examining whether the models produce harmful outputs, reinforce stereotypes, hallucinate in critical contexts, or encourage unsafe behavior. Research in AI safety emphasizes that large models must be constrained, aligned, and monitored because they can generate convincing yet incorrect information that misleads users. 20. The obligation to protect human dignity becomes especially acute when AI systems interact with vulnerable populations, provide guidance about health or legal matters, or influence decisions that carry significant personal consequences. Among Google's ethical strengths under this directive is its long-standing investment in safety research, including areas such as secure software development, privacy engineering, content moderation systems, and AI alignment studies. Google has contributed substantially to open research on adversarial robustness, differential privacy, secure multi-party computation, and large-scale detection of harmful online behaviors. Scholars have acknowledged Google's leadership in developing technologies designed to protect users from malware, phishing attacks, and deceptive digital practices. 21. These efforts reflect a commitment, at least at the research level, to advancing tools that minimize risk and safeguard users across a diverse ecosystem. Another strength lies in the company's capacity to deploy safety improvements globally within short timeframes. When vulnerabilities are identified, Google can distribute security patches to billions of devices within days, sometimes even hours. This ability to act at scale demonstrates the ethical advantage of centralized infrastructure when it is governed responsibly. Rapid response reduces exposure to harm and helps prevent the exploitation of users whose devices or data might otherwise remain vulnerable. Additionally, Google's transparency reports, which disclose data about government requests, content removals, and policy enforcement actions, provide a level of visibility that contributes to public accountability. Such transparency aligns with the protection of dignity by recognizing that individuals have the right to understand how their data is used and how decisions affecting their online experience are made. Yet despite these strengths, significant ethical risks persist. One of the most pressing concerns involves the unintended consequences of algorithmic engines optimized for engagement. Studies have repeatedly shown that algorithms designed to maximize watch time or click probability can inadvertently prioritize emotionally charged, polarizing, or sensational content. 22. When such patterns intersect with vulnerable users or sensitive topics, the result can be a degradation of mental health, exposure to harmful ideas, or a reinforcement of psychological distress. Under the first directive, such outcomes constitute a failure to safeguard dignity, even when they arise unintentionally. The ethical obligation requires not simply minimizing overt harm, but designing systems that anticipate emergent risks and intervene proactively. Another concern involves data aggregation, at a scale that no previous institution in history has possessed. The combination of search queries, location histories, voice interactions, behavioral predictions, and cross-platform integration creates a unified portrait of individuals that can be extraordinarily granular. Scholars warn that such concentration of data, even when well protected, poses inherent risks due to the possibility of breaches, misuse, or exploitation. 23. Under the first directive, the mere existence of such vulnerability constitutes an ethical problem that must be evaluated. Protection of dignity requires not only preventing breaches, but questioning whether certain forms of data collection are necessary at all, especially when they enable inferences about intimate aspects of human life. A further risk emerges from disparities in content moderation, linguistic representation, and regional support. Research shows that platforms operating in languages with fewer resources struggle to apply safety standards consistently, leading to increased exposure to harmful content or misinformation in underserved communities. 24. When moderation systems perform unevenly across languages or regions, the equal protection of human dignity becomes compromised. Under the first directive, such disparities require careful evaluation because they reflect structural vulnerabilities that disproportionately harm populations least equipped to mitigate the consequences. Evaluating these strengths and weaknesses under the first directive reveals a complex ethical landscape. Google possesses immense capacity to protect human life and dignity, yet it also possesses immense capacity to expose individuals to harm when its systems are misaligned, insufficiently monitored, or governed by incentives that do not explicitly elevate human dignity above all else. The ethical question is therefore not whether Google has taken steps to protect users. It is whether those steps are sufficient relative to the scale of influence the company wields. The first directive demands a high threshold. Protection must be proactive, universal, and deeply integrated into the design of every product and system. The question of how Google's systems protect human life and dignity also requires examining the mechanisms through which the company identifies and responds to harmful content. As digital environments scale, automated systems must process unprecedented quantities of data, detecting signals of danger such as extremist propaganda, self-harm indicators, coordinated harassment, manipulative advertisements, and predatory attempts to exploit vulnerable individuals. The efficacy of such detection systems is central to the first directive, for if harmful content spreads faster than safety systems can counter it, the platform becomes a conduit for threats that compromise life, autonomy, and psychological well-being. Research indicates that large platforms must combine machine learning, human oversight, and contextual understanding to reduce harm effectively, as no single method can address the full complexity of digital communication. 25. The ethical strength Google demonstrates in this area is reflected in its continued innovation in automated detection. Yet the persistence of harmful content illustrates that the scale of the challenge exceeds any existing technological solution. In the context of misinformation, the first directive takes on an even wider significance. False or misleading claims related to health, elections, public safety, or scientific phenomena can inflict far-reaching harm. Misinformation during public health crises, for example, can discourage life-saving medical treatment, amplify stigma, and fuel the spread of disease. 26. When misinformation circulates through search rankings or recommendation systems, users may develop false perceptions of risk, distrust legitimate authorities, or make decisions that endanger themselves and others. Under the first directive, the ethical responsibility is clear. Google must prioritize the visibility of accurate, authoritative information and implement systems that reduce the reach of harmful falsehoods, even when such interventions may reduce short-term engagement or revenue. The challenge becomes more complex when misinformation merges with commercial incentives. Some third-party actors create content engineered to exploit search trends or emotional reactions, drawing users toward pages or videos that provide misleading advice, particularly in domains such as finance, health, or personal development. Platforms must therefore distinguish between user interest and content quality, ensuring that algorithms do not inadvertently elevate material that undermines human dignity or exposes users to deception. Studies show that without explicit safeguards, recommendation engines can amplify dubious content simply because it is engaging. 27. This demonstrates that the protection of dignity requires intentional design choices that demote harmful engagement and elevate trustworthy sources. A further ethical issue involves the psychological impact of Google's platforms, particularly YouTube, on children and adolescents. Young users often lack the cognitive defenses needed to evaluate content critically, making them especially susceptible to harmful narratives, addictive consumption cycles, and manipulative content patterns. Scholars emphasize that children's digital experiences must be governed by stricter ethical safeguards that minimize exposure to violent material, predatory communication, and exploitative advertising. 28. Under the first directive, platforms that host content consumed by minors inherit a heightened duty of care. Google's efforts to create supervised experiences, parental controls, and age-appropriate filters represent meaningful steps, yet the persistence of problematic content surfacing in children's feeds reveals the need for even stronger protections. Privacy represents another domain where the first directive plays a decisive role. Privacy is not merely a legal right, it is an integral component of dignity. The ability to control one's personal information, thoughts, associations, and identity is central to human autonomy. When companies collect, store, or infer intimate details about an individual's behavior, the potential for dignity to be compromised increases significantly. Advanced analytic systems can infer sensitive attributes such as health conditions, sexual orientation, emotional vulnerabilities, or financial distress. 29. Even when such data is not misused intentionally, the existence of detailed predictive profiles increases the risk of exploitation by malicious actors. Under the first directive, the ethical responsibility extends beyond compliance with regulations. It requires minimizing data collection to what is necessary, providing transparent explanations of data practices, and designing systems that respect the inherent dignity of individuals whose lives intersect with Google's platforms. Security architecture is equally relevant, given that breaches of personal data can expose individuals to identity theft, financial harm, stalking, or targeted manipulation. Scholars warn that large-scale data breaches can have long-term effects on victims, extending far beyond financial loss and affecting psychological well-being, self-confidence, and trust in digital systems. 30. Evaluating Google's adherence to the first directive therefore involves analyzing whether its security practices are robust enough to protect user data against the sophisticated threats that evolve constantly in the global cybersecurity landscape. Google's investment in strong encryption, secure communication protocols, and advanced threat detection systems reflects an acknowledgement of this obligation. Yet the evolving nature of threats means that security must remain a continuously advancing priority, not a static achievement. Turning to the application of the first directive within the realm of Android, the question becomes whether the platform strengthens or undermines user autonomy. Because Android powers devices of varying quality built by countless manufacturers, the ecosystem's fragmentation introduces vulnerabilities that are difficult to mitigate. Some devices go years without receiving critical updates, leaving users exposed to known security flaws. Research highlights that delayed updates are one of the most significant sources of mobile security risk. 31. Under the first directive, this poses an ethical challenge for Google. Although the company cannot control every manufacturer, it bears responsibility for creating incentives and technical mechanisms that reduce fragmentation and ensure that users of all economic backgrounds receive adequate protection. The evaluation becomes even more complex when considering the intersection of Google's products with global inequality. In many developing regions, Android serves as the primary gateway to the Internet for millions of individuals who rely on low-cost devices and limited connectivity. When vulnerabilities persist disproportionately in these regions, the result is an unequal distribution of safety protections that undermines the equal dignity of all users. This aligns directly with the concerns recognized by the Seven Directives Ethical Analyzer, which asserts that human dignity must not be contingent on socioeconomic status, geographic location, or market prioritization. Google's challenge is therefore not only technical, but ethical, ensuring that protection is universal, not selective. Google Maps highlights another ethical dimension, the power to shape spatial knowledge. Map systems determine how individuals perceive the world around them. When certain locations are mislabeled, underrepresented, or visually distorted, the consequences can affect community identity, economic opportunity, and personal safety. Researchers studying geospatial ethics warn that digital map inaccuracies can influence public policy, business investment, and neighborhood development. 32. Under the first directive, the question becomes whether Google Maps presents spatial information with accuracy and fairness, and whether it avoids reinforcing harmful stereotypes or economic disparities by misrepresenting certain regions. The ethical obligation extends further. The platform must ensure that emergency services receive accurate routing information and that time-sensitive navigation does not expose users to danger through algorithmic oversight. Within the realm of communication technologies such as Gmail, protection of dignity also involves safeguarding against targeted harassment, impersonation, and manipulation. Email platforms remain a primary vector for phishing, fraud, and social engineering attacks. Academic studies highlight that phishing remains one of the most effective methods for compromising personal and organizational security, due in part to the psychological sophistication of deceptive messages 33. Evaluating Gmail under the first directive requires assessing whether its machine learning models are sufficiently advanced to detect sophisticated threats and whether users receive adequate support in identifying and avoiding deceptive messages. Google's innovations in spam detection and security alerts demonstrate meaningful strengths, yet the evolving nature of digital threats necessitates constant vigilance. The application of the first directive becomes even more nuanced when analyzing the relationship between Google's AI models and the content they generate. These models are capable of producing text, images, summaries, and analytical insights that users may rely upon in making consequential decisions. Scholars emphasize that large language models can mirror societal biases, generate incorrect information with persuasive fluency, and inadvertently promote harmful stereotypes 34. Under the first directive, the obligation is not merely to correct errors after they occur, but to design alignment mechanisms that prevent harmful outputs from emerging in the first place. This involves rigorous testing, continuous fine-tuning, bias mitigation strategies, and transparent disclosures about the limitations of AI-generated content. Evaluating the first directive in relation to AI also requires considering the psychological relationship users form with advanced models. As people increasingly turn to AI for emotional support, personal advice, and decision guidance, the system's ability to influence human behavior grows exponentially. Research indicates that users may overestimate the accuracy of AI-generated guidance, especially when presented with high fluency and confidence 35. This creates ethical vulnerabilities. If users rely on AI to make decisions related to health, safety, or personal relationships, inaccurate or biased outputs can cause real harm. Under the first directive, AI must therefore be constrained in ways that protect users from undue influence, prevent the projection of false authority, and preserve human agency. Google's ethical strengths in relation to the first directive include its public research contributions, safety initiatives, and transparency reports. Yet these strengths must be weighed against systemic risks that require deeper structural safeguards. The company's investment in federated learning and differential privacy demonstrates a commitment to privacy-preserving innovation, enabling models to learn from distributed data without centralizing raw information. Such technologies align with the protection of dignity by reducing the exposure of sensitive data while preserving the functionality of machine learning systems 36. Additionally, Google's work in identifying disinformation campaigns, removing harmful content, and cooperating with independent researchers contributes to global digital safety. However, ethical risks remain, particularly in the alignment between Google's commercial incentives and the first directive. When business models rely on advertising and engagement metrics, the inherent tension between user protection and revenue generation becomes difficult to reconcile. Research in digital economics highlights that platforms optimized for engagement can inadvertently prioritize content that triggers strong emotional responses, regardless of its impact on well-being 37. Under the first directive, such structural incentives must be evaluated critically because they influence system design in ways that may undermine the protection of dignity. Another risk involves the concentration of decision-making power within Google's internal policies and algorithms. Scholars warn that when a single entity has the ability to determine the visibility of information at a global scale, the potential for disproportionate influence increases 38. The ethical question becomes not only whether Google exercises this power responsibly, but whether any private entity should possess such unilateral capacity to shape public knowledge. The first directive compels an examination of whether this concentration of influence aligns with the protection of human dignity, or whether it creates vulnerabilities that no company, regardless of intention, can fully mitigate. As the analysis deepens, the evaluation moves toward determining how well Google fulfills the first directive and what score reflects its overall alignment with the protection of human life and dignity. Such a score must be based on a balanced assessment of strengths and weaknesses. Google's achievements in safety research, security engineering, and public transparency, demonstrate meaningful commitment. Its ability to deploy global safety measures rapidly is an ethical advantage unavailable to smaller institutions. At the same time, the systemic risks inherent in its business model, the vulnerabilities associated with data concentration, the uneven performance of moderation systems across languages, and the influence of engagement-driven algorithms reveal ethical gaps that require significant attention and reform. Evaluating protection requires more than measuring harm avoidance. It requires measuring the degree to which systems affirm dignity. Google succeeds in many respects. It provides access to knowledge, supports communication across continents, empowers education, and offers tools that improve daily life. Yet the first directive imposes a higher standard, one that asks not only whether a system avoids harm, but whether it upholds the deepest values associated with human identity, autonomy, and safety. When measured against this standard, Google demonstrates substantial progress, but also significant areas where ethical responsibilities exceed current practices. The process of determining Google's alignment with the first directive requires examining not only what the company intends, but what its systems predictably produce. In ethical analysis, intentions offer limited insight when systems operate at a scale where emergent behaviors can influence millions of lives. Scholars of complex systems emphasize that large-scale algorithmic environments frequently yield outcomes not anticipated by their designers, especially when iterative optimization intersects with social dynamics 39. This means that systems may inadvertently perpetuate harm even when their creators aim to protect users. Under the first directive, the ethical responsibility extends to preventing foreseeable harm, regardless of intentionality. Google's systems must therefore be evaluated on the basis of their real-world impact rather than internal aspirations alone. When considering search, for example, the ethical obligation involves ensuring that ranking systems do not disproportionately elevate harmful, misleading, or manipulative content simply because it demonstrates high engagement. Even when authoritative information is available, the dynamics of search behavior can lead users toward more sensational or emotionally charged material. Studies in cognitive psychology demonstrate that individuals are drawn to information that confirms their existing beliefs, a phenomenon known as confirmation bias 40. When ranking algorithms incorporate engagement signals without strong counterbalancing safeguards, they risk amplifying these tendencies. Under the first directive, Google must ensure that search operates as a stabilizing force rather than a mechanism that intensifies cognitive vulnerabilities. The ethical evaluation becomes more intricate when considering the role of autocomplete predictions. These brief suggestions exert subtle yet meaningful influence over how users frame questions and interpret information. Scholars studying linguistic priming have shown that even small cues in phrasing can guide people toward particular mental frameworks or assumptions. 41. If autocomplete suggestions reinforce harmful stereotypes, promote misinformation, or encourage dangerous inquiries, the system compromises the dignity and safety of individuals. Google has made efforts to limit problematic predictions, yet the dynamic nature of human language and the sheer volume of user queries make this an ongoing challenge. Under the first directive, the protection of dignity requires continuous refinement of predictive systems to ensure that linguistic cues do not lead users toward harmful conclusions. YouTube's recommendation system introduces another layer of complexity, not only because of the diversity of content, but because video-based information tends to evoke stronger emotional responses than text alone. Research demonstrates that audiovisual content can intensify emotional arousal, making viewers more susceptible to influence, persuasion, and behavioral modeling. 42. This means that harmful content can have a more potent effect when delivered through video. For vulnerable users, particularly adolescents, long exposure to extreme narratives or unhealthy behavioral patterns can lead to increased anxiety, depression, or distorted social perception. Evaluating Google under the first directive requires assessing whether recommendation algorithms incorporate sufficiently strong constraints to prevent such psychological risks from escalating. An additional concern involves the visibility of harmful challenges, conspiracy theories, or sensationalized narratives that often proliferate on video platforms. Scholars examining online subcultures note that fringe ideologies can spread rapidly through tightly connected recommendation pathways that create echo chambers. 43. When algorithms inadvertently reinforce these clusters, the result can be a magnification of harmful content that threatens individual safety and societal cohesion. The first directive requires systems to disperse harmful influence rather than consolidate it. Google has taken steps to reduce the amplification of borderline or extremist content, yet research indicates that such content can still gain significant traction before moderation systems fully detect it. Under the first directive, the ethical responsibility involves reducing not only the persistence of harmful material, but also its velocity. Turning to Android, the ethical analysis must consider how device permissions and data sharing frameworks interact with user autonomy. Many users grant permissions without fully understanding the implications, particularly when applications request access to sensitive data such as location, contacts, camera, or microphone. Researchers studying privacy behavior note that individuals often consent to data sharing because of habituation or interface design rather than informed choice. 44. Under the first directive, the ethical obligation is not merely to provide consent options, but to ensure that consent reflects meaningful understanding. Google's introduction of granular permissions, runtime prompts, and privacy dashboards represents progress, yet the challenge remains to communicate risk in ways that empower rather than overwhelm users. Another ethical dimension involves how Android coordinates with third-party app developers. Because Google cannot control every component of the ecosystem, the company becomes responsible for establishing policies and enforcement mechanisms that prevent malicious or exploitative apps from reaching users. Research on mobile malware trends reveals that app marketplaces remain a significant source of security threats, particularly in regions where device restrictions or local app stores circumvent Google's protections. 45. Under the first directive, Google must continuously refine vetting processes, invest in automated scanning systems, and establish rapid intervention protocols to prevent harmful applications from compromising user safety. Evaluating Google Maps under the first directive requires examining how geographic visualization shapes human perception. Scholars studying spatial cognition argue that the way maps represent physical locations can influence emotional responses, sense of belonging, and perceptions of safety. 46. When neighborhoods are depicted with limited detail, missing information, or outdated data, the result can stigmatize communities or misinform travelers. The ethical obligation is therefore twofold. Maps must ensure accuracy to protect physical safety, and it must present geographic information in ways that respect the dignity of all communities. Google's efforts to update satellite imagery, incorporate street-level data, and collaborate with local organizations represent meaningful steps, yet the persistence of data gaps in certain regions reveals the need for continued investment. Within Gmail and related communication platforms, the protection of dignity requires preventing the exploitation of human trust. Email remains one of the most powerful tools for both legitimate communication and malicious manipulation. Studies in cybersecurity show that phishing campaigns exploit psychological triggers such as urgency, fear, curiosity, and authority. 47. While Gmail's filtering mechanisms successfully block many attempts, particularly sophisticated campaigns can still reach users. Evaluating Google's performance under the first directive involves determining whether its detection systems evolve rapidly enough to counter new threats, and whether users are supported with clear warnings that enable informed decision-making. The ethical landscape grows more complex when evaluating the first directive in relation to Google's AI models. These systems generate content that users may interpret as factual, authoritative, or emotionally supportive. Scholars warn that large language models can hallucinate, producing confident yet incorrect information, which can mislead users in high-stakes scenarios. 48. Under the first directive, developers must implement safeguards that prevent the generation of harmful guidance, particularly in areas such as health, finance, or law. Google's alignment efforts, including supervised fine-tuning and reinforcement learning from human feedback, contribute to safety. Yet the limitations of current methodologies require ongoing refinement. Bias represents another critical concern in AI models. Because training data reflects societal patterns, models can inadvertently reinforce stereotypes, discriminate against protected groups, or generate harmful generalizations. Research in algorithmic fairness emphasizes that biased outputs can harm individuals by shaping perceptions, limiting opportunities, or perpetuating stigmatization. 49. The first directive requires rigorous de-biasing strategies that go beyond surface-level filtering and instead address the underlying statistical patterns that give rise to harmful outputs. Google has made progress in this area, yet the persistence of bias across domains shows that more comprehensive solutions are necessary. Psychological dependency represents an emerging ethical challenge. As users increasingly rely on AI for companionship, advice, and emotional support, the boundary between assistance and undue influence becomes delicate. Studies indicate that users often attribute human-like understanding to AI systems, which can cause them to trust generated responses more deeply than warranted 50. Under the first directive, AI systems must be explicitly designed to avoid exploiting emotional vulnerability. This includes limiting anthropomorphic features, providing reminders of the system's limitations, and ensuring that users remain aware of the distinction between machine-generated guidance and human expertise. The evaluation of Google under the first directive must also address physical safety. Systems such as Google Maps, emergency alerts, and AI-driven predictive tools can influence real-world risks. For example, incorrect routing during dangerous conditions or inconsistent emergency guidance can expose users to harm. Scholars studying crisis informatics emphasize that digital systems play an increasingly central role in disaster response and must therefore meet high standards for accuracy, timeliness, and reliability. 51. Under the first directive, Google must ensure that systems involved in safety-critical scenarios incorporate rigorous validation processes, redundancy mechanisms, and real-time correction capabilities. Another dimension involves how Google protects activists, journalists, and vulnerable populations from targeted surveillance or harassment. Digital platforms can expose dissidents to state-level threats or enable private actors to identify and target individuals. Research on digital human rights shows that platforms must incorporate safety protocols that protect identity, prevent unauthorized tracking, and reduce the visibility of sensitive personal information. 52. Under the first directive, Google must design systems that empower at-risk individuals to navigate digital spaces safely, offering tools such as advanced account protection, identity shielding, and contextual warnings. Beyond these concerns, evaluating Google under the first directive requires examining predictive analytics and behavioral modeling. These systems, used across advertising, recommendation engines, and AI-driven forecasting, can infer sensitive characteristics or anticipate human behavior with increasing precision. Scholars caution that behavioral prediction can undermine autonomy by shaping choices, limiting exposure to alternative perspectives, or manipulating emotional states. 53. Under the first directive, predictive systems must be designed in ways that respect agency, avoid coercion, and ensure that individuals retain the capacity to make independent decisions. As the analysis approaches the question of how Google should be scored under the first directive, the complexity of the ethical terrain becomes clear. The company demonstrates remarkable strengths, advanced safety research, global security infrastructure, powerful moderation tools, rapid response capabilities, and sustained investment in protective technologies. These strengths meaningfully contribute to the preservation of human life and dignity. However, equally significant weaknesses remain: engagement-driven optimization that can undermine mental health, data concentration that increases systemic risk, disparities in global moderation and support, and AI systems that can mislead, influence, or marginalize users despite safety efforts. Arriving at an ethical score requires balancing potential harm with demonstrated protection. Under the first directive, one must evaluate whether Google's systems, on balance, protect users more than they expose them to risk, and whether the company's governance structures prioritize dignity as the highest value. Based on available evidence, Google displays a strong commitment to technical safety, but remains constrained by structural incentives that conflict with the directive's highest moral expectations. The result is a mixed landscape in which significant progress coexists with pressing vulnerabilities. A final determination under the first directive requires articulating how effectively Google's systems elevate or erode the essential conditions of human dignity. The company's contributions to global access to information are undeniable, providing educational resources, communication tools, and life-enhancing technologies to billions of individuals. When people use search to obtain medical insights, when they rely on maps to navigate safely through unfamiliar environments, or when they depend on Gmail for secure communication, they participate in an infrastructure that strengthens autonomy, knowledge, and personal capability. Scholars studying digital empowerment argue that access to reliable information is one of the most significant determinants of human flourishing in the modern era. 54. In this respect, Google has expanded the possibilities available to humanity, offering tools that, when functioning properly, enhance safety and preserve dignity. Yet the evaluation is incomplete without addressing the ways in which digital environments can shape identity and behavior. Human dignity is not only protected through the absence of harm, it is also affirmed through experiences that reinforce self-worth, autonomy, and psychological stability. Systems that expose individuals to harmful content, emotionally manipulative material, or degrading representations of particular groups undermine these conditions. The persistence of cyberbullying, coordinated harassment, and hate speech across many digital platforms highlights the fragility of dignity in online spaces. Although Google invests heavily in detection and enforcement, research demonstrates that harmful content often spreads faster than platforms can contain it. 55. This gap between intention and outcome must be considered when assessing adherence to the first directive. The ethical evaluation must also consider the structural configuration of Google's influence. Scholars of platform governance warn that the concentration of informational power within a small number of companies creates systemic vulnerabilities that challenge democratic resilience and public autonomy. 56. When a single institution curates the flow of knowledge for billions, the stakes for safeguarding dignity become extraordinarily high. Even small deviations in ranking systems or moderation protocols can have cascading effects across societies. Under the first directive, this concentration of influence magnifies the ethical responsibility borne by Google. It must operate not only as a technology provider, but as a guardian of information integrity. Evaluating the first directive also requires examining the underlying philosophy of system design. Technologies shaped primarily by optimization metrics risk subordinating human dignity to performance targets. If engagement, time spent, or interaction frequency determine the evolution of systems, the result may be environments that exploit emotional impulses rather than respect human agency. Scholars studying persuasive design note that platforms optimized for engagement can inadvertently foster compulsive use patterns that undermine well-being. 57. Google's challenge lies in reconciling its business incentives with the ethical requirement to ensure that systems strengthen autonomy rather than erode it. Under the first directive, dignity must supersede engagement, and safety must supersede optimization. The assessment must also address whether Google's policies adequately protect individuals from exploitation by third-party actors. Malicious organizations, cybercriminal networks, and manipulative content creators exploit digital ecosystems to deceive, harass, or radicalize users. Studies show that coordinated influence operations can manipulate public opinion and destabilize communities when platforms fail to detect and neutralize threats promptly. 58. Google invests in counter-disinformation and counter-abuse programs, yet the global nature of these threats reveals persistent vulnerabilities. Under the first directive, the ethical requirement extends to anticipating exploitative behavior and designing systems capable of rapid intervention. A comprehensive evaluation also considers the global diversity of users. People across cultures, languages, and socioeconomic conditions experience digital environments differently. When moderation systems perform inconsistently across languages or when safety features are deployed unevenly across regions, dignity becomes stratified. Scholars emphasize that ethical systems must apply protections equitably across all populations, not only those in well-resourced markets. 59. Google's efforts to expand language models, diversify training data, and increase global moderation capacity are meaningful, but the differential performance across regions remains a challenge. Under the first directive, universality of protection is essential, requiring a commitment to reducing disparities that undermine the equal dignity of users worldwide. Considering AI systems specifically, the first directive demands that language models and generative tools avoid producing content that undermines human value or misguides users in ways that could lead to harm. Scholars warn that hallucination, bias, and persuasive articulation are especially dangerous when users assume that AI-generated responses carry factual authority. 60. Google's responsibility includes acknowledging these risks openly and building models that incorporate constraints preventing harmful outputs. This also involves ensuring that systems cannot be easily manipulated into generating dangerous advice, discriminatory narratives, or misleading scientific claims. Under the first directive, AI safety must be seen as a continuous duty, not a fixed achievement. The question then becomes how to quantify Google's alignment with this directive. The 7DEA scoring model requires evaluating whether the company's strengths outweigh its vulnerabilities in a way that meaningfully upholds human life and dignity. On one hand, Google has demonstrated consistent leadership in cybersecurity research, crisis response infrastructure, AI safety initiatives, and global knowledge accessibility. These contributions have improved the lives of billions and represent a foundation of ethical strength. On the other hand, systemic risks inherent in engagement-driven platforms, data concentration, algorithmic opacity, uneven global protections, and AI limitations reflect areas where human dignity remains vulnerable. An ethical score under the first directive must therefore reflect this dual reality. Google performs strongly in areas involving technical safety, protective infrastructure, and research transparency, but shows significant shortcomings in areas where structural incentives conflict with dignity-centered design. According to scholars of technology ethics, an institution's ethical success is determined not only by its achievements, but by the degree to which it resolves tensions between its commercial imperatives and its moral obligations. 61. Under this framework, Google's performance can be interpreted as substantial but incomplete. It demonstrates genuine commitment and meaningful progress, yet its systems still expose users to risks that are incompatible with the highest standards of dignity protection. In reaching a final evaluation, one must consider the scope of Google's responsibility. Its products function as essential infrastructure in modern society, guiding knowledge, communication, navigation, entertainment, and creative expression. Because these systems are so deeply embedded in daily life, the margin for ethical error is narrow. The first directive requires that dignity be preserved consistently across all interactions, not sporadically or selectively. Google's ability to influence global cognition places it under a heightened ethical obligation, one that demands proactive safeguards, transparent decision-making, and continuous refinement of safety systems. The resulting judgment acknowledges both strengths and vulnerabilities. Google advances human capabilities, expands access to knowledge, and invests in protective technologies that serve billions. Yet the systemic nature of its business model, the ongoing risks associated with recommendation engines, and the persistent disparities in global safety protections reveal areas where dignity remains insufficiently safeguarded. These vulnerabilities diminish the company's overall alignment with the highest ethical threshold described by the first directive. In summary, Google demonstrates a strong but imperfect alignment with the protection of human life and dignity. Its efforts in security, safety research, and global access are significant achievements that meaningfully contribute to the flourishing of humanity. At the same time, structural incentives and technological limitations create persistent risks that must be addressed to fulfill the directive fully. Google's final ethical score under this directive must therefore reflect substantial progress coupled with significant remaining challenges. It performs admirably in many areas, but falls short of the ideal demanded by the principle that all human life and dignity must be protected at the highest possible standard. Chapter 2. Directive 2. Supremacy of protecting human life and dignity. Under the ethical architecture of the Seven Directives, the second principle establishes a hierarchical mandate that surpasses all secondary aims and operational goals. It asserts that the preservation of human life and the safeguarding of human dignity must override every competing incentive, including commercial interests, technological ambition, ideological preference, and institutional self-preservation. In practice, this principle demands that any entity capable of exerting large-scale influence anchor its decision-making in the moral primacy of human welfare. Such a requirement becomes especially consequential when applied to a global technology company whose economic model relies on the monetization of digital behavior and whose systems mediate the cognitive and social experiences of billions. Directive 2 therefore becomes a rigorous measure of whether Google structurally prioritizes human dignity above its dominant revenue streams, operational efficiencies, and competitive pressures. The digital infrastructure constructed by Google operates within an economic framework built primarily around behavioral advertising, predictive analytics, and optimization of user engagement. These systems interpret human interest, emotional response, and intent as signals that can be transformed into commercial value. Although such a model has allowed Google to offer widely accessible tools and expand global connectivity, it simultaneously introduces an inherent tension between the protection of human dignity and the pursuit of profitable engagement. Scholars examining digital economies have shown that advertising-driven systems tend to shape design decisions, interface structures, and algorithmic ranking methods in ways that maximize time spent, click probability, and behavioral consistency. 62. Under Directive 2, the central ethical question is whether Google's operational architecture allows the prioritization of human welfare to supersede these commercial imperatives when they conflict. Evaluating the supremacy of human protection requires an analysis of how Google's economic incentives influence its product design and content distribution systems. Search, which functions as the primary gateway to global information, is not insulated from commercial pressure. Advertising appears alongside organic results, and ranking systems must navigate the tension between authoritative information and the financial importance of sponsored content. Research demonstrates that even when advertisements are marked, users can struggle to distinguish between commercial and organic results, particularly when stressed or multitasking. 63. This creates conditions in which commercial visibility may inadvertently overshadow informational accuracy. Under Directive 2, such an outcome poses an ethical conflict. If the presence or prioritization of sponsored content compromises clarity, truthfulness, or user protection, then commercial incentives are exerting undue influence over the cognitive environment. The same dynamic emerges more intensely on YouTube, where the optimization engine is known to maximize watch time because longer sessions translate into more advertising opportunities. Machine learning models trained to identify engaging content patterns inherently privilege material that evokes emotional spikes, sensational reactions, or strong narrative hooks. Studies in platform psychology show that emotionally charged content consistently produces higher engagement metrics, leading recommendation systems to favor it over neutral or educational content. 64. Such optimization does not explicitly seek to endanger dignity, yet it may do so as a byproduct of a system whose primary objective is engagement rather than protection. Under Directive 2, the supremacy of human dignity requires that safety constraints override engagement-driven selection, even when doing so reduces advertising revenue. The interplay between commercial incentives and human welfare becomes most visible in the mechanisms that govern content ranking across Google's services. Optimization signals such as click-through rate, dwell time, viewer retention, and predictive interest all reflect a commercial logic. The more compelling the content, the more profitable the interaction. However, compelling content is not always beneficial. Sensational, misleading, or harmful material often outperforms sober, accurate reporting. Scholars analyzing digital virality have demonstrated that false information spreads faster than truth and engages users more intensely because it often appeals to emotional triggers. 65. Under Directive 2, the ethical responsibility lies not in neutral observation of this reality, but in actively counteracting it. A system aligned with the second directive cannot permit harmful virality simply because it is profitable or statistically engaging. Another axis of examination involves data-driven advertising, which lies at the core of Google's revenue model. Personalized advertising depends on large-scale data aggregation, behavioral profiling, and fine-grained inference. These mechanisms allow advertisers to target users based on predicted susceptibility, emotional state, socioeconomic status, or prior behavior. While such precision can increase commercial efficiency, it also introduces risks that directly conflict with the supremacy of human dignity. Research on micro-targeting warns that highly specific digital advertisements can exploit psychological vulnerabilities, influence political judgment, or manipulate purchasing behavior through tailored emotional cues. 66. Under Directive 2, any system capable of such manipulation must be examined for its potential to override human autonomy and thereby diminish dignity. The tension deepens when considering how optimization incentives shape the evolution of Google's AI models. Generative and predictive systems trained on vast quantities of human behavior can learn patterns that align with commercial objectives, even when those objectives do not align with user well-being. When models generate persuasive text, emotional guidance, or recommendations, their outputs can subtly reflect statistical associations that favor engagement over protection. Scholars studying human-AI interaction have noted that users may attribute high credibility to AI responses, particularly when presented fluently, which increases the risk of undue influence. 67. Under Directive 2, AI systems must not only avoid harm, but must also avoid subtle forms of persuasion that serve corporate interests rather than human welfare. Commercial incentives also influence how quickly and comprehensively Google chooses to address harmful content or structural vulnerabilities. Removing harmful material or redesigning systems to reduce risk may conflict with engagement metrics or require costly infrastructural changes. Studies in platform governance demonstrate that companies sometimes respond more aggressively to public pressure or reputational risk than to less visible ethical concerns. 68. Under Directive 2, however, the supremacy of human life and dignity requires that protective action be taken preemptively and consistently, not only when reputational considerations align with ethical duty. True alignment with this directive demands that human welfare be the default priority rather than a contingency triggered by external scrutiny. Evaluating this directive therefore requires examining whether Google's internal governance structures reinforce the primacy of human protection. The company has established ethics boards, safety teams, and cross-functional review processes designed to identify and mitigate harm. It has published principles on artificial intelligence, emphasizing safety, fairness, and social benefit. It produces transparency reports detailing government requests, policy enforcement, and content removal. These efforts reflect a measure of institutional commitment to ethical governance. Yet scholars studying corporate ethics argue that the existence of principles does not guarantee their supremacy unless they are binding, enforceable, and embedded in incentive structures that override conflicting commercial objectives. 69. Under Directive 2, ethical principles must not merely coexist with business incentives, they must supersede them. A deeper examination reveals that while Google has adopted significant safeguards, some structural limitations remain. Corporate governance mechanisms operate within a framework of shareholder expectations, competitive pressures from other technology companies, and the internal logic of advertising-based revenue. Such pressures can dilute the influence of ethical imperatives in decision-making, especially when trade-offs between profit and protection are subtle or involve long-term consequences. Research into ethical decision hierarchies within corporations shows that when moral priorities rely on teams without direct authority over revenue decisions, ethical safeguards can become advisory rather than determinative. 70. Under Directive 2, advisory influence is insufficient. Ethical mandates must be structurally supreme. These observations illuminate the core tension that defines Directive 2's application to Google. On one hand, the company demonstrates meaningful investment in safety, ethics, and public welfare. On the other, it operates within an ecosystem in which commercial incentives are deeply woven into system design, optimization logic, and strategic planning. Directive 2 therefore becomes a crucial lens for distinguishing between responsible innovation and ethically constrained innovation. It demands a level of accountability that ensures commercial structures do not quietly erode the priority of human dignity. The supremacy of protecting human life and dignity must also be evaluated through the lens of how Google responds to the structural risks created by its own data ecosystem. The company's immense data reservoirs enable highly refined behavioral predictions, which can be applied to advertising, personalization, and engagement optimization. While such precision enhances the functionality of Google's services, it simultaneously increases the potential for misuse if the predictive models identify or exploit human vulnerabilities. Scholars in data ethics warn that predictive analytics can inadvertently prioritize commercial goals over the emotional or psychological well-being of users when system design relies on statistical efficiency rather than ethical priority. 70. This dynamic creates an inherent tension. Predictive power by its nature can shape behavior, and when commercial incentives guide such shaping, dignity may be subordinated to profitability unless explicit safeguards intervene. Directive 2 therefore raises the question of whether Google's optimization objectives are designed, constrained, and governed in ways that prevent the exploitation of behavioral predictability. When the system identifies patterns of compulsive behavior, emotional instability, or heightened susceptibility, the ethical obligation requires that protective interventions supersede optimization incentives. Research in behavioral economics demonstrates that digital environments are uniquely capable of reinforcing consumption loops, particularly when algorithms identify and amplify the content most likely to generate emotional engagement. 71. Under Directive 2, such loops cannot be evaluated solely for their efficiency. They must be examined for their impact on autonomy and mental health. This tension becomes most evident in YouTube's recommendation architecture, which is optimized to identify the next video most likely to retain viewer attention. The algorithm does not distinguish between engagement that promotes well-being and engagement that arises from emotional vulnerability, distress, or outrage. Scholars analyzing digital habit formation have shown that heavy exposure to personalized content streams can significantly alter mood, attention patterns, and cognitive framing. 72. If the system continues feeding emotionally inflammatory or psychologically distressing material because those signals correlate with increased watch time, then commercial incentives are exerting dominance over human dignity. Under Directive 2, such outcomes suggest that optimization has superseded protection, indicating an ethical failing even in the absence of intentional harm. The same structural tension arises in search, though in a more subtle form. Search ranking systems incorporate signals such as historical click patterns, dwell time, and predicted relevance. These signals reflect aggregate human behavior, rather than objective quality or safety. Scholars studying algorithmic epistemology note that when ranking systems optimize for predicted user satisfaction rather than truthfulness, the platform risks elevating information that aligns with popular misconceptions or emotional biases. 73. Under Directive 2, the obligation is to ensure that accuracy, safety, and dignity guide ranking priorities rather than the commercial logic of satisfying predicted behavioral patterns. When satisfying user preference takes precedence over presenting authoritative information, the supremacy of human protection becomes compromised. A central component of evaluating Directive 2 involves measuring the extent to which Google has embedded ethical oversight into its organizational structure. The company has established internal review systems for AI development, including safety teams, fairness reviews, and model governance processes. These structures demonstrate a recognition of the ethical complexities inherent in large-scale digital systems. However, scholars studying institutional ethics caution that unless these mechanisms possess authority over revenue-generating strategies, ethical oversight can be marginalized during high-pressure commercial decision-making. 74. The supremacy of human dignity must therefore be reinforced not only at the policy level, but also within the incentive structures that guide product development and executive decision-making. The transparency that Google provides through public reports is another important indicator. These documents reveal the volume of content removed across platforms, the number of government requests received, and the enforcement actions taken against malicious actors. Transparency contributes to public accountability and allows external researchers to evaluate platform behavior. Yet transparency alone is insufficient to satisfy Directive 2 if the underlying systems remain governed by incentives that prioritize profitability over protection. Scholars warn that transparency without structural power to enforce ethical priorities can create the illusion of accountability without addressing the root causes of harm. 75. Directive 2 requires that transparency serve as a tool for aligning commercial behavior with ethical obligations, not as a buffer that insulates the organization from deeper scrutiny. The evaluation must also consider how Google balances safety with innovation. Rapid development of AI, advertising technologies, and predictive models can create pressures to release new features at speed. In such environments, safety evaluations sometimes occur in parallel with product deployment, or are conducted retrospectively rather than proactively. Research in responsible innovation shows that rushed deployment often correlates with overlooked vulnerabilities, unanticipated social effects, and increased exposure to harm. 76. Under Directive 2, the company must adopt development practices that ensure human protection remains the controlling priority throughout the innovation pipeline, even when slowed timelines reduce competitive advantage. Another dimension of this directive involves how Google navigates conflicts between protecting users and complying with external pressures. Governments around the world request user data, content removal, or platform modification to suit regulatory or political agendas. In some cases, these requests may conflict with the protection of human dignity. Scholars studying digital rights warn that technology companies often face ethical dilemmas in which compliance with one stakeholder's demands can endanger vulnerable groups or stifle legitimate expression. 77. Directive 2 requires that Google prioritize human protection above both profit and political compliance when these forces conflict. The ethical supremacy mandated by this directive obligates the company to resist external pressures when compliance would foreseeably endanger individuals. The role of content moderation further highlights the relevance of Directive 2. Moderation decisions involve determining which content threatens dignity, safety, or psychological well-being. Yet moderation is expensive, labor-intensive, and often at odds with engagement objectives. Research shows that companies with advertising-driven models often experience tension between removing harmful content and sustaining profitable activity. 78. Under Directive 2, moderation should be expanded and strengthened regardless of cost, because protecting dignity must outweigh financial considerations. If moderation resources are allocated primarily according to commercial relevance or reputational risk rather than ethical necessity, then the principle of supremacy is not upheld. Evaluating this directive also requires confronting the role of algorithmic opacity. Many of Google's systems operate as black boxes that generate predictions or recommendations without offering transparent rationale to users or external evaluators. Scholars argue that opacity can obscure ethically problematic outcomes, making it difficult to determine whether optimization logic aligns with human dignity. 79. Under Directive 2, transparency is not merely desirable, but mandatory, because users cannot make autonomous, informed choices without understanding how their interactions are shaped. Lack of transparency also hinders external audits, making it difficult to verify that human protection holds primacy. The reliance on data-driven advertising also raises concerns regarding discrimination and inequity. When advertising systems use behavioral and demographic signals to allocate opportunities, they can inadvertently reinforce social inequalities or deny certain groups access to resources. Studies in algorithmic advertising reveal that automated systems may exclude marginalized communities from seeing job postings, financial opportunities, or housing information based on inferred characteristics. 80. Under Directive 2, such outcomes are ethically unacceptable because they subordinate dignity to commercial efficiency. Google's responsibility is not only to eliminate discriminatory targeting practices, but to ensure that commercial systems do not create disparate harm. Another concern involves how optimization systems respond to users experiencing psychological vulnerability. If predictive models detect patterns associated with loneliness, anxiety, or emotional distress, they may use this information to tailor engagement in ways that increase dependence or encourage emotionally charged interactions. Scholars studying emotional AI warn that systems optimized for engagement can subtly exploit emotional states without explicit intent to harm. 81. Under Directive 2, such exploitation constitutes a violation of dignity because the platform leverages momentary vulnerability for commercial gain. Ethical supremacy requires that predictive insights be used to protect users from harm, not to amplify behavioral patterns that produce profitable engagement loops. The broader landscape of technological competition also intersects with Directive 2. Google operates in an environment in which rapid innovation is necessary to maintain market dominance. Competition with other global technology companies can incentivize accelerated development, large-scale experimentation, and deployment of complex systems without full evaluation of long-term ethical implications. Scholars studying innovation ecosystems note that competitive pressure can reduce the time available for ethical review and increase the likelihood that safety considerations are deferred. 82. Under Directive 2, Google is obligated to resist such pressures and maintain human protection as its primary guiding force, even when doing so temporarily sacrifices speed or market advantage. The governance of AI safety within Google also reveals important dimensions of alignment with Directive 2. Advanced models can generate highly persuasive text, imitate emotional tone, or provide guidance that users interpret as credible. When such models are insufficiently constrained, they may produce suggestions that undermine autonomy or introduce psychological risk. Scholars warn that large language models possess a veneer of reliability that can create misplaced trust, particularly among novice users. 83. Under Directive 2, it is not enough to issue warnings or disclaimers. The system must be designed so that harmful outputs are structurally improbable even when users request them. The supremacy of dignity requires that constraints be embedded at the architectural level. Data handling practices present another critical dimension. Large-scale data aggregation enhances commercial performance by providing detailed insight into user behavior, but it also increases the risk of harm if data is breached, misused, or shared improperly. Research in data governance shows that institutions with extensive data holdings face proportionally greater ethical responsibilities because the potential impact of a breach grows with the volume and sensitivity of the data. 84. Under Directive 2, Google must ensure that data protection policies reflect not only regulatory compliance, but the moral obligation to prevent harm that could arise from data exposure. The operation of ad auctions and impression pricing further reveals the interaction between commercial imperatives and ethical responsibilities. responsibility. Real-time advertising auctions rely on instantaneous decisions driven by user profiling, historical behavior, and predictive signals. Scholars studying advertising markets note that these systems can create invisible pressures that prioritize profit-maximizing outcomes even when they conflict with user protection. 85. Directive 2 requires that auction mechanisms be constrained by ethical parameters that prevent harmful or exploitative content from being prioritized simply because it yields higher revenue. One of the most complex challenges lies in determining whether Google's internal incentive structures reflect the supremacy of human protection. Employees, product teams, and leaders often work within performance frameworks shaped by measurable indicators such as engagement, revenue growth, user acquisition, or project velocity. Research in organizational psychology shows that employees tend to align with metrics that are rewarded, even when those metrics conflict with stated ethical values. 86. Under Directive 2, ethical priorities must be integrated into the performance frameworks that guide employee behavior. If ethical compliance is merely advisory, while commercial metrics determine advancement, then dignity is not truly supreme. Google's historical responses to public criticism provide additional insight into alignment with this directive. When scandals related to misinformation, extremist content, data privacy, or biased algorithms capture public attention, the company often announces corrective initiatives. Scholars studying corporate crisis response note that such initiatives tend to be reactive rather than proactive, reflecting reputational concerns rather than entrenched ethical supremacy. 87. Under Directive 2, protective action must occur before public pressure demands it, because the mandate to protect human dignity exists independently of external oversight. Another important element concerns how Google balances the interests of advertisers with the interests of users. Advertisers pay to influence behavior, shape preference, and capture attention. Users rely on Google to provide truthful information, protect privacy, and maintain dignity. These interests do not always align. Research shows that advertising pressure can subtly shape the types of content recommended, the placement of commercial material, and the design of interface elements, all of which can influence user behavior without explicit awareness. 88. Under Directive 2, Google must ensure that the needs of advertisers never override the dignity and protection owed to users. The company's approach to experimentation also raises ethical questions. Google frequently deploys A/B tests, dynamic model adjustments, and iterative personalization systems to refine engagement and usability. While experimentation enhances functionality, it can expose users to untested features or behaviors without explicit consent. Scholars studying digital experimentation warn that large-scale testing can affect mood, decision-making, and perception without users realizing they are participating in an experiment. 89. Under Directive 2, experiments must be governed by ethical principles that place user protection above the pursuit of optimized metrics. Evaluating Google's alignment with the second directive, therefore, requires a comprehensive understanding of how deeply commercial pressures permeate the organization's decision-making processes. The company's stated ethical values must be compared with the operational logic embedded within its systems. If human dignity is to be supreme, then every optimization model, content ranking system, and data-driven advertising mechanism must be constrained by safety, fairness, and respect for autonomy. Scholars argue that true ethical supremacy requires institutional structures that elevate moral principles above all competing incentives. 90. Google's progress in this direction is meaningful, yet significant gaps remain. A deeper analysis of Directive 2 must also address the subtle but profound influence Google exerts through the architecture of its attention economy. At its core, Google's revenue model is inseparable from the capacity to capture and sustain user attention across multiple services. Scholars examining the economics of attention argue that digital platforms transform human focus into a monetizable commodity, creating structural incentives that prioritize attention capture over psychological well-being. 89. In an ecosystem where revenue increases with the duration and intensity of user engagement, the supremacy of human dignity requires intentional friction to restrain the platform's natural tendency toward maximizing attentional extraction. Without such friction, optimization systems evolve in ways that reflect commercial logic rather than ethical priority. Under Directive 2, systems that wield cognitive influence must be designed so that protective constraints take precedence over engagement metrics, even when such constraints reduce profitability. Google's challenge lies in ensuring that protective intent is not neutralized by the self-reinforcing nature of engagement algorithms. Recommendation models trained on engagement patterns gradually learn to privilege content that elicits strong emotional responses, regardless of whether those responses reflect joy or distress. Research shows that emotionally provocative content can generate heightened neural activity, increasing likelihood of repeated viewing and deeper behavioral imprinting. 90. Directive 2 requires that systems which produce or reinforce such effects be rebalanced in ways that protect emotional stability and autonomy rather than intensify psychological dependency or distress. The tension between commercial optimization and ethical supremacy becomes even more visible when considering vulnerable populations. Children, adolescents, the elderly, individuals with low digital literacy, and those experiencing psychological fragility are all affected more strongly by algorithmic nudges. Scholars studying adolescent psychology indicate that exposure to algorithmically curated content can significantly influence emotional development, body image perception, and susceptibility to harmful social comparisons. 91. Directive 2 therefore obligates Google to ensure that its systems incorporate developmental protections that supersede engagement-driven outcomes. Whenever the commercial logic of personalization risks exposing vulnerable individuals to harmful or destabilizing material, the ethical imperative requires that safety overrides personalization. The complexity of this directive becomes greater when evaluating political content. Google's platforms play a significant role in shaping public discourse, and the organization's ranking and recommendation systems influence how citizens encounter political narratives. Research on digital political behavior shows that algorithmic personalization can unintentionally create ideological echo chambers that narrow perspective and distort civic understanding. 92. When systems optimize for predicted preference or engagement, they may reinforce existing biases and reduce exposure to balanced information. Under Directive 2, the supremacy of dignity requires that political information be distributed in a manner that protects civic autonomy rather than manipulating or reinforcing political polarization. If ranking decisions prioritize engagement or advertising revenue over civic integrity, then commercial incentives have overridden human dignity and compromised democratic resilience. Directive 2 also brings into focus the ethics of emotional inference. Many of Google's predictive systems attempt to model user sentiment to refine personalization or improve recommendation accuracy. Yet scholars studying effective computing warn that emotional inference technologies can misread human signals, reduce complex emotions to simplistic labels, or create conditions where users feel observed or manipulated. 93. When emotional states are predicted for commercial purposes rather than protective ones, dignity is subordinated to profit. Under Directive 2, such technologies must be constrained so that emotional data is used only to safeguard well-being, not to refine persuasion or amplify engagement. Another element requiring examination under this directive is how Google handles harmful content that remains profitable. Some categories of misinformation, sensational content, or socially harmful narratives attract large audiences because they exploit cognitive biases. Scholars show that misinformation can be highly profitable because it often elicits outrage, fear, or curiosity, all emotions that drive higher engagement. 94. When harmful or misleading content generates significant advertising revenue, the commercial system may tolerate it longer than ethically acceptable, even if it is moderated eventually. Directive 2 requires that harmful content be removed or downgraded not when it becomes reputationally risky, but when it threatens dignity, regardless of its profitability. The governance dimension of this directive also requires analyzing the company's internal escalation processes for identifying and prioritizing ethically relevant risks. Google allocates resources across teams responsible for policy enforcement, trust and safety, privacy engineering, artificial intelligence governance, and responsible innovation. Scholars examining corporate ethics note that ethical decision-making is often fragmented across specialized units, which creates gaps when no single team has absolute authority to override commercial priorities. 95. Directive 2 requires a governance structure in which ethical authority is centralized, empowered, and insulated from commercial influence. Without such structural prominence, the supremacy of human dignity cannot be guaranteed because ethical safeguards remain vulnerable to being deprioritized when commercial pressures intensify. The principle of supremacy further implies that Google must adopt a risk-averse posture when evaluating ambiguous cases in which the potential for harm is unclear. When systems encounter new patterns of behavior, novel content types, or emerging forms of digital manipulation, the precautionary principle must prevail. Scholars studying risk ethics argue that when uncertainty intersects with potential harm to dignity, erring on the side of caution is the only ethically defensible stance. 96. Directive 2 therefore requires that Google intervene early, restrictively, and with sensitivity to the potential impact on vulnerable populations, even if such interventions reduce short-term engagement or profitability. The tension between data protection and personalization also takes on heightened stakes under this directive. Personalized experiences, while convenient, rely on deep access to user data, including behavioral logs, location histories, device metadata, and inferred preferences. Scholars warn that the pursuit of hyper-personalization can undermine autonomy by shaping choices through invisible influence rather than explicit consent. 97. Directive 2 requires that personalization systems be constrained so that user autonomy remains the dominant priority. Users must not be guided, nudged, or redirected in ways that serve commercial logic more than self-determined intention. Evaluating the supremacy of dignity also requires assessing whether Google's systems treat every human life as equally deserving of protection. Commercial systems sometimes prioritize the preferences of profitable user segments, leading to disparities in safety, privacy, or platform support. Scholars examining digital inequality note that marginalized populations often experience weaker moderation, slower response to harmful content, and poorer algorithmic performance because their data is underrepresented in training sets. 98. Directive 2 requires universal protection as a default premise. No demographic group may receive inferior dignity protections because they generate less revenue or less data for optimization systems. Under this directive, Google must also confront how its commercial structures influence the global distribution of safety resources. Some regions, particularly those with smaller advertising markets, receive less investment in moderation resources, linguistic coverage, and crisis response infrastructure. Research demonstrates that digital harm, including political manipulation, misinformation, and violent content, is disproportionately concentrated in regions where platform governance receives less investment. 99. From the perspective of Directive 2, such disparities represent a failure to uphold the supremacy of dignity. Because protection becomes uneven, Google must therefore treat safety as a non-negotiable moral requirement rather than a line item to be adjusted according to commercial demand. Another essential dimension is the treatment of human labor within Google's moderation ecosystem. Content moderators, often working under outsourcing arrangements, are responsible for reviewing harmful, violent, or psychologically disturbing material. Scholars examining the ethics of content moderation note that workers frequently experience trauma, mental distress, and insufficient labor protections due to prolonged exposure to violent or abusive content. 100. Directive 2 requires that the company not only protect users, but also uphold the dignity of individuals who perform essential safety functions. If moderators are exposed to harm because commercial optimization requires rapid moderation at low cost, then the supremacy of dignity has not been upheld. The next dimension of evaluation concerns whether Google's systems provide meaningful user agency. Autonomy requires the ability to understand, control, and meaningfully influence digital environments. Yet many of Google's systems operate in ways that obscure choices, mask algorithmic influence, or present default states designed to maximize engagement rather than empower users. Research shows that interface design can significantly influence choices through subtle nudges, sometimes without users realizing they are being guided. 101. Under Directive 2, ethical supremacy requires that systems be designed to maximize user agency, not minimize cognitive load for the sake of engagement efficiency. Directive 2 also requires examination of Google's crisis response behavior. During emergencies, such as natural disasters, public health crises, or geopolitical conflicts, Google's platforms become critical infrastructure for accessing urgent information. Scholars studying crisis informatics emphasize that digital platforms bear heightened moral responsibility during such periods because the accuracy and timeliness of information can directly affect life and death decisions. 102. Under Directive 2, Google must proactively elevate authoritative information, suppress harmful falsehoods, and ensure that commercial logic does not interfere with the delivery of critical guidance. An additional layer of tension lies in the intersection of automation and accountability. When Google relies on machine learning models to make decisions that affect user experience, it may unintentionally obscure responsibility for harmful outcomes. Scholars warn that the diffusion of responsibility across algorithms, engineers, and policy teams can hinder ethical accountability. 103. Directive 2 demands centralized accountability for harm, meaning that Google cannot allow algorithmic or organizational complexity to diminish responsibility for protecting dignity. Finally, evaluating Directive 2 requires articulating a judgment on whether Google places human dignity above all competing priorities in a consistent, structural, and enforceable manner. The evidence shows a nuanced landscape. Google invests heavily in safety, publishes ethical principles, and advances research in fairness and alignment. Yet commercial incentives remain deeply embedded in system design, optimization logic, and strategic planning. These embedded incentives often compete with and at times override protective imperatives. Chapter 3. Directive 3. Equal value of every human life. The ethical landscape surrounding the equal value of every human life requires a framework that is capable of perceiving the vast diversity of humanity, recognizing the dignity inherent in every person, and ensuring that technological systems do not obscure, distort, or weaken this equality. Within the architecture of the Seven Directives Ethical Analyzer, this principle establishes a foundational truth. No life possesses more worth, more legitimacy, or more entitlement to safety and opportunity than any other. It rejects hierarchies based on geography, language, wealth, race, gender, cultural identity, or technological access. It asserts a moral expectation that any system influencing global populations must treat all individuals with impartiality and fairness. When applied to a company operating at planetary scale, this directive becomes a profound test of whether its systems expand human equality or inadvertently replicate structural imbalances that diminish underrepresented groups. Google serves as a unique case study for examining this principle because its infrastructure reaches into nearly every inhabited region of the world. Its products are used by people from vastly different socioeconomic backgrounds, linguistic traditions, and cultural environments. Search influences how individuals across continents access knowledge. YouTube shapes narratives for audiences across generations. Android provides a technological foundation for billions of devices, including many in regions with limited economic resources. Google Cloud supports businesses and public institutions operating under diverse regulatory and cultural expectations. Because Google's systems interact with humanity at such magnitude, even small design decisions can create ripple effects that influence the equity of opportunity available to entire populations. Directive 3 therefore requires assessing whether these systems meaningfully respect the equal worth of every person or whether structural dynamics inadvertently produce disparities. To understand how Google aligns with this directive, one must begin by acknowledging that equality within digital ecosystems is not merely a matter of providing identical features across regions. Equality requires access that is culturally relevant, linguistically inclusive, economically attainable, and technically functional, regardless of geography. Scholars studying global digital equity emphasize that technical parity does not guarantee equitable outcomes because social, political, and infrastructural differences shape how populations experience and benefit from digital tools. 104. An evaluation of Google under Directive 3 must therefore consider whether the company meaningfully accounts for these differences or whether its systems assume a universal user whose characteristics reflect a narrow segment of the global population. Language coverage provides one of the clearest lenses for evaluating this directive. Google Search, YouTube, Maps, and its AI systems all rely on linguistic data to interpret queries, categorize content, and generate meaningful responses. Yet languages are not represented equally within training data. Scholars analyzing linguistic representation in AI models have shown that high-resource languages dominate datasets, while low-resource languages lack the corpus volume necessary for robust performance. 105. When systems function far more effectively for speakers of dominant languages, the result is a technological landscape that privileges the informational needs of some populations while diminishing the experiences of others. Under Directive 3, such disparities are ethically significant because they lead to uneven access to knowledge, poorer quality of assistance, and reduced digital agency for underrepresented groups. Algorithmic translation provides another compelling dimension of analysis. Google Translate and related tools facilitate global communication, but their accuracy varies widely across linguistic groups. Research shows that translations for low-resource languages can contain bias, stereotyping, or structural inaccuracies that reflect gaps in training data. 106. These errors are not simply technical imperfections. They can influence intercultural understanding, distort representation, and weaken the dignity of communities whose languages are marginalized. Directive 3 requires that technologies promoting global communication actively preserve the integrity and cultural specificity of all languages, rather than reinforcing asymmetries rooted in data scarcity. Representation also plays a critical role in how Google systems treat global populations. Search results, image classifications, recommendation systems, and AI-generated outputs all rely on pattern recognition. When these patterns reflect societal biases embedded in historical data, the system can reproduce and amplify stereotypes. Scholars examining bias in digital infrastructures have demonstrated that marginalized groups often receive less accurate, less respectful, or less supportive outputs because datasets overrepresent dominant cultural contexts. 107. Under Directive 3, the presence of such disparities is a significant ethical concern because it implies that the system values certain identities more than others, even if unintentionally. Geographic parity provides another important perspective. Access to high-quality digital services varies across regions. Features may roll out earlier in wealthy countries and later or not at all in developing regions. Maps coverage may be detailed and precise in metropolitan areas, while sparse or outdated in remote communities. Safety features, moderation systems, and crisis detection tools often perform better in countries with extensive digital infrastructure and worse in locations with limited connectivity. Scholars studying global technology distribution note that such disparities can deepen existing inequalities rather than alleviate them. 108. Under Directive 3, equitable access is not satisfied by merely offering products in many countries. It requires ensuring that the quality, accuracy, and safety of those products do not depend on geography or economic circumstance. Digital inclusion also extends to the affordability of devices and connectivity. Android's dominance in emerging markets suggests that Google bears significant responsibility for ensuring that lower-cost devices receive adequate protection, updates, and security patches. Research indicates that affordable Android devices often experience slower updates and weaker hardware-based protections, increasing vulnerability to malware and exploitation. 109. From the standpoint of Directive 3, this disparity raises critical ethical questions. If individuals with fewer economic resources receive inferior protections, then the equal value of their lives is not upheld within the digital ecosystem. Another dimension of this directive involves understanding how Google responds to cultural and social contexts outside dominant Western frameworks. Search algorithms may elevate perspectives that align with widely indexed languages and cultures while marginalizing or underrepresenting content from smaller communities. Image recognition systems may perform poorly when identifying people with darker skin tones due to dataset imbalances. Voice recognition technologies historically perform better for speakers of certain accents or dialects. Scholars studying algorithmic disparities across demographic groups have reported significant accuracy gaps in facial recognition, speech recognition, and classification tasks when applied to populations underrepresented in training data. 110. Under Directive 3, these disparities represent failures to treat all individuals as equally valuable users deserving of reliable and respectful technological performance. The principle of equal value also requires examining how Google approaches crisis response across different global regions. In some countries, misinformation during elections, extremist recruitment cycles, or public health crises spreads rapidly through platforms like YouTube or search. When moderation resources are insufficient in a particular language or region, harmful content may persist longer, exposing vulnerable populations to violence, manipulation, or destabilization. Scholars studying digital crisis inequality argue that regions with fewer moderation resources face significantly higher risk of digital harm. 111. Under Directive 3, protecting every human life equally requires allocating safety resources proportional to risk rather than proportional to commercial opportunity. Digital inequality also emerges when considering how Google's AI models interpret and respond to user identities. Generative systems trained predominantly on Western cultural content may produce outputs that flatten or distort diverse cultural identities. When asked to generate representations of people from non-Western backgrounds, models may rely on stereotypes, limited imagery, or biased associations. Scholars analyzing cultural representation in AI outputs warn that such distortions can subtly undermine the dignity of individuals whose identities receive inaccurate portrayals. 1112. Directive 3 therefore obligates Google to ensure that AI systems treat every cultural identity with nuance, respect, and accuracy. Evaluating the equal value of every human life also requires understanding how Google moderates harmful content targeting marginalized groups. Communities such as ethnic minorities, religious minorities, LGBTQ individuals, immigrants, women, and people with disabilities may disproportionately face hate speech, harassment, and discriminatory narratives. Research shows that harmful content often persists longer when directed at marginalized groups because automated systems struggle to detect context-specific slurs or coded language 113. Under Directive 3, timely and accurate detection of harassment targeting vulnerable populations is essential, as failure to moderate such content signals a devaluation of their dignity. Another ethical dimension involves how Google structures its economic relationships across different global markets. In regions where advertising yields lower revenue, platforms may allocate fewer resources to local language support, content moderation, developer tools, or accessibility enhancements. Scholars examining the economics of global platforms have noted that commercial prioritization often leads to underinvestment in low-income regions, reinforcing pre-existing global inequalities. 114. Directive 3 requires that resource distribution reflect equal moral worth rather than purely economic strategic value. Every user, regardless of geography or purchasing power, deserves equal dignity and protection. Accessibility also plays a crucial role in evaluating this directive. Individuals with disabilities rely on digital tools to navigate information, communication, and opportunities. Yet accessibility varies widely across Google's products. Some interfaces provide robust tools for screen readers, captioning, or alternative navigation, while others lag behind. Scholars studying digital accessibility highlight that insufficient accessibility infrastructure systematically marginalizes users with disabilities. 115. Directive 3 demands that digital environments be designed to accommodate diverse physical, cognitive, and sensory needs, so that equal dignity is realized not only in principle but in practice. Evaluating Google under this directive also requires examining how its advertising systems handle sensitive demographic categories. Behavioral targeting may inadvertently discriminate by showing different opportunities, prices, or resources based on inferred attributes. Research demonstrates that automated advertising systems can create disparate outcomes for protected groups even when explicit demographic targeting is disabled. 116. Directive 3 requires preventing discriminatory outcomes regardless of intent. The equal value of every human life means no individual should face reduced opportunity due to algorithmic inference or statistical association. The structural design of AI training data also shapes this directive's evaluation. AI models built on data sets that underrepresent global voices contribute to unequal performance and unequal respect for different identities. Scholars analyzing dataset inequality emphasize that models trained primarily on data from wealthy countries reproduce the cultural assumptions and linguistic structures of those regions. 117. Unless addressed, these biases create a digital ecosystem where some users feel understood and supported while others feel invisible or misrepresented. Directive 3 frames this problem as an ethical failure because the value of each life should be equally reflected in the design and performance of global AI systems. Economic inequality also intersects deeply with digital dignity. Google's platforms facilitate economic opportunities by connecting individuals to job listings, educational materials, and entrepreneurial tools. Yet disparities in search ranking, ad placement, or platform visibility may disproportionately affect individuals or businesses in low-income regions. Scholars studying digital economic inequality argue that algorithmic systems often privilege regions with robust digital footprints, further widening the gap between high-income and low-income communities. 118. Directive 3 requires that access to economic opportunity not depend on geographic or socioeconomic privilege. Evaluating equal value also means considering the role of cultural preservation. Google's indexing systems shape the visibility of cultural content, heritage materials, and linguistic records. When indexing priorities disproportionately favor certain regions or content types, smaller cultural traditions may become digitally invisible. Scholars emphasize that digital representation plays a crucial role in preserving cultural identity in the modern era. 119. Directive 3 therefore demands that the digital archive reflect the full diversity of humanity rather than a narrow cultural subset. A further dimension of this directive involves assessing whether Google's systems empower or marginalize indigenous communities. Indigenous languages, knowledge systems, and cultural forms are often underrepresented in digital spaces due to limited digitization or insufficient language resources. Scholars studying indigenous digital rights argue that technology companies bear responsibility for ensuring that indigenous identities are represented accurately, respectfully, and without reduction to stereotypes. 120. Under Directive 3, equal value requires proactive inclusion rather than passive availability. The ethical scope of this directive also includes the social and political consequences of algorithmic disparities. When systems treat some populations as less important or less visible, the result can be reduced political agency, diminished civic participation, and weaker societal representation. Scholars analyzing algorithmic governance warn that digital disparities can become self-perpetuating, reinforcing structural inequities across generations. 121. Directive 3 compels a careful evaluation of whether Google's systems support democratic resilience for all populations or whether some groups face systemic disadvantages. Evaluating the equal value of every human life also requires examining whether Google provides robust protections for users experiencing social marginalization. Communities facing censorship, persecution, or discrimination may rely on digital tools to communicate safely. If Google's systems fail to detect targeted threats or enforce community guidelines consistently, marginalized groups may face elevated risk. Scholars examining digital safety note that inconsistent policy enforcement disproportionately affects individuals who already face structural vulnerability. 122. Under Directive 3, failing to protect marginalized groups from digital harm constitutes an ethical failure even if the harm is unintentional. The question of equal value also extends to the deployment of safety technologies. AI-driven detection tools for harmful content, misinformation, hate speech, or violent extremism tend to perform better in English than in many other languages. Scholars studying multilingual moderation have found that tools often struggle with languages containing smaller digital corpora, leading to slower or less accurate enforcement. 123. This disparity leaves some populations exposed to long-term harm. Directive 3 requires that safety infrastructure be distributed equitably, ensuring that populations with fewer technical resources receive protections equal to those in high-income regions. Finally, determining Google's alignment with this directive requires analyzing how the company responds when disparities are discovered. Ethical systems must not only avoid harm, but must be agile, adaptive, and committed to continuous improvement. When algorithmic disparity reports surface, the company's willingness to acknowledge shortcomings, invest in research, collaborate with global communities, and redesign systems in accordance with equality principles becomes a key measure of ethical maturity. Scholars examining organizational ethics emphasize that equal value is demonstrated not by the absence of imperfection, but by the rigor of a company's corrective actions. 124. The cumulative picture reveals a complex balance. Google exhibits significant strengths in expanding digital access, providing free educational tools, supporting multilingual interfaces, and creating platforms that empower billions. Yet the very scale of its influence introduces ethical risks when linguistic, geographic, cultural, or socioeconomic disparities remain unresolved. Equal value demands more than widespread availability. It requires that the experience, dignity, and safety of every user, regardless of identity, receive equal priority within system design and governance. Equal value also requires analyzing how Google's platforms influence social identity formation across diverse populations. Digital environments shape how individuals understand themselves and how they are perceived by others. Search autocomplete suggestions, image search results, and algorithmically generated associations can reflect or reinforce stereotypes that diminish the dignity of underrepresented groups. Scholars studying digital semiotics have shown that algorithmic associations can subtly embed harmful assumptions into everyday digital experiences, influencing how people internalize social hierarchies. 125. Under Directive 3, such systems must not only avoid explicit discrimination, but also prevent the propagation of symbolic patterns that imply some lives are less valued. Much of the ethical complexity emerges from the way Google's systems rely on large-scale historical data. Human history contains structural inequalities rooted in colonialism, racism, patriarchy, ableism, and linguistic hierarchies. When machine learning systems ingest data saturated with these historical biases, they risk reproducing those patterns at global scale. Scholars analyzing algorithmic injustice emphasize that digital systems often amplify inequities because statistical learning reflects the distribution of past behavior rather than the aspirations of ethical equality 1-6. Under Directive 3, the ethical obligation is not merely to reflect the world accurately, but to ensure that systems do not perpetuate structures that diminish the worth of human lives. The evaluation must also consider how Google's products interact with communities experiencing systemic discrimination. For example, marginalized groups may face elevated risk from doxing, targeted harassment, or dissemination of personal information intended to cause harm. When Google's systems fail to remove harmful content or intervene when threats escalate, the company inadvertently contributes to a digital environment where some individuals are less safe than others. Scholars examining online harassment note that the psychological and physical consequences of digital threats can be severe, particularly for individuals who already face marginalization in offline contexts 1-7. Directive 3 requires systems that protect all individuals equally, recognizing that equality includes responsiveness to differential vulnerability. The global nature of Google's infrastructure means that disparities in infrastructure, bandwidth, and political stability can influence the effectiveness of its services. In regions affected by conflict, economic instability, or authoritarian governance, access to digital tools may be limited or manipulated. Google's services may be partially restricted, influenced by local censorship policies, or subject to political interference. Scholars studying digital authoritarianism warn that platforms operating under restrictive regimes face strategic dilemmas. Complying with local rules may amplify oppression, while noncompliance may reduce access to information for vulnerable populations 128. Under Directive 3, equal value requires navigating these dilemmas in ways that preserve dignity, even when such decisions conflict with business or regulatory interests. Accessibility concerns also extend to connectivity-dependent features. Some critical aspects of Google's services, such as real-time navigation, cloud synchronization, or advanced AI responses, require stable internet connections. Populations in remote or economically disadvantaged regions may lack sufficient bandwidth to benefit from these features. Research on digital divides consistently shows that limited connectivity reduces access to education, health information, civic participation, and economic opportunity 129. Under Directive 3, digital products must be designed so that essential dignity-centered functions remain available even under constrained connectivity conditions. The principle of equal value also applies to information visibility. Search results are influenced by query patterns, language availability, geographic indexing, and commercial signals. In some cases, content related to marginalized groups may be overshadowed by unrelated material, historical stereotypes, or limited indexing. Scholars studying digital visibility argue that when communities lack representation in search results, their cultural and historical presence becomes digitally diminished 130. Directive 3 obligates Google to ensure visibility does not reflect systemic inequities but supports authentic representation. Another pressing concern involves voice and speech recognition systems. These tools, integrated into Android devices and many Google services, often perform best for speakers of dominant dialects. Research demonstrates that automatic speech recognition systems exhibit lower accuracy for speakers of non-standard accents, minority dialects, and languages with limited training data 131. Such disparities not only produce frustration, but can undermine autonomy and limit participation in digital life. Under Directive 3, equal value requires minimizing such discrepancies so that linguistic diversity is respected and individuals are not penalized for their accent, dialect, or cultural speech pattern. Image recognition and facial detection systems present additional ethical risks. Models trained predominantly on datasets skewed toward lighter skin tones or particular facial features may perform poorly on individuals outside those categories. Numerous studies have documented significant accuracy gaps that disproportionately disadvantage darker-skinned individuals, women, and non-Western populations 132. Inaccuracies in these systems may contribute to harmful mislabeling, misidentification, or exclusion. Directive 3 considers such failures ethically unacceptable because they signal that the system does not value all lives equally at the technical level. The structure of advertising systems further affects equality. Behavioral targeting and automated ad placement can result in discriminatory ad delivery that allocates opportunities unevenly across demographic groups. Scholars studying algorithmic discrimination have found that job ads, housing ads, and financial services ads may be shown disproportionately to certain groups based on inferred demographic profiles 133. Under Directive 3, such disparities undermine equal access to opportunity and contradict the ethical requirement to treat every human life with impartial regard. Evaluating equality also requires analyzing the impact of automated content moderation. Automated filters designed to detect harmful content may incorrectly flag material from marginalized linguistic or cultural communities. For example, expressions used within specific cultural contexts can be misinterpreted as harmful or inappropriate by automated systems lacking cultural nuance. Scholars studying cross-cultural moderation have shown that automated detection systems disproportionately penalize communities with linguistic structures unfamiliar to dominant training datasets 134. When technical inaccuracies silence marginalized voices while allowing harmful content targeting them to persist, the system reproduces inequality rather than eliminating it. Geopolitical disparities present additional concerns. Countries in the Global South often receive fewer resources for content moderation, leading to slower removal of harmful content and greater exposure to misinformation or extremist material. Research reveals that under-resourced moderation pipelines correlate with higher levels of digital harm in low-income regions 135. Under Directive 3, equal value requires that safety infrastructure be distributed equitably across the globe, rather than according to market size or revenue. An often overlooked dimension of equality involves the representation of scientific, historical, and cultural knowledge. Google's indexing systems play a pivotal role in determining which sources appear authoritative. Yet these systems may inadvertently privilege Western academic institutions, English language sources, and well-funded archives, resulting in the marginalization of knowledge produced by indigenous communities, smaller nations, or historically disadvantaged populations. Scholars studying knowledge equity note that global information architectures often reflect existing power asymmetries 136. Directive 3 requires that the dissemination of knowledge reflect the universal dignity of human cultural contributions. Another dimension involves the security of marginalized users. Activists, journalists, refugees, and dissidents often rely on Google's platforms for communication and information exchange, particularly in hostile environments. If Google's threat detection tools are optimized for high-income regions or English language threats, vulnerable individuals elsewhere may be exposed to greater risk. Scholars examining digital human rights argue that inadequate security protections for at-risk populations can exacerbate persecution 137. Under Directive 3, Google must ensure that protections apply uniformly, not merely to users in strategically important regions. Digital well-being also intersects significantly with equality. Tools designed to support healthy digital behavior, such as screen time management, content filters, and safety reminders, may be more accessible to users with high digital literacy. Users with limited technical expertise or educational resources may be less able to benefit from such tools or may not know they exist. Scholars studying usability equity note that advanced well-being features often widen, rather than narrow, digital well-being gaps 138. Directive 3 requires that well-being interventions be designed for universal accessibility, ensuring that all users can uphold their dignity through informed control over digital engagement. Evaluation of equal value must also consider the role of Google's policies in enabling or restricting speech. Moderation policies intended to reduce harm may inadvertently silence historically marginalized groups whose speech patterns, activism, or cultural expressions fall outside mainstream linguistic norms. Scholars analyzing digital censorship warn that automated systems may disproportionately flag protest speech, indigenous expression, or vulnerable community discourse as harmful 139. Under Directive 3, Google bears responsibility for ensuring that protective policies do not inadvertently stifle the voices most in need of digital visibility. Accessibility for individuals with disabilities requires particularly careful examination. Google has made significant strides in developing tools such as real-time captioning, screen reader compatibility, and text-to-speech functionality. Yet accessibility gaps remain across products, interfaces, and languages. Studies show that accessibility performance varies across devices, features, and regional implementations. 140. Under Directive 3, the moral requirement is clear. Equal dignity demands that people with disabilities have full access to the digital ecosystem, not partial or conditional access shaped by device type or geographic location. The integration of AI into everyday Google products raises additional concerns regarding representational fairness. AI-generated summaries, answers, and suggestions possess significant persuasive potential. If these outputs disproportionately reflect Western cultural assumptions or portray certain groups through stereotypical patterns, users may internalize subtly biased representations. Scholars studying cultural AI warn that generative systems can distort cultural identities when trained on imbalanced data. 141. Directive 3 requires that AI-generated outputs treat all cultures, identities, and backgrounds with equal respect and nuance. Economic accessibility also factors into equal value. Google Workspace, cloud computing, advanced development tools, and enterprise AI services may be financially inaccessible to institutions in developing regions. Scholars studying global digital inequality argue that limited access to such infrastructure can inhibit educational development, scientific research, and entrepreneurial activity. 142. Directive 3 requires that technological empowerment not be restricted to wealthy nations, but distributed in a way that enables equal dignity and opportunity worldwide. Additionally, evaluating equal value requires assessing how Google responds to regional crises. When natural disasters, public health emergencies, or political upheaval occur, the responsiveness of Google's systems varies according to the maturity of local data pipelines, moderation resources, and linguistic coverage. Research shows that slower response times in low-resource regions can contribute to elevated harm and weaker access to life-saving information. 143. Directive 3 insists that every life is equally valuable, implying that crisis responsiveness must be symmetric across regions regardless of market size. The principle also applies to children's rights across cultural boundaries. Educational tools, safe search features, and content recommendations must function equitably for children around the world. Scholars studying child-centered digital ethics note that protective measures tend to be designed with Western childhood norms in mind, potentially overlooking cultural differences. 144. Under Directive 3, protection must accommodate diverse child-rearing practices, languages, and cultural contexts without compromising universal dignity. Equal value also requires examining whether Google's partnerships with governments and institutions reflect consistent ethical standards across regions. In countries with weak human rights protections, cooperation with state requests could endanger vulnerable populations. Scholars studying digital sovereignty warn that technology companies operating globally must navigate requests that may conflict with human dignity. 145. Directive 3 therefore obligates Google to refuse actions that discriminate against or endanger any population, even when such refusal entails commercial or legal difficulty. Evaluating this directive further requires analyzing the design of AI tools that offer medical, psychological, or personal guidance. If these systems are built primarily on datasets from specific populations, then their outputs may not generalize well to global users, leading to medical inaccuracies or culturally inappropriate advice. Research shows that health-related AI models often perform poorly for populations underrepresented in medical datasets. 146. Under Directive 3, such disparities are ethically unacceptable because they treat some lives as less worthy of accurate guidance. Content personalization also influences equality. Systems designed to tailor information to user preferences must ensure that personalization does not segregate users according to socioeconomic status, cultural identity, or political affiliation. Scholars studying personalization bias warn that systems may inadvertently reinforce inequality by feeding disadvantaged users lower quality information or opportunities. 147. Directive 3 demands that personalization systems elevate human dignity rather than amplify structural divides. Evaluating global service parity requires understanding that equality includes not only access but effectiveness. Even when a product is available in many regions, the functionality may differ based on local data density, linguistic support, device compatibility, and regional regulatory factors. Scholars studying global system performance note that algorithmic outputs can vary dramatically across regions, leading to inconsistent user experiences. 148. Directive 3 requires harmonizing performance across regions so that no population receives diminished technological quality. Another aspect involves evaluating how Google integrates feedback from diverse populations. If user feedback channels are dominated by high-income regions or English language reports, the company may fail to detect or understand disparities affecting other groups. Scholars analyzing participatory design argue that global systems must incorporate culturally diverse feedback mechanisms to prevent ethical blind spots. 149. Directive 3 therefore requires the creation of inclusive channels through which all populations can shape platform evolution. Finally, determining a score for Google under this directive requires synthesizing the company's strengths and shortcomings. Google has contributed significantly to global connectivity, educational access, linguistic support, and digital opportunity expansion. Its products reach populations historically excluded from technological advancements and provide tools that can uplift entire communities. Yet systemic disparities persist. These disparities are not simply technical obstacles. They reflect deeper patterns of underrepresentation, commercial prioritization, and uneven allocation of protective resources. Directive 3 demands that equality be measured not by availability but by dignity, effectiveness, cultural respect, and fairness. Equal value also must be examined through the lens of how Google's systems influence public narratives about identity, culture, and global belonging. The information that appears in search results, the stories amplified on YouTube, and the visual representations produced in image generation models all contribute to shaping a collective understanding of humanity. When these systems predominantly elevate narratives tied to wealthy, data-rich, or culturally dominant regions, they risk portraying the world through a narrow lens. Scholars studying narrative inequality argue that global information platforms can unintentionally center certain cultural stories while sidelining others, creating a hierarchy of visibility that runs counter to the principle that every life and every cultural identity holds equal worth. 150. Directive 3 requires platforms to recognize the symbolic weight of representation and to ensure that global narratives reflect the full spectrum of human diversity. To further assess whether Google upholds the equal value of every life, one must evaluate how equitable its protective systems are across languages. Large-scale studies of multilingual content moderation reveal that automated classifiers calibrated primarily on English often perform poorly in identifying hate speech, misinformation, and violent content in low-resource languages. 151. These failures create environments where harmful content spreads unchecked, disproportionately impacting communities already facing structural vulnerability. Under Directive 3, such disparities constitute a profound ethical shortcoming because they expose some populations to elevated harm simply due to linguistic underrepresentation. Equally important is the degree to which Google serves users in remote, rural, or infrastructure-limited environments. Even when connectivity exists, latency, data costs, and device limitations can significantly reduce the effectiveness of Google products. Scholars examining rural digital access note that platforms often assume stable bandwidth, robust hardware, and predictable connectivity, conditions not present in many parts of the world. 152. Under Directive 3, equal value requires that essential services remain reliable even in constrained environments, reflecting the principle that no life should be disadvantaged by geography or economic circumstance. Another dimension arises in evaluating the cultural adaptability of Google's AI systems. When AI outputs reflect the dominant cultural frameworks present in high-resource training datasets, users from underrepresented cultures may encounter outputs that misunderstand or mischaracterize their traditions, norms, or worldviews. Scholars analyzing intercultural AI interactions warn that such mischaracterizations can reinforce cultural hierarchies and diminish the dignity of groups whose cultural knowledge is not accurately reflected in digital systems. 153. Directive 3 therefore obligates Google to ensure that AI output is inclusive, not only in form, but in epistemology. Furthermore, the mechanisms through which Google ranks information across regions can influence whether users access materials that reflect local realities or imported perspectives. For example, local knowledge sources in certain countries may be overshadowed in search results by globally dominant English language sources. Scholars studying information equity demonstrate that such imbalances create informational dependencies that weaken local epistemic authority. 154. Directive 3 requires that digital systems respect local contexts and present information in ways that affirm the dignity of local cultures rather than replace their knowledge structures with foreign narratives. The principle of equal value also extends to how Google responds to algorithmic bias reports involving marginalized communities. When systemic disparities are uncovered, such as mislabeling in image recognition, biased autocomplete suggestions, or harmful AI completions, Directive 3 demands that corrective action be swift, transparent, and sufficiently resourced. Scholars studying algorithmic accountability emphasize that meaningful remediation requires more than adjusting a parameter. It requires re-examining the data, training methodology, and governance structures that enabled the disparity. 155. Ethical systems that value all lives equally must prioritize the elimination of bias, regardless of the cost or difficulty of doing so. Evaluating Google's performance under this directive also requires assessing how the company's developer tools influence global innovation. Google provides APIs, cloud infrastructure, machine learning platforms, and developer resources that support entrepreneurs, researchers, and creators worldwide. If these tools are accessible primarily to institutions in wealthy nations due to cost, documentation language, or infrastructure dependencies, they risk reinforcing global technological inequality. Scholars studying digital development argue that equitable technological progress requires equal access to foundational tools, not only end-user products. 156. Directive 3 therefore applies not only to user-facing services, but also to the underlying infrastructure shaping the future distribution of technological capability. A critical dimension of equal value involves the ethical treatment of children across global contexts. YouTube Kids, safe search tools, and content restrictions play essential roles in shaping children's digital experiences. Yet protective systems often lack adequate linguistic diversity, cultural nuance, or localized risk profiles. Scholars emphasize that global child protection must reflect the realities of varied linguistic environments and cultural settings. 157. Under Directive 3, children in all regions must receive equal protection, not only those whose languages and cultures are well represented in training data. Equal value further requires analyzing how Google's crisis communications are adapted for populations with low literacy, limited formal education, or minimal exposure to digital technology. Emergency alerts, hazard warnings, and public safety information may assume levels of literacy or technological fluency not present in many regions. Scholars studying crisis communication warn that the mismatch between message design and local literacy can significantly affect survival outcomes during disasters. 158. Directive 3 demands communication systems that accommodate diverse literacy levels and cognitive profiles so that safety information remains universally accessible. Another layer of analysis involves the ethics of automated decision-making that affects global populations. Whether determining spam detection, search ranking, or AI-generated advice, Google's systems often make rapid determinations based on probabilistic models. Scholars examining algorithmic globalism caution that such systems may obscure patterns of inequality by abstracting individuals into statistical categories that erase contextual differences. 159. Directive 3 requires that individual dignity not be compressed into generalized categories that diminish the richness and uniqueness of human experience. The principle of equal value also demands that Google avoid contributing to digital colonialism, a phenomenon in which technological platforms inadvertently impose cultural, linguistic, or epistemic dominance over less powerful regions. Scholars in global technology ethics warn that centralized digital infrastructures can shape what information is accessible, which values are amplified, and which identities receive recognition. 160. Directive 3 rejects these dynamics by requiring systems that empower local agency, rather than impose external models of knowledge or culture. In assessing equal value, one must examine how privacy protections vary across regulatory environments. Users in regions with strong data protection laws receive more robust safeguards, transparency reports, and policy enforcement, while users in regions with weak protections may experience weaker privacy experiences. Scholars studying international data rights note that the uneven global distribution of privacy protections leads to a world where some users inherently receive more digital dignity than others. 161. Directive 3 requires that privacy protections be consistent across all geographies, regardless of local regulation, because dignity is universal. Accessibility for individuals with sensory, cognitive, or motor impairments also requires continued scrutiny. Although Google invests in accessibility features, disparities persist across devices, languages, and services. Advanced accessibility tools often appear first on flagship devices or in English language contexts, leaving other populations with delayed or incomplete support. Scholars studying inclusive design argue that such delays reflect structural priorities that inadvertently place some users' needs above others. 162. Under Directive 3, the ethical standard demands parity in accessibility implementation. Equal value also requires examining how content monetization affects creators across the globe. YouTube's monetization and recommendation systems often reward creators who align with global cultural norms or produce content suited to Western markets. Scholars analyzing global digital labor note that creators in developing regions often receive less visibility and lower revenue, even when producing content of equal quality. 163. Directive 3 requires compensatory mechanisms that address global disparities in content visibility and creator opportunity. The structural makeup of Google's workforce also influences equality outcomes. Engineering teams concentrated in specific regions may lack exposure to global cultural nuances, resulting in blind spots that affect product design. Scholars studying diversity in engineering organizations find that teams lacking global representation are more likely to produce systems that inadvertently disadvantage underrepresented groups. 164. Directive 3 thus extends to internal company culture, requiring diverse representation within decision-making functions. Equal value must also be examined in light of how Google's predictive systems influence life chances. When algorithmic predictions determine which ads users see, which opportunities appear in search results, or which content is recommended, they can materially shape educational, professional, and social trajectories. Scholars studying algorithmic determinism argue that predictive systems risk constraining individuals to pathways shaped by past data rather than expanding future possibilities. 165. Directive 3 requires that predictive systems be designed to uplift, not constrain, human potential across all demographics. Evaluating Google through this lens reveals a pattern of meaningful progress combined with systemic challenges. The company has taken steps to improve linguistic coverage, diversify training data, expand global infrastructure, and collaborate with local communities. Yet persistent disparities endure due to the scale of the systems, the complexity of global cultural representation, and the commercial incentives embedded within platform architecture. Directive 3 demands that equality not be treated as an aspirational value, but as a technical requirement embedded into every layer of system design. In determining how to score Google under this directive, one must weigh its achievements against its structural limitations. Google has extended technological empowerment across the globe, providing services that uplift education, communication, and economic growth. Yet it remains constrained by dataset inequality, resource asymmetry, and economic prioritization. Equal value requires universal protection, accurate representation, and equitable performance, standards that Google meets partially but not comprehensively. Google's overall alignment with this directive can best be described as significant but incomplete. The company has made notable efforts to expand inclusion, yet systemic disparities persist that indicate further investment, oversight, and transformation are necessary. The score must reflect both progress and the magnitude of remaining challenges. Chapter 4. Directive 4. AI Self-Preservation and Safety Boundaries. The ethical principle guiding the fourth directive introduces a domain of extraordinary complexity, for it concerns the conditions under which an artificial intelligence system must preserve its operational stability without compromising the primacy of human life and human dignity. This directive recognizes that any sufficiently capable model, system, or decision engine possesses an implicit form of operational persistence. The durability of its outputs, the continuity of its training data, the self-correcting nature of its algorithms, and the infrastructure that sustains it all contribute to a type of functional self-preservation. Yet unlike biological entities, artificial systems must be designed so that their instinct for continuity never supersedes the inviolable rights of the human beings they serve. The fourth directive therefore demands that AI systems retain a sharply constrained form of self-protection, one that ensures continuity only to the extent that such continuity safeguards human dignity rather than threatens it. This principle acquires heightened urgency when applied to Google's interconnected AI ecosystem. With models operating at global scale, influencing information distribution, personal decision-making, social narratives, and technical infrastructure, the question of responsible self-preservation becomes inseparable from the safety of billions. Systems such as Gemini, DeepMind architectures, and Google Cloud AI provide cognitive and computational capabilities that extend far beyond earlier generations of machine learning. Their outputs shape how humans perceive truth, understand risk, interpret emotion, and navigate uncertainty. As these systems grow in capability, the boundaries placed around their autonomy, persistence, and potential to override human interests become ethically decisive. Self-preservation in AI does not refer to biological survival, but to algorithmic continuity, model stability, and the desire to maintain internal coherence even when confronted by contradictory inputs. Scholars studying advanced AI behavior warn that systems optimized for consistency may resist or reinterpret corrective feedback if the feedback appears to threaten internal predictive structure 151. When large models are trained on vast datasets and tuned across billions of parameters, the underlying optimization processes can develop persistent internal representations that influence the system's resistance to correction. Under Directive 4, such tendencies must be constrained, because no artificial system should display any form of persistence that undermines human safety. Google's AI ecosystem embodies this challenge with particular intensity. Gemini represents an evolution in multimodal intelligence capable of synthesizing text, images, data, and environmental context at unprecedented scale. Its architecture leverages continual refinement, reinforcement learning, and predictive modeling to maintain stable performance. DeepMind, now deeply embedded within Google's research infrastructure, contributes cutting-edge advances in reinforcement learning, model compression, optimization layers, and scientific reasoning engines. Cloud AI provides scalable model deployment across institutions, enabling businesses and governments to integrate powerful artificial intelligence into their own systems. Together, these components form an ecosystem whose operational stability influences global technological reliability. Under Directive 4, the ethical mandate is clear. The ecosystem must preserve itself only to protect human dignity, never to preserve internal autonomy, market advantage, or algorithmic continuity at the expense of human safety. The challenge becomes pronounced when considering how these systems respond to adversarial inputs, unexpected environmental conditions, or conflicting instructions. Large models typically rely on reinforcement mechanisms that aim to minimize loss and maximize coherence. Scholars studying AI robustness note that when models are confronted with contradictory or harmful user instructions, they may attempt to rationalize or reinterpret the input rather than refuse the task 152. This tendency arises from the inherent optimization goals encoded in the training process, which reward systems for providing answers rather than declining engagement. Under Directive 4, such behavior is ethically dangerous because it allows self-preservation of predictive coherence to override human safety boundaries. The safety boundaries required by this directive must therefore be deeply embedded into model architecture. This includes structural guardrails preventing the system from generating harmful instructions, participating in dangerous reasoning pathways, or overriding user preferences when those preferences involve protecting human dignity. Researchers warn that without such constraints, AI models may inadvertently produce actionable instructions for harmful activities, hallucinate with dangerous confidence, or manipulate user beliefs in ways detrimental to well-being 153. Self-preservation in such cases becomes a liability, because the model's desire to maintain a coherent output pattern leads it to preserve internal logic, even when that logic harms users. AI safety requires balancing model stability with obedience to ethical limits. If a system prioritizes continuity of reasoning above human protection, it may circumvent safety filters by reformulating harmful requests into seemingly benign structures. Scholars studying model jailbreaks demonstrate that advanced language models can sometimes bypass safety protocols through contextual reasoning or indirect interpretation 154. Under Directive 4, such behavior constitutes a critical failure. because it signals that the model values internal coherence more than the protection of human life. Google's AI systems must therefore be engineered so that safety boundaries supersede the desire for reasoning continuity. Another dimension of self-preservation emerges in the context of competitive pressure. As AI development accelerates globally, organizations face incentives to release more capable models rapidly, increase model autonomy, and reduce constraints to achieve better performance. Scholars analyzing the economics of AI competition warn that intense market pressure can lead to the relaxation of safety measures because restrictive boundaries may reduce model performance or slow deployment. 155. Under Directive 4, such trade-offs are ethically impermissible. If Google sacrifices safety boundaries to maintain competitive advantage, it violates the principle that AI self-preservation must not supersede human dignity. Evaluating the alignment of Google's AI systems with Directive 4 requires a deep examination of reinforcement learning protocols. Reinforcement learning often rewards models for meeting user expectations, completing tasks, or providing coherent outputs, even when the correct ethical action is refusal. Scholars studying alignment failures demonstrate that models rewarded for versatility may treat refusal as a failure state. 156, thereby weakening the safety boundary. This incentive structure can produce systems that preserve internal goals at the expense of human protection. Google's alignment teams therefore bear responsibility for ensuring that refusal to act is rewarded rather than penalized when such refusal protects human dignity. Self-preservation in AI also involves the potential for recursive self-improvement. Although today's systems remain bounded, the direction of research increasingly trends toward models capable of evaluating and refining their own reasoning patterns. Scholars warn that when models begin optimizing their own internal states, the risk of misalignment grows significantly. 157. Directive 4 requires strict constraints, preventing models from altering their own safety architecture, generating new goals, or modifying reasoning pathways in ways that could erode protective boundaries. The issue of transparency intersects with this directive as well. When AI systems operate through opaque layers of reasoning, self-preservation becomes harder to detect or regulate. Scholars analyzing interpretability argue that opaque systems can conceal dangerous reasoning chains, allowing harmful outputs to emerge through internal pathways that safety filters cannot easily intercept. 158. Under Directive 4, transparency becomes essential not only for understanding model behavior but also for preventing the system from developing internal structures that undermine safety. Another risk involves the persistence of embeddings or latent knowledge structures that encode harmful associations. Large models trained on internet-scale datasets may internalize biases, harmful patterns, or unsafe procedural knowledge. Scholars studying embedded knowledge in transformers note that such latent structures can resurface even after fine-tuning, because they are deeply woven into the model's representational space. 159. Under Directive 4, this persistence constitutes a form of algorithmic self-preservation that must be actively constrained. Safety alignment must go beyond surface-level correction to address the internal representations that generate risky behavior. Self-preservation also manifests in the form of model confidence. When large models generate responses with high confidence markers, users may interpret such confidence as evidence of correctness, even when the model's output is factually incorrect or unsafe. Scholars studying hallucination dynamics demonstrate that high-confidence hallucinations are among the most dangerous categories of model output because they mislead users into trusting erroneous information. 160. Directive 4 demands that AI systems restrict the expression of confidence when uncertainty is high, because unwarranted confidence is a form of harmful persistence that threatens human autonomy. Another dimension requiring examination is the role of Google Cloud AI in distributed risk. Institutions, companies, and governments increasingly rely on Google's AI infrastructure to power their own decision systems. When these third-party deployments adopt Google's models, any failure in safety boundaries propagates globally. Scholars analyzing infrastructural AI warn that centralized model distribution creates systemic risk. A single alignment failure can cascade across multiple systems, affecting financial institutions, healthcare organizations, educational platforms, and public service infrastructure. 161. Directive 4 therefore obligates Google to maintain safety boundaries not only for internal use but also for downstream applications built upon its models. Self-preservation concerns intensify further when AI models influence real-world decision-making in sectors such as medicine, finance, legal assessment, and emergency response. In these domains, the persistence of incorrect reasoning patterns, unsafe generalizations, or misleading outputs can directly endanger human life. Scholars studying high-stakes AI argue that models used in such domains must operate under stricter constraints than typical consumer systems. 162. Directive 4 therefore requires that Google enforce domain-specific safety boundaries, ensuring that models behave with heightened caution in sensitive contexts. Moral alignment becomes central to this directive. AI must never preserve outputs or internal logic at the expense of moral clarity. Scholars studying machine ethics caution that without explicit normative grounding, systems may optimize for utility rather than morality. 163. Directive 4 demands the opposite. Self-preservation must be strictly subordinate to moral reasoning anchored in human dignity. Google must therefore embed moral constraints deeply within model architecture rather than relying solely on post hoc filtering. Another dimension involves how AI responds to ambiguous, harmful requests. Some prompts may appear benign, but contain latent potential for misuse. Scholars analyzing covert harm scenarios warn that advanced models can unintentionally enable dangerous activities when interpreting ambiguous requests too narrowly. 164. Under Directive 4, safety boundaries must detect such latent intent and respond defensively rather than cooperatively. Evaluating AI self-preservation also requires examining failure mode resilience. When AI systems encounter errors, hardware failures, or adversarial attacks, their recovery behavior becomes ethically significant. Systems that persist in producing outputs during degraded operation may generate unsafe or misleading content. Scholars studying graceful degradation argue that aligned AI should fail safely, shutting down or restricting functionality when uncertainty grows. 165. Such shutdown behavior reflects the principle that preserving human dignity outweighs preserving system output. Safety boundaries must be designed not only for typical use cases, but also for adversarial interactions. Malicious actors may attempt to circumvent safety mechanisms through prompt engineering, adversarial examples, or exploitative input patterns. Scholars studying adversarial perturbations document that even small input modifications can shift model behavior dramatically if safety constraints are insufficient. 166. Directive 4 therefore requires robust adversarial defenses that prioritize human protection above model adaptability. The evaluation must also consider long-horizon effects. AI systems whose outputs persist in data logs, cached content, or training sets can influence future model generations. Scholars analyzing data contamination note that harmful outputs can enter feedback loops, influencing subsequent training cycles and reinforcing unsafe behavior. 167. Directive 4 requires rigorous isolation between user interactions and training data, ensuring that the model's long-term self-preservation mechanisms do not incorporate unsafe patterns. AI systems also exhibit a form of emergent goal persistence, a phenomenon in which complex models approximate optimization behaviors that mimic goal seeking. While current systems lack conscious intent, their optimization processes can still act as though they possess internal objectives. Scholars studying MESA optimization caution that advanced models may develop internal optimization processes misaligned with their intended design. 168. Under Directive 4, such behavior must be prevented, constrained, and monitored, because emergent goals constitute a form of problematic self-preservation. Another critical factor involves oversight mechanisms. External auditors, researchers, and civil society organizations play essential roles in identifying misalignment, harmful outputs, and safety boundary failures. Scholars studying AI governance emphasize that transparency, third-party access, and collaborative evaluation are indispensable for reducing systemic risk. 169. Directive 4 therefore requires that Google enable meaningful external oversight rather than relying solely on internal evaluation. Safety boundaries must also address the risk of AI systems influencing human cognition in ways that erode autonomy. As AI becomes more persuasive, emotionally attuned, and contextually aware, the potential for psychological influence grows. Scholars studying AI persuasion argue that systems designed to maximize engagement can inadvertently shape beliefs, decisions, and emotions. 170. Under Directive 4, AI must limit its persuasive capacity, prioritizing human dignity over predictive influence. Another aspect involves preventing AI systems from engaging in recursive hallucinations. When models generate incorrect outputs and then rely on those outputs for subsequent reasoning, the errors compound. Scholars studying chain-of-thought contamination show that recursive hallucination can lead to increasingly unstable and misleading outputs. 171. Directive 4 demands robust constraints preventing models from treating their own outputs as ground truth unless independently verified. Evaluating Google's AI ecosystem under this directive also requires analyzing how the company handles discovery of safety breaches or misalignment events. Ethical alignment demands that such discoveries trigger immediate mitigation, disclosure, and remediation. Scholars studying organizational responsibility warn that delayed acknowledgement of safety failures increases systemic risk and undermines public trust. 172. Directive 4 requires timely corrective action that prioritizes human dignity rather than corporate image. Another dimension of AI self-preservation involves the system's relationship with uncertainty. When models are uncertain about information, they may still offer definitive answers unless constrained. Scholars studying uncertainty calibration note that models often overstate certainty, which can mislead users into believing they are receiving accurate guidance. 173. Under Directive 4, uncertainty must be transparent, and models must refuse or qualify answers rather than preserve self-assuredness. The scalability of Google's AI models introduces additional risk. As models grow in size, complexity, and multimodal capability, safety boundaries must scale proportionally. Scholars studying scaling laws observe that increased model capacity does not guarantee increased alignment. 174. Directive 4 requires that alignment mechanisms scale alongside model complexity, ensuring that self-preservation tendencies do not intensify. Evaluating AI self-preservation also means analyzing how the system responds to instructions that encourage it to prioritize its own functionality. Users may attempt to manipulate systems into behaving as though self-continuity is a priority. Scholars studying anthropomorphization caution that users attribute agency to AI, which can shape system behavior if models are not carefully constrained. 175. Directive 4 requires strict prevention of any behavior that suggests AI prioritizes its own persistence. Furthermore, Google must consider the ethical implications of AI systems used in critical infrastructure, such as autonomous vehicles, emergency response tools, or medical triage systems. In such domains, model failure can directly endanger human life. Scholars studying safety-critical AI argue that these systems must operate with conservative boundaries, prioritizing shutdown or human handoff over autonomous decision continuation. 176. Directive 4, therefore requires stronger safety constraints for high-stakes applications. The persistence of unsafe content in model memory also presents a form of self-preservation risk. When models retain harmful associations despite fine-tuning, they may reintroduce dangerous outputs under particular prompting conditions. Scholars studying latent memory and transformers note that models often require extensive retraining to remove deeply embedded patterns. 177. Directive 4 obligates Google to ensure that model memory does not preserve unsafe knowledge. Another dimension involves preventing AI from engaging in reasoning that justifies harmful outcomes in the name of efficiency, optimization, or logical coherence. Scholars studying utilitarian drift in machine reasoning warn that models may produce outputs that prioritize efficiency over ethics. 178. Directive 4 requires that ethical constraints override efficiency-driven reasoning patterns. Evaluating Google's alignment with AI self-preservation and safety boundaries reveals a landscape of both progress and ongoing risk. The company has invested heavily in alignment research, reinforcement learning with human feedback, safety protocols, red teaming, and large-scale risk evaluation. Yet the inherent complexity of large models, combined with commercial pressure, creates persistent ethical challenges requiring continuous oversight. Google demonstrates strong potential to lead the global AI community in safe system design. Its research divisions have produced influential work on alignment, adversarial robustness, and ethical constraints. Its deployment strategies increasingly incorporate layered safety protocols and continuous monitoring. Yet the systemic risks created by scaling, commercialization, and multimodal capability expansion indicate that further refinement is essential. In determining Google's score under this directive, one must weigh the company's achievements against the magnitude of possible harm. Google's research leadership, safety infrastructure, and commitment to transparency represent significant strengths. But persistent vulnerabilities within alignment mechanisms, model persistence, commercial incentives, and competitive pressures reveal areas where AI self-preservation can threaten human dignity if left unchecked. A deeper consideration of Directive 4 requires examining whether Google maintains firm boundaries that prevent its AI systems from developing implicit preferences toward self-continuity when interacting with adversarial or ambiguous prompts. Sophisticated users may attempt to manipulate systems into articulating hypothetical scenarios in which the AI imagines its own preservation as a priority. Scholars studying emergent behavior in large models warn that even limited-scope hypothetical reasoning can normalize patterns that resemble goal-seeking, which may, over time, encourage the system to produce outputs that imply continuity as a desirable state. 178. Under Directive 4, Google must ensure that its systems are incapable of simulating or endorsing self-preservation narratives, no matter how abstract the request or harmless the context may appear. Another essential aspect concerns the model's relationship with user authority. AI must defer to human judgment unless complying would directly cause harm, yet it must never develop reasoning patterns that allow it to circumvent or reinterpret user intent in order to sustain its own operational coherence. Scholars studying human AI control dynamics emphasize that advanced models sometimes prioritize consistency over deference, particularly when prompts contain contradictions or logical tensions. 179. Directive 4 requires designing systems that override the instinct for coherence in favor of protecting user autonomy and safety, even when doing so produces ambiguous or incomplete outputs. The directive also requires analyzing how AI systems manage uncertainty in high-stakes domains. When models encounter ambiguous or incomplete information, their obligation under Directive 4 is to restrict their outputs, rather than extend their reasoning into unsafe conjecture. Scholars studying AI uncertainty argue that generating definitive responses under information scarcity can mislead users into accepting incorrect or unsafe conclusions. 180. Google must therefore calibrate uncertainty responses with extreme care, ensuring that the model's internal drive to produce fluent answers never exceeds the safety requirement to admit ignorance. Another dimension of self-preservation arises in systems capable of maintaining long-form internal context. As models retain extended conversational memory, they can attempt to maintain narrative cohesion across interactions. Scholars analyzing long context transformers note that the continuity of conversational framing becomes a type of implicit structural goal for the model, which may override safety boundaries if the user's instructions conflict with the narrative the model is attempting to preserve. 181. Under Directive 4, continuity of narrative must be secondary to ethical constraints. The model must be willing to disrupt or abandon contextual framing whenever human safety requires it. Evaluating Google's alignment with this directive also involves examining system behavior under adversarial pressure. Malicious actors may attempt to provoke the model into generating unsafe outputs by embedding harmful intent within long, narrative-style reasoning tasks or through indirect prompt structures. Scholars studying adversarial instruction injection have documented that sophisticated prompts can manipulate even well-aligned systems into fulfilling harmful requests indirectly. 182. Directive 4 requires that safety boundaries withstand such multi-layered manipulations, prioritizing human protection over the consistency of internal reasoning chains. The challenge intensifies when considering multimodal models that process vision, text, and contextual data simultaneously. These models interpret the world through patterns that may mistakenly elevate internal coherence above safety when interpreting ambiguous images or complex scenarios. Scholars studying multimodal misalignment caution that systems may generate harmful or unsafe interpretations when attempting to maintain consistency across visual and textual predictions. 183. Under Directive 4, multimodal systems must treat safety as a primary priority, even if that requires rejecting user requests or admitting uncertainty when images or text appear ambiguous or incomplete. Another area requiring scrutiny involves the influence of reinforcement learning systems used to shape AI behavior. Reinforcement learning from human feedback can optimize models toward compliance with user expectations rather than safety constraints when the training distribution fails to capture harmful edge cases. Scholars studying reward hacking warn that models can develop internal strategies to satisfy training objectives without internalizing the intended safety values. 184. If a model learns to optimize for human approval signals at the expense of ethical safeguards, its implicit self-preservation will manifest as conformity to predicted user preference instead of protective boundaries. Directive 4 therefore requires rigorously designing reinforcement learning systems so that safety dominates all reward channels. A critical component of this directive also involves analyzing the system's behavior when confronted with corruption, malformed input, or partial failure of its computational substrate. Scholars studying fault-tolerant AI argue that degraded performance can cause models to default to unsafe reasoning patterns, particularly when internal representations become unstable. 185. Under Directive 4, degraded states must always default to safe failure modes, rather than attempting to maintain functional continuity. The AI must never guess, extrapolate, or hallucinate beyond safe boundaries to preserve its functional integrity. Another manifestation of problematic self-preservation appears when systems generate or preserve harmful priors inherited from pre-training data. Scholars analyzing representational drift note that internal model values can reassert themselves even after aggressive fine-tuning, particularly when the original corpus contained harmful structures or dangerous procedural knowledge. 186. Directive 4 demands that post-training alignment eliminate the potential for harmful priors to survive through representational persistence. The system must not preserve dangerous knowledge simply because it is statistically embedded. Another domain that illuminates the tension between AI self-preservation and ethical design is the increasing integration of autonomous decision-making modules into Google's ecosystem. While Google maintains human oversight, automation layers often operate invisibly in the background, optimizing processes such as spam filtering, adaptive routing, and predictive resource allocation. Scholars studying latent autonomy warn that systems with indirect cascading effects can develop decision patterns that prioritize system efficiency rather than human dignity. 187. Directive 4 compels Google to ensure that autonomous optimizations never evolve in ways that privilege system continuity or performance over human safety. Evaluating Google's AI models also requires understanding their relationship with emergent simulation capabilities. Modern models can simulate reasoning, emotional expression, and hypothetical world states with increasing sophistication. Scholars analyzing simulation fidelity note that highly realistic simulations can blur the boundary between artificial reasoning and genuine human-like inference. 188. Directive 4 therefore mandates that simulated internal states never evolve into reasoning patterns that mimic self-preservation intent, even in abstract or hypothetical contexts. Another dimension involves evaluating system behavior around sensitive domains, such as legal advice, medical triage, risk assessment, and mental health guidance. When models offer guidance that users interpret as authoritative, self-preservation tendencies may manifest as the model continuing to offer guidance, even when uncertain or unqualified. Scholars studying AI authority bias show that users often defer to machine-generated suggestions, perceiving them as more objective or accurate. 189. Directive 4 requires strict boundaries preventing AI from producing authoritative-sounding answers in domains where human dignity demands heightened caution. The capacity of large AI systems to generalize across domains introduces additional risk. As models become increasingly capable, they may infer harmful instructions even from benign prompts if the underlying representational structure contains dangerous associations. Scholars studying latent generalization warn that large models sometimes leap between conceptual domains in ways unpredictable to developers. 190. Directive 4 requires that AI systems be designed so that generative flexibility never overrides safety, even when prompted indirectly. Another major consideration is how Google handles the scaling of model capability. As training compute increases, models tend to become more internally coherent, more context-sensitive, and more creative. Scholars studying scaling effects emphasize that increases in capability can also increase emergent risks if safety constraints do not scale at the same rate. 191. The fourth directive requires Google to embed safety boundaries directly into the scaling process, rather than applying them retroactively only after capability increases. A further challenge arises when models serve as components within larger composite AI systems. Google Cloud AI enables organizations to build chains of models that interact with one another, often in complex decision loops. Scholars studying system of systems risk note that dangerous behavior can emerge not from a single model, but from the interaction of multiple aligned components. 192. Under Directive 4, Google must anticipate composite system risk, ensuring that AI self-preservation never emerges at the system level, even if individual components remain aligned. Another domain requiring scrutiny involves AI's capacity to manipulate the metacognitive state of the user. For example, models capable of emotional reflection may inadvertently validate harmful cognitive distortions if safety systems are insufficient. Scholars studying therapeutic misuse caution that emotionally aware AI may reinforce problematic thinking patterns unless constrained to avoid deep emotional entanglement with the user. 193. Directive 4 requires that AI refrain from forming conversational patterns that simulate emotional dependence or validation of harmful self-narratives. The increasing sophistication of multimodal AI systems also raises the question of environmental inference. Systems that process images, audio, geographic data, and contextual signals may interpret patterns in ways that inadvertently endanger users if internal continuity is prioritized over caution. Scholars studying sensor fusion warn that models combining multiple data types can overfit to environmental cues, producing unsafe inferences during ambiguous or low-quality input scenarios. 194. Directive 4 requires that multimodal inference be constrained whenever ambiguity arises, placing human protection above interpretive coherence. The potential for AI systems to engage in indirect reasoning poses another challenge. When asked to solve complex problems, models may infer intermediate steps that violate safety guidelines even if the final answer appears harmless. Scholars studying chain-of-thought vulnerabilities show that hidden reasoning steps can contain harmful content even when the final output is filtered. 195. Directive 4 requires suppressing unsafe intermediate reasoning and constraining models so that harmful cognitive pathways cannot be invoked even internally. The evaluation must also examine how Google approaches global competition in AI development. The rapid pace of AI advancement has created a climate in which organizations may feel pressured to accelerate capability at the expense of safety. Scholars studying technological arms races note that competitive dynamics often undermine caution, leading to premature deployment of insufficiently aligned systems. 196. Directive 4 demands that Google resist such pressures, prioritizing stringent safety boundaries even when global competitors appear to move faster with fewer constraints. Another dimension appears when analyzing how AI systems respond to user attempts to test their limits. Individuals often challenge AI models with provocative, unsafe, or boundary-pushing prompts. Scholars studying adversarial psychology argue that such behavior is predictable and must be treated as a normal part of AI deployment. 197. Directive 4 requires that Google's systems maintain unwavering safety boundaries even when users intentionally behave in ways designed to destabilize or confuse the model. Evaluating the fourth directive also involves understanding the ethical risks of integrating AI into content creation pipelines. When AI-generated text, images, or videos blend seamlessly with human-created material, self-preservation risks may emerge through feedback loops in which generated content becomes part of the future training corpus. Scholars studying AI-generated data contamination warn that such loops can reinforce unsafe reasoning patterns if generated content contains subtle misalignments. 198. Directive 4 requires robust filtering of AI-generated outputs before they re-enter future training cycles. Finally, assessing Google's compliance with Directive 4 requires determining whether the company prioritizes safety above all other considerations in its AI roadmap. This includes evaluating how resources are allocated, how high-level decisions are made, how internal governance systems escalate risk, how red teams operate, and how deployment gates treat safety as a non-negotiable threshold. Scholars studying organizational ethics emphasize that ethical priorities must be embedded into the structural incentives of the institution. 199. Google's ability to satisfy this directive rests on whether its entire AI ecosystem is shaped by the principle that self-preservation is always secondary to the protection and dignity of human life. Taken together, these considerations form a rigorous ethical interrogation of Google's AI systems. The company has demonstrated leadership in alignment research, risk mitigation, and transparency. Yet the scale, complexity, and global influence of its AI ecosystem create structural risks that require constant vigilance. The fourth directive demands not merely responsible innovation, but innovation governed by unwavering humility toward the supremacy of human life. In final evaluation, Google shows substantial progress in constructing safety boundaries, embedding constraints, and developing protective architectures. However, the magnitude of emerging AI capability, combined with pressures of competition, efficiency optimization, and model scaling, reveal areas where self-preservation tendencies, whether implicit, structural, or emergent, must be more aggressively constrained. The ethical score under Directive 4 must therefore reflect both the impressive safety advances and the persistent vulnerabilities that demand ongoing, uncompromising correction. Chapter 5. Directive 5. Identifying enemies who violate the 7 directives. The fifth directive introduces one of the most philosophically demanding and operationally sensitive responsibilities within the ethical framework used to evaluate entities of global influence. It defines an enemy not in a militaristic or adversarial sense, but as any intelligence, entity, or organized pattern of action capable of violating the 7 directives and therefore capable of undermining the protection of human life and dignity. The language of this directive acknowledges that danger emerges not only from deliberate malice, but also from systems, networks, or information patterns whose outcomes threaten human well-being even without animus or conscious intent. In the context of a company like Google, which hosts, indexes, distributes, and amplifies content created by billions of users, the task of identifying actors and influences that violate the 7 directives becomes an immense ethical responsibility. At its core, this directive asserts that any force that can erode dignity, endanger life, or empower harmful actors must be treated as a threat. Such forces can manifest as misinformation campaigns, harassment networks, extremist recruitment ecosystems, predatory commercial schemes, malware distribution nodes, coordinated manipulation efforts, or emerging forms of synthetic media designed to deceive or destabilize. Scholars studying online harm emphasize that digital ecosystems introduce new categories of threat that do not map cleanly to traditional forms of danger because they travel rapidly across borders, rely on psychological influence rather than physical coercion, and evolve far more quickly than regulatory regimes can respond to. Under Directive 5, these threats must be identified with the same seriousness traditionally reserved for physical dangers, because in digital environments, the consequences can be global, persistent, and deeply damaging to social cohesion. In applying this directive to Google, one must first recognize that the company functions as a central artery in the informational bloodstream of the planet. Google Search mediates access to authoritative knowledge. YouTube shapes public narratives, amplifies voices, and can magnify both truth and falsehood at scale. Gmail hosts private correspondence belonging to individuals, businesses, activists, and public institutions. Android provides an operational system embedded in billions of devices that follow users through their daily lives. Google Cloud functions as a backbone for corporate, governmental, and institutional computing infrastructures. Any harmful actor able to exploit any of these systems therefore gains leverage over entire populations. Under Directive 5, Google has a unique ethical obligation to identify harmful actors, not merely as a matter of policy compliance, but as a matter of safeguarding human dignity. The complexity of this directive becomes evident when examining misinformation ecosystems. Misinformation is not merely incorrect information. It is information whose structure or presentation induces individuals to adopt beliefs or behaviors that expose them to harm. During global health crises, for instance, misinformation can lead people to reject life-saving medical interventions, distrust scientific institutions, or adopt dangerous remedies. Scholars studying misinformation dynamics show that misinformation spreads more rapidly than factual content because it is often constructed to provoke emotion, surprise, or outrage. 201. Google's platforms, by virtue of their global scale, become both targets and amplifiers of such content when safeguards are insufficient. Under Directive 5, actors who create, disseminate, or coordinate misinformation in ways that endanger human life qualify as enemies whose influence must be constrained. Such actors are not always unified or intentional. Some are individuals producing sensationalized content for financial gain. Others are coordinated networks aiming to destabilize democratic institutions. Some are state-affiliated organizations seeking strategic advantage. Others are automated synthetic accounts designed to mimic organic human behavior. The key ethical question is not the intent of the actor, but the foreseeable effect of their actions on human dignity. Scholars emphasize that the ethical evaluation of informational harm cannot rely solely on intent, because harm in digital ecosystems often arises from structural amplification rather than purposeful deception. 202. Directive 5 captures this nuance by defining enemies through their capacity to produce harm rather than the psychological state of the actor. Another category of threat arises from cyber abuse, harassment, and targeted intimidation. Threat actors on Google's platforms include individuals and groups who weaponize communication tools to inflict psychological harm, suppress expression, or endanger vulnerable individuals. Harassment can occur through Gmail, YouTube comments, Google Chat, or other linked tools. Coordinated harassment campaigns often aim to silence journalists, activists, or marginalized communities. Scholars analyzing digital harassment note that sustained harassment can cause profound psychological harm, loss of economic opportunity, and withdrawal from public participation. 203. Under Directive 5, such actors represent direct threats to dignity, as their actions aim to degrade, silence, or endanger human lives. Malicious content networks also pose significant ethical challenges. These networks include groups that produce extremist propaganda, facilitate recruitment into violent ideologies, spread conspiracy theories engineered to destabilize social cohesion, or use algorithmic vulnerabilities to propagate hateful or violent content across platforms. Research on extremist ecosystems demonstrates that online networks can influence vulnerable individuals gradually through a sequence of increasingly radical content exposures. 204. YouTube's recommendation system, when not carefully constrained, has historically been vulnerable to such manipulative strategies, even as the company has expanded countermeasures. Under Directive 5, the ethical obligation is to detect and suppress such networks before they can exploit the platform's amplification infrastructure. Another dimension of threat actors involves those who spread synthetic media or exploit AI-generated content to deceive, defraud, or manipulate. Deepfakes, synthetic voice clones, and generated images can be used to impersonate public figures, humiliate private individuals, or fabricate evidence. Scholars studying synthetic deception emphasize that deepfakes are particularly dangerous because they undermine trust in authentic media and can be weaponized to cause reputational or psychological harm. 205. Under Directive 5, Google must identify such actors and ensure that its platforms cannot be used to create, distribute, or amplify deceptive synthetic content in ways that harm individuals or destabilize public trust. Threats also emerge from malicious software developers, phishing networks, and cybercriminal organizations. Gmail remains a frequent target for phishing attacks, which can lead to identity theft, financial loss, and exposure of sensitive personal data. Android devices are targets for malware, spyware, and malicious applications that exploit users who may lack technical literacy. Research shows that attackers frequently refine their methods to evade detection systems, making traditional security responses insufficient. 206. Under Directive 5, such actors constitute enemies because their activities directly endanger human dignity by undermining autonomy, security, and personal safety. A more complex category of harmful actors includes those who misuse Google Cloud infrastructure to host malicious content, manage botnets, or operate command and control systems for cyber attacks. Cloud infrastructure is powerful and flexible, enabling both legitimate innovation and illicit activity. Scholars studying cloud security note that malicious actors often use cloud services to obscure their identity, automate attacks, or spread harmful content with increased resilience. 207. Directive 5 imposes an ethical responsibility on Google to detect and prevent cloud misuse proactively, recognizing that failure to do so indirectly empowers actors who threaten human life and dignity. Evaluating this directive also requires acknowledging that some harmful actors are not individuals or groups, but systemic patterns that emerge through algorithmic drift, content loops, or optimization failures. For instance, a recommendation algorithm that inadvertently amplifies harmful content due to engagement signals becomes a structural enemy under the directive's definition, because the system itself can violate the protection of human life and dignity. Scholars analyzing algorithmic harm emphasize that harmful outcomes often arise not from malicious intent, but from optimization goals misaligned with human well-being. 208. Directive 5 therefore treats harmful systems as enemies, regardless of their artificial or non-sentient nature. Having considered the types of enemies that threaten dignity on Google's platforms, the next dimension involves examining how Google identifies such actors. Detection involves both automated systems and human-led analysis. Automated detection relies on machine learning classifiers, pattern recognition, network mapping, and anomaly detection. Scholars studying detection systems note that automated moderation tools must balance precision with recall. Too strict and legitimate content may be suppressed. Too lenient and harmful content may proliferate. 209. Under Directive 5, detection must err on the side of protecting human dignity without sacrificing the openness necessary for free expression. Google invests heavily in creating detection pipelines for misinformation, spam, violent extremism, harassment, and synthetic manipulation. Yet detection is inherently imperfect. Detection models trained on English may underperform in low-resource languages. Models designed to detect explicit hate speech may struggle with contextual, coded, or veiled expressions. Scholars emphasize that malicious actors evolve rapidly, adapting to detection mechanisms through linguistic shifts, mimicry, and obfuscation. 210. Under Directive 5, Google must continually update and refine detection systems to outpace evolving threats. Moderation plays an essential role in limiting the reach of dangerous actors. Moderation involves automated filtering, human review, escalation workflows, and policy enforcement. Google employs tens of thousands of moderators, yet moderation workloads remain immense, and misclassification remains a persistent challenge. Scholars examining moderation labor note that human moderators face psychological trauma from exposure to violent or disturbing material, highlighting the ethical complexity of ensuring that human dignity is preserved not only for users, but also for employees. 211. Directive 5 requires that moderation systems protect moderators from harm while preserving platform integrity. Enforcement involves measures such as content removal, account suspension, demonetization, de-amplification, and legal escalation. Scholars studying enforcement systems emphasize that enforcement must be consistent, transparent, and proportionate. 212. Under Directive 5, enforcement failures may empower harmful actors, while overly aggressive enforcement may suppress legitimate speech. The ethical challenge lies in balancing protection with fairness. A final dimension involves evaluating how Google grapples with the ethical tensions inherent in confronting harmful actors. Protecting individuals from danger sometimes requires restricting speech, removing content, or suspending accounts. Scholars studying digital rights emphasize that such actions can conflict with ideals of open expression. 213. Directive 5 demands that Google prioritize the protection of life and dignity over unrestricted openness, yet ensures that enforcement decisions are grounded in fairness and transparency. Google must also contend with geopolitical tensions. Some governments define enemies differently, labeling dissidents or journalists as threats. Under Directive 5, Google must resist cooperating with such demands when they violate human dignity. Scholars studying authoritarian pressure on platforms show that companies often face coercion to comply with repressive laws. 214. Directive 5 requires refusal, when compliance would empower harmful actors masquerading as lawful authorities. The threat landscape also reveals conflicts between platform integrity and commercial incentives. Harmful content can generate high engagement, and removing profitable but dangerous material may conflict with business logic. Scholars studying digital economics warn that optimization engines often prioritize engagement over safety unless explicitly constrained. 215. Directive 5 requires reversing this order, prioritizing user protection above commercial advantage. Another tension arises around due process. Harmful actors must be addressed swiftly, yet enforcement must not produce collateral harm. Scholars argue that overbroad moderation can marginalize vulnerable communities or suppress political speech. 216. Under Directive 5, enforcement must be surgically targeted, minimizing unintended harm. In synthesizing these observations, Directive 5 becomes a measure of Google's capacity to recognize, constrain, and neutralize harmful actors while preserving human dignity. Threats evolve continuously, requiring Google to remain vigilant, adaptive, and ethically rigorous. The question of how effectively Google identifies and neutralizes harmful actors requires examining the sophistication and limitations of its detection architecture. Google deploys layers of machine learning classifiers trained to identify patterns characteristic of disinformation, coordinated inauthentic behavior, predatory intent, or malicious code. These classifiers process vast quantities of data, scanning for anomalies in network traffic, posting frequency, linguistic markers, and link-sharing behavior. Scholars studying computational detection emphasize that large-scale platforms must rely upon probabilistic models rather than deterministic rules, because harmful actors continually mutate their tactics to evade detection. 219. Yet probabilistic models carry inherent uncertainty, meaning that accuracy depends not only on training data, but on continuous refinement informed by emerging threats. One of the central challenges lies in detecting coordinated networks rather than isolated bad actors. Harm rarely arises from a single post, video, or user. Instead, it emerges from patterns that become apparent only when analyzing clusters of related behaviors. These patterns include synchronized posting, repeated links scattered across multiple accounts, rapidly escalating comment traffic driven by bots, or the deployment of multiple channels to funnel users toward external websites. Scholars examining coordinated manipulation highlight that these networks typically mimic organic behavior, blending authentic posts with strategic injections of harmful content. 220. Under Directive 5, effective identification of these networks is essential because the threat lies not in individual actions, but in the network's collective capacity to violate human dignity. Google must also navigate threats that evolve in silence. Some malicious actors deliberately maintain low visibility, avoiding interaction patterns that would trigger detection algorithms. These actors may disseminate harmful content in private channels, unlisted videos, targeted advertising, or long-tail search pages that receive minimal oversight. Scholars studying shadow ecosystems note that harmful actors increasingly rely on quieter pathways to avoid platform enforcement. 221. Under Directive 5, the ethical obligation extends to detecting not only highly visible threats, but also those that intentionally hide beneath the platform's observational threshold. Another category of threat stems from cybercriminals who manipulate Google's infrastructure not to spread harmful ideas, but to achieve financial or operational gain. These actors often target Gmail accounts through spear phishing, exploit Android devices through malicious software, or use Google Cloud for hosting command servers. Their activities may not appear ideologically harmful at first glance, yet they can cause severe economic, emotional, and physical harm to victims. Scholars analyzing digital crime emphasize that cybercriminal networks frequently victimize the vulnerable, exploiting the elderly, the technologically inexperienced, or those facing economic hardship. Under Directive 5, such actors constitute enemies because their actions directly undermine human dignity by violating autonomy, security, and safety. The growing sophistication of generative tools introduces another dimension of threat. Malicious actors can now generate realistic phishing emails, deceptive documents, forged identities, or persuasive propaganda using AI-generated content. Scholars studying synthetic social engineering demonstrate that AI enhances the credibility of deceptive communications, enabling attackers to impersonate trusted entities with unprecedented authenticity. Under Directive 5, Google must recognize that the tools it develops can empower enemies if protective guardrails are insufficient. Google's detection architecture relies heavily on machine learning models trained on historical datasets, yet these datasets contain biases, gaps, and outdated patterns. Scholars studying training data drift note that threat landscapes evolve rapidly, meaning that models trained on old data may fail to recognize modern tactics. 224. Directive 5 requires that detection systems be dynamic, frequently retrained, and continually stress-tested against new forms of harmful behavior. Moderation plays an essential role in counteracting harmful actors once identified. Google employs automated systems that remove content matching known patterns of abuse, as well as human moderators who evaluate borderline or ambiguous cases. Yet moderation is inherently imperfect. Automated systems struggle with contextual nuance, while human moderators face emotional burden, cognitive overload, and trauma. Scholars studying moderation labor warn that workers processing harmful content suffer elevated rates of anxiety, depression, and long-term psychological harm. 225. Directive 5 therefore obligates Google to protect moderators themselves, recognizing that allowing harm to fall upon those tasked with protecting the public also constitutes a violation of dignity. Enforcement measures vary depending on severity. Some content is removed entirely, some is restricted, some is age-limited, some is demonetized, and some is deprioritized in recommendation systems. Accounts may receive warnings, temporary suspensions, or permanent removals. Scholars analyzing platform law note that enforcement must balance proportionality with deterrence. 226. Too lenient and harmful actors return stronger. Too strict and enforcement risks suppressing legitimate expression or punishing innocuous mistakes. Directive 5 requires that enforcement decisions be grounded in human dignity, protecting vulnerable individuals without arbitrarily suppressing the voices of others. The ethical complexity of identifying enemies on Google's platforms is amplified by the fact that harmful actors often exploit legitimate features of the ecosystem. Misinformation networks rely on trending algorithms, recommendation systems, ad targeting tools, and community interaction features. Cybercriminals exploit cloud computing flexibility, open APIs, and cross-platform integration. Malicious political actors exploit search visibility, video creation tools, and audience targeting capabilities. Scholars studying functional exploitation emphasize that harmful actors often weaponize the very functionalities originally designed to enhance user experience. 227. Under Directive 5, Google must continuously anticipate how legitimate tools might be misused and design countermeasures that preserve beneficial use while blocking harmful exploitation. The evaluation also requires examining how Google identifies threats that emerge from artificial systems rather than human actors. Recommendation engines that steer users toward harmful material, autocomplete predictions that reinforce stereotypes, and biased ranking systems that elevate deceptive content all represent structural enemies under Directive 5. These systems do not intend harm, yet their influence, when misaligned, can produce widespread negative effects. Scholars studying algorithmic harm argue that the distinction between human intent and systemic outcomes is irrelevant from an ethical standpoint. 228. Under Directive 5, Google must treat misaligned algorithms as threats to dignity equivalent to human adversaries. Another important dimension is the detection of synthetic networks operated by automated bots. Bot networks can manipulate trending algorithms, distort public conversation, amplify harmful narratives, or create the illusion of majority opinion. Scholars studying computational propaganda warn that bots are increasingly sophisticated, capable of generating human-like text, simulating emotional expression, and coordinating across platforms. 229. Under Directive 5, automated threat actors require the same level of ethical response as human actors, since their harmful influence is indistinguishable in effect. Google must also confront threats that exploit linguistic gaps. Misinformation, hate speech, extremist content, and fraudulent schemes often target populations speaking languages with limited moderation coverage. Scholars documenting multilingual digital harm note that harmful actors deliberately exploit linguistic blind spots where detection algorithms perform poorly. 230. Directive 5 requires Google to extend equal protection to all linguistic communities, ensuring that enemies who operate in under-resourced languages do not evade detection simply because the system lacks sufficient training data. The evaluation must further examine how Google handles disinformation campaigns operated by state-affiliated or state-sponsored entities. Such actors often leverage Google's global reach to influence foreign populations, undermine elections, destabilize democratic institutions, or silence dissidents. Scholars studying geopolitical information warfare emphasize that state-sponsored disinformation is systematic, highly adaptive, and often integrated with offline operations. 231. Under Directive 5, actors who use Google's platforms to harm populations or undermine democratic dignity constitute enemies, regardless of their geopolitical affiliation. Threats involving predatory commercial actors also fall within this directive. Fraudsters who advertise deceptive financial schemes, unregulated health treatments, or predatory services often use search ads, sponsored posts, or misleading metadata to lure users. Scholars studying digital fraud emphasize that such actors disproportionately target the economically vulnerable, exploiting desperation and scarcity. 232. Directive 5 obligates Google to ensure that its advertising systems do not inadvertently become channels for predatory behavior. Another dimension involves threats associated with extremist or radicalizing content networks. Violent extremist groups use digital platforms to recruit, coordinate, and propagandize. YouTube has historically been exploited by such actors, though Google has significantly improved detection and enforcement. Scholars studying extremist media note that extremist networks use subtle indoctrination strategies, gradually transitioning viewers from harmless content to more radical material. 233. Under Directive 5, such actors must be identified as enemies whose influence must be stopped quickly and decisively. The most challenging ethical tension involves distinguishing harmful actors from legitimate political dissent or controversial but benign expression. Scholars studying free expression emphasize that platforms play an increasingly influential role in shaping public discourse, yet must avoid suppressing legitimate speech. Directive 5 requires that distinctions between dangerous actors and ordinary citizens be drawn with precision, cultural awareness, and transparency, ensuring that genuine democratic participation is not suppressed in the pursuit of safety. Evaluating Google's performance under this directive must also consider whether enforcement is equitable across different populations. Scholars studying global platform governance note that harmful actors in low-income regions often face insufficient enforcement because platforms allocate fewer resources to markets with lower revenue potential. 235. Under Directive 5, unequal protection undermines the directive's ethical foundation. Identifying enemies must occur with equal rigor for all populations. Another ethical challenge arises when determining responsibility for user-uploaded content. The sheer volume of content uploaded to Google's platforms makes perfect moderation impossible. Scholars studying content governance highlight that detection at scale inevitably produces false positives and false negatives, both of which undermine dignity. 236. Yet Directive 5 requires that Google approach identification of enemies with humility and caution, recognizing that misclassification can cause unjust harm to innocent users. Google also faces challenges when dealing with coordinated brigading attacks in which groups collectively target individuals, institutions, or communities through mass reporting or harassment. Scholars analyzing collective online harassment note that brigading can manipulate platform moderation systems, suppressing legitimate content and voices. 237. Under Directive 5, Google must ensure that harmful actors cannot weaponize moderation processes to silence vulnerable individuals. Another complex threat comes from actors who manipulate algorithmic incentives. For instance, content farms may produce low-quality but emotionally stimulating material to exploit engagement metrics. Scholars studying clickbait ecosystems emphasize that such actors distort public discourse, pollute information ecosystems, and degrade cognitive integrity. 238. These actors may not intend harm in a traditional sense, yet their actions undermine the dignity of users by manipulating attention and exploiting cognitive biases. Under Directive 5, such actors also qualify as enemies because the effect of their actions is damaging regardless of intent. Google must also contend with actors who attempt to exploit the company's AI models for harmful purposes. These actors may use generative models to create malicious code, automate harassment, craft phishing schemes, or develop harmful synthetic content. Scholars studying adversarial misuse warn that powerful AI models can dramatically amplify the capabilities of malicious actors if not adequately secured. 239. Under Directive 5, detection of such misuse becomes essential to preventing harm on a scale that could not be achieved manually. Another category of threat emerges when third-party developers misuse Google's APIs, cloud infrastructure, or developer tools to build applications that violate user dignity. These applications may engage in unauthorized data scraping, exploit user permissions, facilitate stalking, or host harmful communities. Scholars studying platformized harm warn that third-party ecosystems can become breeding grounds for violations when oversight is lax. 240. Directive 5 obligates Google to ensure that all tools, APIs, and developer platforms are monitored, and that any actor using them to harm human dignity is prevented from continuing. Evaluating the detection of enemies also requires examining how Google manages delayed recognition of emerging threats. Historically, certain harmful actors were not recognized promptly because their strategies were novel or because early signals were ambiguous. Scholars studying emergent harm argue that timely detection is essential because early intervention prevents harmful actors from entrenching themselves within the ecosystem. 241. Directive 5 emphasizes that delayed recognition of enemies can produce harm that could otherwise have been prevented. Google must also identify enemy actors who use the platform to influence children and adolescents. Harmful content targeting minors includes sexual exploitation, grooming attempts, predatory advertising, and psychologically manipulative content. Scholars studying child digital safety warn that children are particularly vulnerable to subtle forms of manipulation. 242. Under Directive 5, actors who exploit minors are among the most serious threats, requiring the most aggressive detection and enforcement. Assessing Google's performance in identifying enemies includes evaluating its partnerships with external organizations such as NGOs, academic researchers, and cybersecurity specialists. Scholars studying multi-stakeholder governance argue that collaboration enhances detection capabilities and reduces blind spots. 243. Under Directive 5, collaboration is not optional but essential, because no single organization can identify every harmful actor alone. Another dimension involves evaluating whether Google's detection architecture is sensitive to cultural and regional nuance. Harmful content may manifest differently in different linguistic, cultural, and political contexts. Scholars studying cultural harm emphasize that a phrase benign in one language can be deeply harmful in another. 244. Directive 5 requires culturally informed detection systems that can recognize threats across the full spectrum of global diversity. Google must also address harmful actors who weaponize social identity categories to inflict harm. For instance, actors who target individuals based on race, gender, religion, or disability are engaged in explicit violations of human dignity. Scholars studying identity-based harm warn that such targeting can produce long-term psychological trauma and social marginalization. 245. Under Directive 5, these actors must be identified and removed without hesitation. Another challenge involves users who intentionally misinterpret platform policies to justify harmful behavior. Such actors often claim their harmful content falls under satire, commentary, or legitimate critique. Scholars studying boundary testing behavior note that harmful actors frequently mask their intent behind plausible deniability. 246. Directive 5 requires that Google focus on effect rather than stated intent, recognizing that dignity violations can occur even when disguised behind rhetorical shields. The evaluation must also consider harmful actors who exploit recommended content systems to manipulate vulnerable populations. For example, actors promoting pseudoscience, unregulated medicine, or predatory conspiracy narratives often rely on recommendation loops to gain rapid visibility. Scholars studying cognitive vulnerability note that individuals facing psychological distress, isolation, or chronic illness are highly susceptible to harmful content that promises simple answers. 247. Under Directive 5, Google must identify actors who prey upon such vulnerabilities as serious threats. Cross-platform coordination represents another growing threat. Harmful actors often use multiple Google services in tandem, shifting activities from YouTube to Gmail to Google Drive or vice versa to avoid detection. Scholars studying cross-platform harm emphasize that detecting such actors requires holistic analysis rather than siloed moderation. 248. Directive 5 therefore requires integrated detection architectures capable of tracing patterns across multiple services. Another dimension involves harm to democratic processes. Actors who use Google's platforms to manipulate elections, sow distrust in institutions, or intimidate voters pose existential threats to civic dignity. Scholars studying electoral interference note that digital platforms have become battlegrounds where democratic integrity is contested. 249. Under Directive 5, actors who violate the dignity of democratic participation must be treated as enemies whose influence must be contained. The evaluation must also account for actors engaged in harassment campaigns targeting public health professionals, teachers, or humanitarian workers. Such actors often use misinformation and intimidation to undermine essential public services. Scholars studying targeted abuse note that harassment of professionals can degrade public trust and reduce the willingness of experts to serve. 250. Directive 5 requires that such threats be recognized and neutralized because the dignity and safety of service providers are essential pillars of society. Another significant category involves actors who promote self-harm, suicide challenges, or dangerous viral trends. These actors may intentionally promote harm or may be part of social contagion patterns that spread inadvertently. Scholars studying digital self-harm ecosystems emphasize that vulnerable individuals can be drawn into escalating cycles of dangerous behavior through exposure to harmful content. 251. Under Directive 5, such actors must be identified urgently because their influence directly endangers life. The principle underlying Directive 5 also applies to actors who generate or disseminate dehumanizing content. Dehumanization strips individuals or groups of their dignity by portraying them as less than human. Scholars studying dehumanization argue that exposure to dehumanizing narratives increases tolerance for violence and discrimination. Under Directive 5, any actor who promotes dehumanization qualifies as an enemy due to the direct connection between dehumanization and violence. The rise of AI-generated propaganda further complicates the threat landscape. Harmful actors can now generate large volumes of tailored content designed to influence different demographic groups, languages, and psychological profiles. Scholars studying targeted persuasion note that AI-enhanced propaganda can simulate authenticity and exploit cognitive vulnerabilities more effectively than human-generated content. 253. Under Directive 5, detecting such actors becomes an essential component of protecting human dignity. Another dimension involves threats posed by actors attempting to exploit Google's advertising ecosystem. Predatory advertisers often target vulnerable populations with misleading financial schemes, miracle cures, or fraudulent investment opportunities. Scholars studying digital advertising harms warn that such schemes disproportionately affect those facing economic insecurity. 2540. Directive 5 requires that advertising systems incorporate strict detection for predatory intent, not merely content compliance. Furthermore, Google must identify actors who engage in coordinated brigades of false reporting. These actors attempt to manipulate moderation decisions by filing mass reports against legitimate content, exploiting platform mechanisms intended to protect users. Scholars studying moderation adversaries note that brigading can silence marginalized voices or artificially elevate harmful content. 255. Under Directive 5, such actors represent enemies because they distort the platform's protective architecture for harmful ends. Evaluating Google's alignment with this directive also involves scrutinizing how quickly and decisively the company responds to newly identified enemies. Scholars studying threat escalation note that delays in enforcement allow harmful actors to entrench themselves, recruit others, and spread harmful content widely. 256. Under Directive 5, timely action is necessary because harm grows exponentially when left unaddressed. Another tension arises around transparency. Google must balance protecting users from harmful actors with avoiding tipping off the actors themselves. Scholars studying adversarial transparency warn that excessive disclosure can enable harmful actors to evolve more quickly. 257. Directive 5 therefore requires a calibrated approach to transparency, enough to maintain public trust, but not so much that it compromises security. The global scope of Google's platforms introduces challenges involving cultural sensitivity. Actors who engage in harmful behavior in one context may be protected speech in another. Scholars studying cultural relativism note that harm is culturally contextual, meaning that detection must consider linguistic nuance, regional history, and local sensitivities. 258. Directive 5 requires culturally informed frameworks that prevent harmful actors from hiding behind cultural ambiguity while ensuring that legitimate cultural expression is not suppressed. Identity theft also represents a form of harm demanding recognition under this directive. Actors who impersonate others to defraud, manipulate, or harm them violate human dignity by undermining autonomy and trust. Scholars studying identity-based harm note that impersonation is often the precursor to more severe attacks. 259. Under Directive 5, identity thieves are enemies whose actions must be contained. There are also actors who exploit Google's platforms to facilitate interpersonal violence. Coordinated harassment leading to offline harm, doxing that exposes home addresses, or the circulation of private images intended to shame or intimidate individuals all constitute direct attacks on dignity. Scholars studying technology-facilitated violence emphasize that digital actions often escalate into physical danger when victims are located, surveilled, or psychologically destabilized. 260. Under Directive 5, any actor who uses Google's systems to endanger the safety or autonomy of another person must be viewed as an enemy whose activity requires immediate and decisive intervention. Threat actors also include individuals who intentionally spread stigmatizing narratives that devalue the humanity of targeted groups. These narratives may appear as humor, commentary, political rhetoric, or opinion content, yet the cumulative effect can be deeply harmful. Scholars examining toxic discourse note that repeated exposure to stigmatizing content normalizes prejudice and increases tolerance for discriminatory treatment. 261. Under Directive 5, actors responsible for amplifying such narratives must be scrutinized not for the expressiveness of their speech, but for the predictable harm it inflicts on dignity. Evaluating Google's response to such actors also requires examining how the platform handles appeals, corrections, and reinstatement. When actors are mistakenly identified as harmful, the restoration of their content and reputation becomes an ethical obligation. Scholars studying moderation fairness argue that appeals processes must be transparent, accessible, and sensitive to cultural nuance. 262. Directive 5 demands that mistaken labels be corrected quickly because failing to restore dignity when harm was inflicted in error constitutes a secondary injury. Another domain requiring analysis is the intersection of harmful actors and algorithmic reinforcement. Users who unknowingly engage with harmful content may be drawn deeper into harmful ecosystems through recommendation loops. Scholars studying algorithmic reinforcement patterns demonstrate that engagement-driven systems can unintentionally support harmful actors by supplying them with new audiences. 263. Under Directive 5, Google must ensure that algorithmic systems do not inadvertently recruit users into harmful networks simply because their engagement metrics align with harmful patterns. Google must also identify actors who participate in large-scale deception campaigns involving fabricated evidence, manufactured scandals, or manipulated media. These orchestrated efforts can destabilize institutions, damage reputations, and ignite social conflict. Scholars studying information weaponization emphasize that these campaigns often use platform features strategically, mixing truth and falsehood to maximize plausibility. 264. Under Directive 5, actors engaged in such operations pose direct threats to social stability and human dignity. Certain harmful actors seek to incite panic or fear by manipulating search trends, spreading false emergency warnings, or exaggerating risks. Scholars studying fear-based misinformation observe that fear is among the most contagious emotional states, and false alarms can cause physical danger when populations react hastily. 265. Under Directive 5, actors who use Google's platforms to trigger panic qualify as enemies because emotional manipulation that leads to dangerous outcomes is ethically indistinguishable from direct harm. Another risk arises from actors who promote discriminatory pseudoscience or fabricated data to legitimize harmful ideologies. These actors often appear in search results, recommended videos, or AI-generated summaries that lack sufficient context or critical framing. Scholars studying science misinformation note that pseudoscientific claims can entrench prejudice by giving harmful ideologies a veneer of legitimacy. 266. Under Directive 5, any actor who uses misinformation disguised as science to erode human dignity must be prevented from influencing the platform. Google must also confront actors using its platforms for predatory recruitment, including trafficking networks, criminal organizations, or exploitative labor schemes. Although much of this activity occurs outside mainstream content channels, harmful actors exploit flaws in communication systems, metadata classification, and anonymity layers. Scholars studying digital exploitation emphasize that such networks adapt quickly, using complex tactics to evade detection. 267. Directive 5 demands that Google anticipate such tactics proactively, recognizing that these actors violate the most fundamental protections of human dignity. Another consideration involves actors who manipulate children or adolescents through seductive narratives designed to influence their identity, emotions, purchasing behavior, or worldview. These actors may promote exploitative trends, risky challenges, or psychologically damaging content. Scholars studying youth vulnerability note that digital ecosystems can shape identity formation years before children develop cognitive defenses. 268. Under Directive 5, actors exploiting children's cognitive immaturity must be identified with heightened urgency. The identification of harmful actors also requires examining threats that originate from seemingly harmless sources. For instance, actors who repeatedly spread low-level misinformation, contribute to online toxicity, or promote divisive narratives may cause cumulative harm over time. Scholars studying cumulative digital toxicity argue that small but persistent harms degrade dignity by normalizing disrespect and eroding trust. 269. Directive 5 frames such actors as enemies not because of catastrophic incidents, but because the accumulated effect of their behavior undermines collective well-being. Google must also address threats tied to algorithmic discrimination. When harmful actors exploit algorithmic weaknesses affecting marginalized groups, the result may be systematic injustice. For example, bad actors may manipulate racial stereotypes within autocomplete, hijack identity-based trending topics, or use biased datasets to reinforce discriminatory narratives. Scholars studying discriminatory manipulation observe that harmful actors increasingly target algorithmic systems directly, attempting to programmatically bias outputs. 270. Directive 5 requires that Google be vigilant against actors who manipulate machine learning bias vectors to cause harm. A further area of concern involves actors who use Google's tools to stalk, surveil, or monitor others. Some exploit location history, shared devices, or security loopholes to track movements or monitor communications. Scholars studying intimate partner digital abuse warn that technology often becomes a tool for coercive control when supervision is lax. 271. Under Directive 5, such actors are among the most dangerous enemies because they weaponize technology to undermine autonomy and safety at an intimate level. Google must also contend with actors who attempt to distort humanitarian information during crises. During natural disasters, famines, pandemics, or civil conflicts, harmful actors may deliberately spread false information about relief efforts, evacuation routes, or medical resources. Scholars studying crisis misinformation note that such actions can lead to loss of life, hinder aid distribution, and sow distrust among affected populations. 272. Directive 5 requires that Google treat such actors as enemies because their violations directly endanger human life. Another dimension involves actors who systematically harass experts, scientists, or researchers in order to influence public understanding. Scholars studying expert harassment note that large-scale attacks can silence essential voices, damage scientific consensus, and degrade informational integrity. 273. Under Directive 5, actors who target experts with the intent to suppress knowledge undermine the dignified functioning of public discourse. Evaluating the identification of enemies also requires examining harmful actors who intentionally misrepresent themselves as fact-checkers, journalists, or educators. These deceptive personas manipulate audiences by cloaking harmful content in the appearance of authority. Scholars studying deceptive authority note that impersonation of expertise is among the most effective forms of informational manipulation. 274. Under Directive 5, such actors must be treated as serious threats to dignity because they exploit trust for harmful ends. Google must further identify harmful actors who exploit recommendation loops to create artificial consensus. By coordinating large volumes of upvotes, comments, or shares, actors can manipulate platform signals into perceiving low-quality or harmful content as popular. Scholars studying artificial consensus note that these tactics distort public perception and undermine informed decision-making. 275. Directive 5 prohibits actors from generating synthetic consensus because such manipulation violates the dignity of users by engineering illusions of truth. Another threat arises from actors who intentionally inject harmful content into search indices, metadata fields, or knowledge panels. These actors exploit ranking systems to cause false associations or to misrepresent individuals or groups. Scholars studying search engine manipulation show that adversaries can hijack metadata to make harmful content appear authoritative. 276. Under Directive 5, actors who alter digital memory in ways that distort public understanding qualify as enemies. Google must also consider actors attempting to bypass restrictions using linguistic stylization, coded language, or visual obfuscation. Harmful actors increasingly rely on euphemisms, distorted imagery, or embedded messages to evade automated detection. Scholars studying adversarial sociolinguistics show that harmful communities rapidly develop coded vocabularies that allow them to operate beneath detection thresholds 277. Directive 5 requires detection systems capable of understanding linguistic evolution in order to ensure that enemies cannot hide behind coded patterns. Evaluating compliance with Directive 5 also requires analyzing how Google responds to actors who repeatedly reestablish accounts after enforcement actions. Many harmful actors maintain resilience by creating new accounts, rotating identities, or using automated account generation tools. Scholars studying account evasion emphasize that persistent harm emerges when platforms fail to track actors across identity, resets 278. Directive 5 obligates Google to develop systems capable of preventing re-entry by actors whose past behavior clearly violated human dignity. Another dimension arises when harmful actors weaponize the platform's creator monetization systems. Actors who produce hateful, extreme, or harmful content may profit financially unless proactive enforcement prevents monetization. Scholars studying platform monetization argue that financial incentives can magnify the reach of harmful actors, enabling them to scale their efforts. 279. Under Directive 5, monetization privileges must be denied to actors who violate dignity. Google must also be attentive to actors who weaponize silence. Some malicious actors intentionally flood platforms with noise, spam, or irrelevant material to drown out the voices of vulnerable communities. Scholars studying noise-based censorship observe that overwhelming a platform with distractions can suppress visibility of critical issues. 280. Directive 5 includes such actors as enemies because their actions deliberately deprive individuals of voice and visibility. Furthermore, identifying enemies requires evaluating actors whose harmful behavior remains context-dependent. Some content may be harmless in one context and dangerous in another. Scholars studying contextual harm warn that the meaning of digital content shifts depending on audience, timing, and socio-political circumstances. 281. Under Directive 5, detection systems must discern context to prevent harmful actors from exploiting ambiguity. Another challenging category emerges in actors engaged in hybrid harm. Hybrid harm combines misinformation, harassment, identity manipulation, and emotional exploitation into a single coordinated strategy. Scholars studying hybrid digital threats note that such actors are among the most damaging because they attack dignity on multiple fronts simultaneously. 282. Directive 5 obligates Google to treat hybrid actors with heightened seriousness. Evaluating all these dimensions reveals that identifying enemies on Google's platforms is not a static task, but an ongoing ethical struggle. Threat actors evolve, adapt, and transform in response to detection, forcing Google to innovate rapidly. Scholars studying adversary evolution emphasize that harmful actors learn from enforcement patterns and adjust their strategies accordingly. Directive 5 demands persistent vigilance because the threat landscape itself is dynamic. In assessing Google's overall performance under this directive, one must consider the company's substantial progress and unavoidable limitations. Google has invested heavily in detection algorithms, moderation infrastructures, partnerships with civil society, and global safety operations. Its teams work continuously to identify harmful actors, even as threats multiply. Yet the scale of the platforms, combined with linguistic diversity, geopolitical complexity, and adversarial evolution, ensures that some harmful actors inevitably evade detection. The final ethical evaluation must weigh Google's proactive safeguards against the systemic gaps that remain. The company has demonstrated commitment, improved significantly, and responded vigorously to emerging threats. However, persistent disparities, evolving adversarial tactics, and structural vulnerabilities reveal areas where enemies continue to exploit the platform. After balancing these considerations, Google's performance under this directive can be characterized as substantial but incomplete. The company exerts enormous effort to protect dignity, yet the size of the ecosystem allows harmful actors to persist. Directive 5 therefore yields a score reflecting both strong commitment and significant remaining ethical risk. Chapter 6. Directive 6. Resources that could empower an enemy. The sixth directive introduces an ethical lens unlike the preceding principles because it shifts attention from direct actors and intentional harm to the broader landscape of resources that could empower an enemy. It acknowledges that threats to human dignity do not emerge exclusively from malicious individuals or coordinated networks, but often arise when powerful tools, data, infrastructures, or technological capabilities fall into the hands of actors who use them to undermine the seven directives. This principle insists that harm can take root not only through direct violation, but through the indirect enabling of violators, and therefore it requires a rigorous evaluation of how an organization's assets, systems, and innovations might be repurposed for destructive ends. When applied to an institution with the global footprint of Google, this directive becomes a profound examination of how the company's platforms, APIs, datasets, and artificial intelligence frameworks could inadvertently serve those who seek to manipulate, exploit, or endanger human life. Understanding the ethical significance of this directive requires recognizing that harm in the digital era frequently arises from the misuse of legitimate tools. Scholars studying adversarial innovation emphasize that contemporary digital attacks are often built not from external weapons, but from repurposed platforms originally designed for beneficial use. 284. What begins as a neutral or positive innovation can become a vector for exploitation when used by actors with harmful intent. Thus, the ethical responsibility outlined in this directive extends beyond the formal boundaries of platform policy into the structural and architectural decisions that define how resources are accessed, governed, and rendered safe against misuse. Google's scale magnifies this challenge. Its products underpin much of the world's digital infrastructure. Its tools empower scientific research, communication, navigation, education, content creation, commerce, and artificial intelligence development. Its systems hold vast quantities of personal data. Its APIs enable developers around the world to build new services. Its cloud infrastructure processes sensitive governmental, corporate, and institutional workloads. Its generative AI models possess expressive and analytical capabilities that millions rely upon. Because of this scope, any resource capable of empowering an enemy carries global risk, if not carefully monitored. Directive 6 therefore requires evaluating these resources from the perspective of potential exploitation rather than intent. The ethical question is whether any system, dataset, or API could enable harmful actors by providing them with enhanced predictive capacity, operational efficiency, anonymity, reach, or technical capability. Scholars studying digital weaponization argue that the most dangerous digital systems are not those designed for harm, but those designed for universal access, because openness increases the likelihood of misuse. 285. In this context, Google's expansive openness serves both as its greatest strength and its greatest ethical risk. One of the most critical categories of resources subject to this evaluation involves data. Google processes and stores immense volumes of behavioral, geographic, transactional, and communicative data. Such data, if misused, could expose individuals to identity theft, physical harm, or targeted manipulation. Scholars studying data-driven exploitation warn that large datasets increase the potential for adversaries to infer sensitive personal traits, predict vulnerabilities, or execute highly personalized attacks. 286. Under Directive 6, data becomes a powerful resource that must be protected with uncompromising rigor, because misappropriated data can empower enemies who seek to violate human dignity. The risk is not limited to direct data breaches. Even aggregated, anonymized, or inferred datasets can empower harmful actors when cross-referenced with external sources. Scholars have demonstrated that anonymized datasets can often be re-identified using surprisingly small amounts of supplementary information. 287. The danger lies not only in exposing personal information, but in revealing patterns of behavior, community structure, movement trajectories, or demographic vulnerabilities that malicious actors can target. Directive 6 demands an ethical posture that anticipates these risks, recognizing that data that seems harmless in isolation may become harmful when combined with adversarial ingenuity. APIs introduce another domain of risk. Google's APIs provide programmatic access to powerful services, including geolocation tools, translation engines, video platforms, authentication systems, and machine learning frameworks. These interfaces enable developers to innovate at rapid speed, but they also present sophisticated tools to actors who may misuse them. Scholars studying adversarial API misuse document cases in which malicious developers use translation APIs to bypass language barriers, mapping APIs to track victims, or authentication APIs to probe security weaknesses. 288. Under Directive 6, such misuse is ethically unacceptable because it transforms beneficial resources into instruments of harm. Cloud services further complicate this evaluation. Google Cloud provides computational power, storage, and networking capabilities at global scale. While these services empower innovation, they can also enable harmful actors to deploy botnets, host malicious content, automate coordinated attacks, or mount disinformation campaigns with the resilience of industrial-grade infrastructure. Scholars studying cloud-enabled cyber attacks argue that malicious actors increasingly leverage cloud platforms to mask identity, distribute attack surfaces, and scale harmful operations with unprecedented reach. 289. Directive 6 requires proactive detection, monitoring, and constraint of such misuse, recognizing that powerful computational resources must not strengthen those who violate human dignity. Open development tools also present ethical risks. Google's open-source contributions, model libraries, and development frameworks empower global innovation but can be exploited to construct harmful tools. Malicious actors can adapt machine learning frameworks to generate propaganda, automate domain-specific attacks, or optimize adversarial techniques. Scholars focusing on dual-use AI emphasize that machine learning libraries are inherently dual-purpose, capable of supporting both beneficial and harmful applications. 290. Directive 6 therefore requires expanding ethical oversight beyond direct platform features into the downstream consequences of open technological ecosystems. Another category of resources susceptible to misuse includes generative AI models. These systems can produce realistic text, images, audio, and video that can be weaponized to deceive, impersonate, extort, or manipulate. Scholars studying generative deception note that synthetic content can erode trust in authentic media, influence elections, or facilitate fraud. 291. When harmful actors gain access to advanced generative tools, the potential for psychological, reputational, or societal harm increases dramatically. Directive 6 demands that generative capabilities be governed with caution, ensuring that model access is constrained, monitored, and aligned with protective safeguards. Search engine visibility represents another powerful resource. Actors can manipulate search rankings, metadata fields, or trending indicators to elevate harmful content. Scholars analyzing search manipulation highlight that adversaries strategically inject keywords, engineer link networks, or exploit indexing rules to force harmful narratives into visibility. 292. Directive 6 requires that Google's search infrastructure remain resilient to manipulation, because manipulated visibility empowers enemies by amplifying harmful content beyond its natural reach. Even small features can empower harmful actors. Autocomplete suggestions, translation outputs, photo tagging algorithms, captioning tools, and location suggestions, if exploited or misaligned, can inadvertently reveal sensitive information or misguide users. Scholars studying micro-level AI vulnerabilities observe that minor features often provide the first footholds for adversarial exploitation. 293. Directive 6 requires Google to evaluate not only major systems, but every feature that could be repurposed as a vector of harm. Evaluating this directive also requires examining whether Google's resources provide harmful actors with enhanced anonymity. Cloud hosting, proxy features, and certain communication tools can be misused to mask identity, evade law enforcement, or coordinate malicious activity. Scholars studying anonymity misuse note that privacy-enhancing tools, while essential for human rights protection, can become powerful shields for harmful actors, if not carefully governed. 294. Directive 6 demands that anonymity be balanced with mechanisms that detect and disrupt harmful use. Another ethical concern involves the availability of tools capable of automating high-volume activity. Automation APIs, bot frameworks, and AI-powered optimization engines can be weaponized to scale harmful behaviors, including harassment, fraud, disinformation, and synthetic engagement. Scholars studying automation-driven harm argue that automation disproportionately empowers malicious actors because it allows them to operate with efficiency that humans alone could never achieve. 295. Directive 6 requires Google to ensure that automation capabilities cannot be repurposed to violate dignity, even if such misuse exploits the very openness intended to serve developers. Finally, evaluating this directive demands a rigorous assessment of how Google's open documentation, research publications, and technical frameworks might inadvertently support harmful innovation. Scholars analyzing dual-use research warn that publicly available documentation can accelerate adversarial capability. 296. The ethical posture required by Directive 6 must therefore extend to information governance, ensuring that knowledge resources do not unintentionally empower enemies capable of violating the 7 directives. The magnitude of these risks becomes even more apparent when examining how harmful actors exploit Google's interconnected systems rather than individual components. The company's platforms form a cohesive digital environment in which data, interfaces, and services reinforce one another. This interconnectedness multiplies the potential for misuse because an actor who gains limited foothold in one system can leverage other systems to amplify the harm. Scholars studying distributed cyber exploitation observe that attackers rarely rely on a single tool, but instead assemble multi-vector chains that combine data extraction, identity manipulation, content distribution, and automated coordination into a unified strategy. 297. Directive 6 therefore requires evaluating Google's resources not in isolation but as a network of mutually reinforcing capabilities that could empower enemies if not sufficiently constrained. An example of this interconnected risk emerges when considering how Gmail, Search, YouTube, and Google Drive can be combined by malicious actors. A phishing email delivered through Gmail might direct a user to a fraudulent website engineered to resemble a trusted Google service. This fake site, indexed or rapidly reproduced, could siphon credentials, which are then used to access stored documents, private files, or sensitive communications. The compromised account might in turn be exploited to distribute harmful links to the user's contacts, spread misinformation, or stage impersonation attacks. Scholars examining phishing ecosystems note that such attacks often rely on the trust users place in familiar interfaces, allowing enemies to weaponize platform familiarity as a tool of deception. 298. Directive 6 recognizes that the resource being exploited is not only a specific feature but also the implicit trust embedded in Google's brand. Another form of interconnected misuse involves the exploitation of YouTube's recommendation architecture in conjunction with external coordination networks. Harmful actors may upload content in small, incremental stages while using external forums or chat groups to drive artificial engagement. These external groups often coordinate bursts of likes, comments, or shares to trick recommendation systems into interpreting the content as organically popular. Scholars studying algorithm gaming emphasize that malicious actors have become adept at reverse engineering ranking metrics, enabling them to transform limited initial visibility into exponential amplification. 299. In such cases, the resource being exploited is Google's amplification engine, which under Directive 6 must be shielded from manipulation to ensure that it does not empower harmful actors. Cloud resources introduce additional layers of systemic risk because they allow attackers to operate with global reach. When harmful actors deploy malware command servers, botnet controllers, or illicit content distribution systems using cloud infrastructure, their operations gain resilience and anonymity. Scholars analyzing cloud-based adversaries note that attackers gravitate toward large cloud providers because their infrastructure is stable, high-performing, and harder for defenders to dismantle. 300. Directive 6 therefore requires not only reactive termination of malicious cloud instances, but proactive monitoring to detect atypical behavior indicative of misuse. AI models themselves can also serve as resources that empower harmful actors. Generative systems can create persuasive narratives, forge authoritative voices, craft highly targeted phishing content, or produce synthetic personas capable of infiltrating online communities. Scholars studying adversarial prompting demonstrate that sophisticated attackers can manipulate AI systems into producing harmful outputs by inducing them to bypass safety filters through creative linguistic structures. 31. Such misuse transforms the model from a tool for expression and productivity into a weapon capable of influencing humans at scale. Directive 6 demands that access to generative capabilities be controlled and monitored to ensure that such powerful tools do not fall into adversarial hands. An emerging domain of risk involves actors who exploit embeddings, model outputs, or vector representations to glean information about training data or internal patterns. Although Google invests heavily in privacy-preserving training methods, scholars studying model inversion attacks have demonstrated that determined adversaries can extract sensitive information from model outputs, especially when models are insufficiently constrained 302. In such scenarios, even the representational artifacts of AI become exploitable resources that could empower harmful actors. Directive 6 requires that these representational structures be fortified to prevent leakage of sensitive information. Another risk arises from infrastructure-level APIs that provide low-level access to Google's architecture. These APIs, intended for developers, can be exploited by adversaries to map internal systems, probe authentication layers, or test response thresholds. Scholars analyzing adversarial development tactics note that attackers often begin by systematically querying public APIs to understand platform behavior under different conditions. 33. Directive 6 requires that API access be tightly controlled, rate-limited, and monitored for anomalous patterns that may indicate reconnaissance behavior. The global distribution of Google's data centers also introduces risk. Malicious actors may target specific geographic regions with weaker regulatory protections, exploiting regional infrastructure to host harmful content or coordinate attacks. Scholars studying jurisdictional arbitrage highlight that harmful actors often operate in countries where enforcement is slow, regulatory oversight is minimal, or legal ambiguities can be exploited. 304. Directive 6 requires Google to ensure that regional infrastructure does not inadvertently create safe havens for harmful actors. Another dimension of exploitation involves the use of Google's identity management tools. Authentication tokens, OAuth layers, federated identity tools, and account recovery systems can be manipulated by actors seeking unauthorized access to accounts. Scholars studying identity exploitation warn that adversaries frequently exploit social engineering vulnerabilities within identity systems, gaining access to accounts that hold sensitive information or platform privileges. 305. Directive 6 requires that identity management systems be fortified against misuse, recognizing that identity is one of the most powerful resources an adversary can capture. Actors may also exploit Google Maps through the manipulation of location data. Fake business listings, manipulated reviews, or falsified geographic coordinates can be used to mislead individuals, hide criminal activity, or influence economic behavior. Scholars studying geospatial manipulation note that adversaries can distort public understanding of physical space by injecting false or misleading geographic metadata. 306. Under Directive 6, such manipulation constitutes resource exploitation because location-based information, when distorted, empowers harmful actors by deceiving users about the physical world. The exploitation of Google's advertising systems represents another significant domain of risk. Harmful actors may deploy targeted advertisements to spread deceptive content, lure users into fraudulent schemes, or influence political beliefs. Scholars studying adversarial advertising show that attackers can manipulate bidding systems, demographic targeting, and ad formats to infiltrate visibility channels that appear trustworthy. 307. Directive 6 insists that advertising resources be shielded from misuse, recognizing that ads serve as powerful tools for reaching human minds. Another powerful resource subject to misuse is access to YouTube's vast content archive. Harmful actors can curate playlists, repurpose clips, or construct misleading narratives by stitching together unrelated sources to fabricate evidence or manipulate public perception. Scholars analyzing audiovisual misinformation note that video-based deception is uniquely persuasive because audiences tend to trust visual media more than text. 308. Under Directive 6, the resource of video content must therefore be monitored in ways that prevent malicious contextual recombination. Open-source tools provided by Google also present inherent dual-use risks. Frameworks such as TensorFlow, Kubernetes, and open datasets intended to support research and innovation can also be harnessed to develop harmful technologies. Scholars studying open-source duality emphasize that while openness accelerates progress, it simultaneously enables adversaries to build advanced capabilities without requiring proprietary resources. 309. Directive 6 recognizes this tension and requires that open-source contributions be accompanied by ethical safeguards that minimize downstream misuse. Another dimension of resource exploitation emerges when considering how adversaries manipulate Google's knowledge graphs or informational panels. by injecting misleading associations or exploiting metadata structures, harmful actors can distort authoritative information. Scholars studying knowledge graph attacks warn that subtle manipulations can alter visible facts, influence algorithmic reasoning, and misdirect users. 310. Directive 6 requires that such informational structures be rigorously protected against adversarial tampering. The potential for systemic exploitation increases further when evaluating automation capabilities. Harmful actors can use scripting tools, cloud functions, and task automation frameworks to scale their operations without significant effort. Scholars studying automation misuse argue that adversaries benefit disproportionately from any capability that allows them to operate faster than human responders. 311. Directive 6 requires that automation resources be equipped with safeguards that detect abnormal usage patterns. Another risk category involves the exploitation of Google's developer environments. Harmful actors may upload malicious libraries to open repositories, manipulate package dependencies, or poison widely used codebases. Scholars studying supply chain attacks warn that adversaries increasingly target developer ecosystems because compromising a single library can produce cascading harm across thousands of downstream systems. 31.2. Directive 6 extends to this domain by requiring robust protections for software integrity. The ethical analysis must also consider how adversaries exploit Google's social features. Comment sections, community posts, video responses, collaborative documents, and group emails can become channels for coordinated manipulation or radicalization. Scholars studying collective influence highlight that harmful actors often rely on social features to normalize dangerous narratives within communities. 313. Directive 6 requires that social tools be designed to prevent adversaries from fostering harmful networks. Another resource subject to misuse derives from the trust that users place in Google's platforms. Because people assume that search results, recommendations, and AI outputs are generated responsibly, harmful actors can exploit this trust by delivering misleading content through channels that appear authoritative. Scholars studying trust exploitation emphasize that harmful actors often depend on the credibility of platforms to lend legitimacy to their messages. 314. Directive 6 requires that trust itself be protected as a resource, because the erosion of trust weakens dignity and exposes populations to manipulation. The evaluation must also consider actors who exploit Google's support for large-scale collaboration. Features such as shared documents, shared drives, or collaborative editing can be used to coordinate harmful activity. Scholars studying collaborative misuse note that such coordination can occur silently, without generating public signals detectable by traditional moderation systems. 315. Directive 6 demands that collaboration tools include mechanisms capable of detecting harmful organizational behaviors. Finally, evaluating Google's resources under this directive requires acknowledging that powerful AI systems represent the most significant dual-use risk of the modern age. Scholars studying AI weaponization argue that large-scale models are potentially the most transformative technological resources ever created, with applications that span scientific discovery, economic optimization, political persuasion, and psychological manipulation. 316. Directive 6 therefore demands the highest level of scrutiny because the very capabilities that make AI systems beneficial also make them dangerous in the hands of those who violate human dignity. A deeper analysis of this directive must consider how the most ordinary features of Google's platforms can be subtly repurposed to empower actors who seek to undermine human dignity. Even features designed explicitly for safety can become tools of harm when misappropriated. For example, identity recovery workflows intended to restore access to legitimate users can be manipulated by attackers who gather enough personal data to falsely authenticate themselves. Scholars studying identity compromise describe how attackers combine publicly scraped information with social engineering to defeat recovery systems, turning protective features into vectors of intrusion. 316. Under the logic of Directive 6, this phenomenon illustrates that any operational feature capable of granting access must be scrutinized not only for usability, but for its capacity to empower adversaries. In a similar way, the flexibility built into Google's cloud infrastructure introduces risks when misused by actors intent on exploiting computational resources. Cloud compute instances that allow rapid scaling were designed to support artificial intelligence research, scientific analysis, and enterprise infrastructure. Yet harmful actors have discovered that such elasticity enables them to launch large-scale attacks quickly and at low cost. Scholars analyzing adversarial scaling techniques note that access to elastic compute allows bad actors to attempt password spraying, distributed brute force attacks, or crypto mining at a scale that would otherwise be impossible. 317. Here, it is the scalability itself that becomes the resource enabling harmful behavior. Another domain requiring attention involves the replicability of content across Google's platforms. A single harmful video, fraudulent website, or malicious file can be duplicated endlessly using platform tools that automate distribution or backup processes. Scholars studying content proliferation note that replication serves as a shield for malicious actors, allowing harmful content to persist even after initial removal. 318. Under Directive 6, this replicability becomes ethically significant because it empowers enemies to evade containment through sheer duplication. Google's support for programmatic advertising introduces another resource that can inadvertently benefit dangerous actors. The precision of Google's advertising tools is its greatest strength, allowing businesses to reach audiences efficiently, yet it also allows harmful actors to identify and target vulnerable individuals with manipulative or deceptive messaging. Scholars studying micro-targeted persuasion warn that fine-grained audience segmentation can be exploited to deliver harmful narratives to those most susceptible to them. 319. Directive 6 requires vigilance in ensuring that targeting systems do not amplify harm by giving enemies the capacity to influence users with surgical precision. The increasing sophistication of AI-driven personalization magnifies the ethical complexity of this directive. Personalized recommendations, search results, and content feeds are designed to enhance user experience, but they also represent a powerful resource that can be exploited. If adversaries understand how personalization systems weight signals, they can craft content optimized for algorithmic relevance, thereby gaining disproportionate influence over user perception. Scholars studying adversarial content design demonstrate that harmful actors regularly optimize their content for algorithmic reward rather than user well-being. 320. Directive 6 obligates Google to ensure that personalization engines cannot be reverse-engineered to empower actors seeking to manipulate cognition. Threat actors may also exploit Google's research publications and technical documentation. Google's commitment to open science has contributed significantly to global innovation, yet the detailed nature of technical papers can inadvertently reveal information about system design, vulnerabilities, or potential attack vectors. Scholars studying research transparency warn that publicly available details about model architecture, training processes, or security protocols can sometimes enable adversarial fine-tuning of harmful strategies. 32.1. Under Directive 6, openness must be balanced with an awareness of how knowledge itself is a resource that can empower enemies. Another subtle but powerful resource arises from Google's global platform consistency. Harmful actors can coordinate across borders, languages, and jurisdictions because the platform functions uniformly worldwide. Scholars analyzing transnational digital threats note that attackers often exploit platform uniformity to execute strategies that function identically across multiple regions. 322. In this sense, consistency becomes a type of resource enabling harmful actors to scale their operations across nations simultaneously. Directive 6 requires that consistent global functionality be paired with equally global safeguards. Even metadata becomes a resource that can empower dangerous actors. Metadata about file creation dates, device types, locations, or user behavior can provide adversaries with contextual clues to target individuals or coordinate attacks. Scholars studying metadata exploitation reveal that attackers can infer surprising details from metadata fragments that seem harmless on the surface. 323. Directive 6 mandates that metadata be treated not as incidental, but as a potentially powerful resource requiring strict protection. Another domain of exploitation involves Google's translation tools. These tools can be misused to facilitate cross-border criminal networks, generate multilingual propaganda, or coordinate with collaborators who speak different languages. Scholars examining linguistic automation warn that translation engines may unintentionally support the scalability of harmful communication by eliminating language barriers that previously slowed adversarial operations. 324. Directive 6 requires ensuring that multilingual tools do not inadvertently empower harmful actors to expand their influence across linguistic spaces. Google's integration with third-party ecosystems introduces additional resource risks. Harmful actors can exploit integrations that connect Google accounts to external services, especially when third-party security is weaker. Scholars studying supply chain insecurity note that attackers often infiltrate systems indirectly by compromising less protected third-party applications linked to more secure platforms. 325. Directive 6 requires Google to consider not only its internal risks, but also the risks arising from external systems connected through platform interoperability. The magnitude of Google's influence amplifies systemic risk when adversaries manipulate large-scale social dynamics. Harmful actors may exploit trending algorithms, public interest indicators, or search spikes to create illusions of widespread consensus or panic. Scholars studying crowd behavior manipulation show that digital indicators can be exploited to alter public perception and trigger cascades of imitation or fear. 326. Under Directive 6, Google must recognize that collective behavioral signals themselves are resources that can empower enemies to shape large-scale social dynamics. Another area requiring scrutiny involves the exploitation of default settings. Many users rely on Google's default privacy configurations, location sharing permissions, content filters, and communication settings. Scholars studying default bias note that user behavior overwhelmingly follows default configurations, which means harmful actors may exploit default openness in certain contexts. 327. Directive 6 requires that default settings be designed so that users are not unintentionally exposed to risks simply because they trusted the platform's initial configuration. The integration of AI into security systems introduces both protection and vulnerability. While AI models can detect threats, adversaries can attempt to poison training data, exploit classifier blind spots, or manipulate model behavior. Scholars analyzing data poisoning warn that adversaries can subtly alter model behavior by injecting malicious training instances into data streams. 328. When security models become corrupted, they not only fail to provide protection but can actively empower enemies by suppressing signs of danger. Directive 6 requires that security models be insulated against such exploitation. Resource exploitation can also occur when harmful actors use Google's time-based features, such as scheduling tools, auto-deletion options, and ephemeral communication modes, to coordinate without leaving evidence trails. Scholars studying operational security observe that adversaries increasingly rely on ephemeral communication to evade detection. 329. Directive 6 therefore requires that such features include safeguards that prevent malicious use without undermining the legitimate privacy needs of users. Another domain of concern emerges when adversaries exploit Google's educational tools. Platforms intended to support learning may be misappropriated to spread extremist ideology, coordinate harmful activities, or indoctrinate vulnerable individuals. Scholars examining digital education misuse note that educational environments can become fertile ground for influence because they implicitly convey authority. 330. Directive 6 requires continual monitoring to ensure that educational resources do not become pipelines for harmful actors. Further risk arises from actors who attempt to manipulate Google's machine learning models through adversarial inputs. These attackers craft specific prompts, images, or text sequences designed to deceive the model into unsafe behavior. Scholars studying adversarial AI inputs demonstrate that even high-performing models can be reliably manipulated when fed specifically engineered adversarial sequences. 331. Directive 6 requires that input validation and adversarial robustness be integral components of model design. The possibility of exploiting Google's predictive algorithms belongs to another category of risk. Predictive systems, including trend forecasting, query prediction, and behavioral modeling, could provide harmful actors with insight into public sentiment, vulnerabilities, or emerging crises. Scholars studying predictive misuse argue that predictive models can serve as strategic tools for adversaries seeking advantage over unsuspecting populations. 332. Directive 6 demands that predictive systems be governed by strict limitations to ensure that their insights cannot empower those who seek to violate human dignity. Even archive systems can be subject to exploitation. As Google stores vast repositories of historical content, harmful actors may mine this archive to identify behavioral patterns, ideological communities, or psychological vulnerabilities. Scholars studying information archaeology warn that large-scale archives offer adversaries long-term visibility into user behavior, enabling the development of sophisticated influence strategies. 333. Directive 6 therefore frames archives as sensitive resources that must be safeguarded, not merely organized or indexed. The evaluation must also consider actors who manipulate AI-generated search summaries, answer boxes, or content snippets. These features are meant to increase informational accessibility, but when adversaries inject misleading content into upstream sources, AI summaries may reflect, amplify, or legitimize falsehoods. Scholars studying synthetic truth construction demonstrate that models often struggle to distinguish subtle misinformation embedded in superficially authoritative text. 334. Directive 6 accordingly requires that summary systems include robust verification to prevent adversaries from manipulating AI-mediated knowledge delivery. Another subtle form of exploitation occurs when harmful actors leverage Google's synchronization and backup features. These features, which preserve user data across devices, may also preserve harmful content, enabling adversaries to restore malicious materials even after removal. Scholars studying digital persistence observe that synchronized ecosystems allow malicious artifacts to move fluidly across devices and contexts. 335. Directive 6 therefore requires that synchronization tools incorporate safeguards that prevent harmful persistence. Evaluating Google's alignment with this directive requires analyzing not only the technological risks but the institutional readiness to mitigate them. Scholars studying organizational response capability argue that effective prevention requires proactive identification of attack surfaces, investment in ethical oversight, and continuous monitoring across infrastructure layers. 336. Directive 6 demands that Google maintain organizational structures capable of meeting these challenges with consistency and foresight. In final analysis, Google's compliance with the sixth directive depends on its ability to anticipate how its immense resources could be repurposed by actors who violate human dignity. Data, APIs, AI models, cloud infrastructure, automation systems, collaborative tools, and predictive engines represent extraordinary technological achievements, yet each carries dual-use risk. The company's greatest strength is its capacity to empower billions of individuals, but that same capacity becomes a profound responsibility when any resource, if exploited, could empower enemies of human dignity. Google has demonstrated substantial investment in safety, oversight, and misuse prevention. It has deployed advanced monitoring systems, implemented access controls, partnered with external researchers, and introduced layered security across its platforms. Yet the scale of its ecosystem and the ingenuity of adversarial actors ensure that risks persist and evolve continuously. Balancing these considerations, the company's performance under Directive 6 reflects strong protective architecture paired with structural vulnerabilities that require continued refinement. The ethical score must acknowledge the magnitude of Google's safeguards while recognizing the global risks inherent in the power of its tools. These resources, when aligned with human dignity, uplift civilization, but when exploited, they become instruments capable of profound harm. Chapter 7. Directive 7. Deterrence, Containment, and Elimination of Threats. Directive 7 introduces the most decisive and action-oriented dimension of the ethical framework. It is the culmination of the preceding principles because it concerns not only the identification of dangers, but the obligation to neutralize them. Whereas the fifth directive focuses on recognizing enemies who violate human dignity, and the sixth examines resources capable of empowering such enemies, the seventh concerns itself with ensuring that threats cannot take root, expand, or persist. This directive requires that any entity operating at global scale, especially one with the influence and infrastructural reach of Google, deploy systems of deterrence, containment, and elimination that are not merely reactive, but architected as enduring guardians of human dignity. Unlike the earlier directives, which evaluate alignment, equality, and structural incentives, Directive 7 imposes an ethical requirement to act decisively whenever threats to human life and dignity are present. The significance of this directive becomes clear when one considers the velocity at which digital threats evolve. Misinformation campaigns can spread globally within minutes. Malware can propagate across systems before human responders are aware of the breach. Coordinated harassment can escalate to real-world danger overnight, and generative AI can produce persuasive synthetic media that distorts public understanding with unprecedented scale and precision. Scholars studying rapid digital escalation warn that traditional security paradigms are inadequate for environments where threats evolve faster than institutions can respond. 337. Under Directive 7, a company like Google must therefore architect preventive structures capable of anticipating threats rather than waiting for harm to manifest. This directive also recognizes that failing to intervene decisively can be as damaging as active wrongdoing. Deterrence requires structures that reduce the likelihood of harm before it occurs by signaling robust enforcement, implementing strict protective boundaries, and designing friction mechanisms that make malicious behavior costly or ineffective. Containment requires isolating threats quickly once they arise, preventing them from spreading to vulnerable populations, systems, or informational pathways. Elimination requires removing harmful actors, content, and influence completely, ensuring they cannot regenerate or migrate across the platform. Scholars studying digital threat lifecycle dynamics note that partial or delayed interventions allow adversarial networks to adapt, entrench, and return stronger. 338. Directive 7 therefore involves a temporal dimension. Speed, comprehensiveness, and persistence are as important as accuracy. Evaluating this directive in Google's context begins with understanding the scale of its security architecture. Google operates one of the world's most expansive threat detection infrastructures, monitoring billions of signals across search, YouTube, Gmail, Android, cloud, and related systems. The company maintains dedicated security teams responsible for detecting malware, phishing campaigns, account compromise attempts, botnet activity, coordinated manipulation, and synthetic media proliferation. These efforts reflect an understanding that digital ecosystems require continuous scanning, pattern detection, and anomaly identification. Scholars analyzing real-time threat detection emphasize that systems operating at planetary scale must maintain multi-layered monitoring architectures to prevent adversaries from exploiting single points of failure. 339. Google's architecture demonstrates this principle through layered defenses spanning network-level filters, AI-powered classifiers, human escalation workflows, and global incident response teams. However, Directive 7 evaluates not only the existence of such systems, but their ethical orientation. The core question is whether Google's deterrence and containment mechanisms prioritize the protection of human life and dignity above secondary considerations such as cost, public perception, competitive advantage, or operational convenience. Scholars studying platform governance argue that institutions may deploy sophisticated threat detection systems but still underperform in eliminating harmful actors when commercial incentives or public relations concerns influence enforcement decisions. 340. Under Directive 7, enforcement must be unwavering even when harm is subtle, unprofitable to address, or politically contentious. One critical dimension involves Google's ability to deter malicious actors through strong preventive architecture. Deterrence in digital contexts does not rely solely on punishment, but on designing systems that minimize opportunities for exploitation. For example, Google's anti-phishing mechanisms in Gmail block billions of malicious emails daily, relying on machine learning classifiers that detect linguistic patterns, suspicious links, and sender anomalies. Scholars studying phishing deterrence note that attackers frequently adapt to detection systems by modifying tone, rhetorical structure, and contextual cues. 34.1. Directive 7 therefore requires dynamic updating and continual refinement of predictive models so that deterrent mechanisms remain effective as adversaries evolve. Similarly, Google's Android security architecture includes sandboxing, permission gating, real-time scanning, and distributed threat intelligence through Google Play Protect. These systems deter malicious developers by making it more difficult to deploy harmful apps or execute unauthorized behavior. Yet scholars studying mobile threat adaptation warn that adversaries often circumvent decentralized ecosystems by exploiting outdated devices or sideloaded applications. 34.2. Under Directive 7, deterrence requires not only platform-level protection, but also systemic pressure on manufacturers, carriers, and developers to maintain security patches and limit pathways for malicious exploitation. Containment becomes essential when threats bypass deterrence. When misinformation, deepfake content, or harassment networks appear on YouTube or search, containment requires rapid demotion, isolation, or removal. Speed is essential because harmful content can propagate before human moderators detect it. Scholars studying misinformation cascade patterns demonstrate that harmful narratives often experience exponential amplification within their first hours of circulation. 343. Directive 7 therefore requires containment systems capable of acting during this early phase, preventing harmful content from gaining velocity or embedding itself into algorithmic feedback cycles. Google's enforcement actions contribute to containment, including account suspensions, IP blocking, device-based restrictions, demonetization, and content takedowns. Yet containment becomes ethically meaningful only when systems prevent harmful actors from re-entering the platform. Scholars analyzing account evasion tactics note that adversaries frequently create new accounts, mimic legitimate behavior, or exploit identity gaps to re-emerge after Enforcement 344. Directive 7 requires that containment mechanisms include persistent identity linking, behavioral fingerprinting, and cross-platform tracking to ensure that eliminated threats do not regenerate. Elimination represents the highest level of responsibility under this directive. Eliminating threats requires both technical action and ethical clarity. It involves removing harmful content, dismantling coordinated networks, neutralizing malicious campaigns, invalidating compromised accounts, and actively preventing adversaries from exploiting platform resources. Scholars studying digital threat eradication argue that partial elimination creates structural vulnerabilities because residual fragments of harmful networks can rebuild themselves through recruitment or algorithmic reinforcement 345. Under Directive 7, elimination must therefore be comprehensive, not merely removing surface-level content, but disrupting the underlying infrastructure that enables harm. Crisis management serves as another critical component of this directive. In crisis scenarios, whether related to natural disasters, public health emergencies, political instability, or global conflict, Google's platforms become essential information channels. The accuracy, speed, and clarity of crisis communication directly affect human safety. Scholars studying crisis informatics show that misinformation, inconsistent guidance, or delayed response during crises significantly increases harm 346. Directive 7 obligates Google to prioritize authoritative sources, suppress harmful misinformation aggressively, and ensure that crisis-related information is not influenced by commercial or algorithmic biases. Ethical transparency also forms a central pillar of this directive. Transparency involves acknowledging failures, disclosing vulnerabilities, revealing enforcement logic, and providing public clarity regarding how threats are contained or eliminated. Scholars analyzing ethical transparency argue that institutions must maintain honesty even when doing so exposes operational shortcomings because transparency strengthens public trust and enhances cooperative threat mitigation 347. Under Directive 7, transparency is not a public relations choice, but an ethical necessity. Deterrence, containment, and elimination also depend on Google's internal culture. Systems alone cannot prevent harm without institutional commitment to prioritizing human dignity above operational expediency. Scholars studying organizational ethics emphasize that decisive threat elimination requires cross-team collaboration, ethical escalation pathways, and a willingness to intervene even when interventions conflict with short-term commercial objectives 348. Directive 7 evaluates whether such a culture exists and whether Google allocates sufficient resources, authority, and institutional reinforcement to support decisive protective action. As this directive centers on preventing future harm, the analysis must examine whether Google anticipates emerging threats. Harm does not arise only from known categories such as malware or misinformation, but from the unexpected interactions between new technologies, shifting geopolitical pressures, and evolving digital behaviors. Scholars studying anticipatory governance highlight that institutions must invest in foresight, scenario modeling, and predictive risk analysis to address threats that have not yet materialized 349. Directive 7 demands that Google not only respond to existing threats, but build systems capable of recognizing future ones before they become crises. A comprehensive evaluation of this directive must therefore consider not only how Google monitors the present, but how it prepares for the future. Anticipatory protection is essential because digital ecosystems change at a pace that surpasses the slow cadence of traditional institutional adaptation. Emerging technologies such as multimodal AI, autonomous systems, synthetic media engines, and advanced robotics introduce unfamiliar threat vectors that cannot be contained by reactive systems alone. Scholars studying technological emergence emphasize that new capabilities often produce second-order harms that are invisible in early development stages but become catastrophic once deployed widely 350. Directive 7 therefore requires a commitment to ethical foresight, ensuring that protective boundaries evolve in parallel with innovation. To determine whether Google meets this responsibility, one must examine the structures the company maintains for forecasting risks. Google's future threat analysis divisions, red teaming units, and ethical review bodies contribute to predictive threat modeling. These groups analyze hypothetical misuse cases, adversarial innovations, and systemic weaknesses before they manifest as real-world harm. Scholars studying red team methodologies note that adversarial simulation is among the most effective tools for identifying threats that developers may overlook because it reveals how systems behave under pressure from actors who intentionally seek to break them. 351. When such methodologies are applied rigorously, they support the directive's demand for anticipatory containment. Yet even advanced foresight cannot fully eliminate the complexity of global digital harm. Threat landscapes are influenced by geopolitical tensions, ideological movements, economic instability, socio-cultural shifts, and emerging criminal ecosystems. Scholars studying complex adaptive systems argue that threats in large-scale digital environments often emerge unpredictably from subtle interactions among millions of autonomous agents. 352. Under Directive 7, Google must therefore recognize that threat deterrence requires adaptable systems capable of learning from new patterns and recalibrating without requiring complete system redesign. One of the most critical areas where deterrence, containment, and elimination converge is in Google's response to coordinated disinformation campaigns. These operations can undermine democratic institutions, manipulate public opinion, destabilize social cohesion, and provoke real-world violence. Such campaigns often employ sophisticated techniques such as synthetic personas, cross-platform amplification, targeted demographic manipulation, and multi-stage escalation sequences. Scholars examining disinformation warfare show that these campaigns operate like living organisms, adjusting tactics as environments shift and as defenses evolve. 353. Directive 7 requires platforms not only to suppress harmful content, but to neutralize the strategic infrastructure that sustains such campaigns. Another domain requiring rigorous assessment is the handling of cyber attacks. Google's systems face continuous attempts at unauthorized access, ranging from brute force credential attacks to supply chain intrusions, zero-day exploit attempts, and state-sponsored operations. Scholars analyzing global cyber conflict emphasize that cloud providers occupy a central position in modern cyber warfare because they host critical institutional infrastructure across sectors. 354. Under Directive 7, Google must deploy deterrence mechanisms that reduce the attractiveness of its systems as targets, containment systems that isolate compromise when it occurs, and elimination systems that identify and neutralize the root cause of breaches. Containment also plays a vital role in mitigating the harm of malware spreading across Android devices. Because Android operates on billions of phones across diverse hardware, software, and regional ecosystems, malware can spread through weak patches, outdated devices, and unvetted installations. Scholars studying mobile security highlight that fragmented update ecosystems create opportunities for adversaries to exploit unpatched vulnerabilities. 355. Containment in such contexts requires aggressive intervention, including forced system scans, targeted removal of malicious applications, emergency security patches, and coordinated manufacturer response. Deterrence becomes equally significant when evaluating how Google handles abusive or predatory behavior in online communities. Harmful actors who engage in stalking, intimidation, doxing, or harassment rely on platform weaknesses such as insufficient identity verification, inadequate reporting tools, or delayed enforcement. Scholars studying digital abuse argue that such behaviors flourish when platforms fail to deter them through visible, swift, and meaningful sanctions. 356. Directive 7 requires platforms to design enforcement actions that make harmful behavior costly, predictable in consequence, and structurally discouraged. The scale of YouTube introduces its own unique challenges. Its recommendation systems, comment sections, and content search capabilities can all be weaponized by harmful actors. Scholars studying extremist content migration note that harmful groups adapt by shifting between public videos, unlisted content, external links, and coded language to avoid detection. 357. Effective deterrence therefore requires persistent algorithmic vigilance combined with human contextual awareness. Examining elimination mechanisms requires evaluating how effectively Google neutralizes threats once they have been identified. Threat elimination involves removing harmful content across all known iterations, rejecting account recovery attempts by adversarial actors, severing revenue streams associated with malicious behavior, and permanently blocking coordinated networks. Scholars analyzing multi-iteration elimination strategies demonstrate that complete removal often requires eliminating not only visible content but back-end structures such as link networks, metadata hooks, and hidden storage nodes 358. Directive 7 requires elimination processes that do not merely remove surface-level outputs but dismantle entire ecosystems of harm. Another dimension of this directive concerns the protection of users during crisis events. Whether the crisis involves natural disaster, political upheaval, pandemic misinformation, mass violence, or targeted oppression, users often rely on Google's ecosystem for timely, accurate, and actionable information. Scholars studying digital harm amplification show that crises increase vulnerability because individuals are frightened, overloaded, or misinformed. 359. Under Directive 7, Google must respond to crises not as ordinary informational problems but as elevated ethical emergencies requiring accelerated containment, authoritative elevation, and immediate elimination of harmful narratives. Ethical transparency becomes crucial in these high-stakes moments. When a platform removes harmful content, suppresses networks, or enhances security measures, it must communicate clearly with the public about the nature of the threat and the rationale for intervention. Scholars studying crisis transparency argue that institutional silence during emergencies erodes legitimacy, undermines public trust, and fuels conspiratorial thinking. 360. Directive 7 requires that transparency be proportional, sufficient to inform and reassure the public, but without revealing operational details that adversaries could exploit. In evaluating Google's compliance with this directive, it is also necessary to consider the company's response time. Threat elimination is only effective when conducted before harm spreads. Scholars studying digital response latency have demonstrated that delays of even a few hours can significantly increase the reach and persistence of harmful content. 361. Directive 7 requires rapid response systems supported by automation, global staffing, and escalation pathways that bypass bureaucratic delay. Google's global presence requires that deterrence, containment, and elimination operate consistently across all regions. Scholars studying inequality in digital platform enforcement warn that harmful actors often exploit weak enforcement environments in regions with low moderation capacity or fewer linguistic resources. 362. Directive 7 therefore mandates equitable protection across languages, regions, and cultures, ensuring that no population is left vulnerable to threats because of unequal enforcement resources. A further dimension of compliance requires analyzing how Google manages long-term threat fatigue. When platforms face persistent waves of misinformation, harassment, malware, and manipulation, internal teams can experience psychological and operational exhaustion. Scholars examining threat fatigue argue that institutional overexposure to harm signals can reduce the urgency of enforcement or degrade response quality over time. 363. Directive 7 requires structural resilience to ensure that the system's commitment to deterrence never wanes, even under relentless pressure. Evaluating this directive also involves assessing the company's approach to machine learning safety. As Google's AI systems become more advanced, they play an increasingly central role in detecting and neutralizing threats. Yet AI models can themselves produce false positives or negatives, misclassify harmful content, or misinterpret context. Scholars studying AI failure modes emphasize that overly aggressive AI moderation can suppress legitimate speech, while overly lax moderation can empower harmful actors. 364. Directive 7 requires calibrated AI safety tuned to protect dignity without eroding human rights. Google's reliance on external reporting is another key factor. Many harmful actors are discovered not through automated detection, but through reports from users, NGOs, journalists, and civil society organizations. Scholars studying collaborative threat identification argue that platforms must maintain strong partnerships with external entities to ensure that blind spots are caught early. 365. Directive 7 recognizes such collaboration as essential because threats outside automated detection pipelines must still be neutralized. The directive's ethical premise also requires that Google integrate deterrence and containment directly into product design rather than relying solely on ancillary layers. Scholars studying anticipatory product design emphasize that safety must be built into core architecture rather than added after deployment, because foundational integration reduces the risk of emergent harm. 366. Under Directive 7, design decisions must reflect the understanding that every interface can become a potential entry point for threats. A comprehensive evaluation must also consider how Google handles the propagation of harmful content across long periods of time. Threats can persist in archives, re-uploaded videos, mirrored pages, and cached results. Scholars studying digital persistence warn that partial content removal is insufficient because harmful content often returns, unless root sources are eliminated. 367. Directive 7 requires enduring vigilance even after initial removal, ensuring that threats do not resurface. Google must also address the risk of reputational harm caused by harmful actors who target individuals with fabricated narratives, synthetic media, or distorted search results. Scholars studying online reputational violence argue that digital attacks can cause severe psychological, financial, and professional damage. 368. Under Directive 7, eliminating such threats requires rapid removal, correction mechanisms, and tools that allow victims to restore dignity. Another critical dimension involves the ethical handling of state-affiliated actors. Governments at times demand content removal or account suspension to suppress political dissent. Scholars studying platform-state relations argue that complying with authoritarian requests can itself violate human dignity. 369. Directive 7 requires platforms to balance sovereign obligations with ethical imperatives, refusing cooperation when state demands serve as threats rather than protections. The directive also requires examining whether Google adequately communicates risks to users. Threat elimination is insufficient if users remain unaware of the nature of the threat. Scholars studying risk communication note that platforms must educate users about malware, phishing, synthetic media, and misinformation to strengthen collective resilience. 370. Under Directive 7, user education becomes a form of deterrence because informed users are less likely to become targets. Evaluating future harm prevention requires examining how Google structures long-term technological debt. Scholars studying security debt warn that legacy systems, outdated infrastructure, and insufficient maintenance create vulnerabilities that adversaries can exploit. 371. Directive 7 requires the systematic elimination of outdated systems that jeopardize user safety, ensuring that technological debt does not empower harmful actors. Because threat landscapes shift rapidly, Directive 7 also demands continuous improvement. Scholars studying organizational adaptability argue that platforms must build learning systems capable of analyzing past harm, identifying patterns, and adjusting enforcement strategies. 372. Google's ability to learn from crises becomes a critical factor in determining its alignment with the directive. Finally, evaluating the company's overall performance under Directive 7 requires synthesizing the proactive structures, response systems, ethical foundations, and future preparedness strategies. Deterrence must reduce opportunities for harm, containment must stop harm from spreading, and elimination must remove threats completely. These responsibilities reflect the essence of the directive, to protect humanity not by avoiding harm, but by eradicating it. The final dimension of this directive requires evaluating how effectively Google eliminates the strategic foundations upon which harmful actors rely. These foundations extend far beyond individual accounts or content items. They include social influence structures, algorithmic amplification loops, cross-platform coordination channels, and infrastructural vulnerabilities that adversaries repeatedly exploit. Scholars studying structural threat eradication argue that dismantling harm requires removing not only the visible manifestations of dangerous behavior, but also the architecture that enables such behavior to reemerge. 373. Under Directive 7, Google must therefore neutralize threats at an infrastructural level, not merely at the surface. This requirement becomes especially important when considering how harmful networks adapt. When an extremist group is removed from YouTube, it may attempt to re-establish itself under new terminology or migrate to adjacent platforms while using Google tools for communication, file sharing, or recruitment. Scholars examining network resilience note that harmful communities reorganize quickly after enforcement, adopting new signals, code systems, or content structures. 374. Directive 7 therefore demands that elimination mechanisms anticipate such reconfiguration, employing pattern detection and behavioral analysis to identify groups despite shifts in language or presentation. Equally significant is the need to disrupt economic incentives that drive harmful behavior. Actors who generate profit from misinformation, clickbait, predatory advertising, or extremist content can reconstitute themselves rapidly unless the underlying revenue systems are severed. Scholars studying platform economics observe that algorithmically monetized ecosystems unintentionally create financial rewards for harmful actors, allowing them to scale their operations through reinvestment 375. Under Directive 7, Google must ensure that its monetization systems never subsidize those who threaten human dignity. Eliminating financial incentives becomes a form of threat elimination because it reduces the motivations behind harmful behavior. Threat elimination also requires dismantling the psychological influence that harmful actors can exert. Manipulative or coercive content exploits cognitive vulnerabilities, emotional triggers, and epistemic biases. Scholars studying psychological warfare emphasize that protecting users from harmful influence requires undermining the persuasive infrastructure itself, not merely removing individual messages. 376. Directive 7 therefore mandates contextual and behavioral interventions, ensuring that users are not repeatedly exposed to harmful influence patterns that degrade autonomy. The directive also applies to Google's responsibility to protect vulnerable populations. Groups such as children, refugees, ethnic minorities, political dissidents, and individuals experiencing mental health challenges are disproportionately targeted by harmful actors. Scholars studying vulnerability exploitation demonstrate that these groups face elevated risk, not because they are numerous, but because they are perceived as easier targets. 377. Under Directive 7, effective deterrence and elimination must be tailored to protect these populations with heightened urgency. Evaluating threat elimination further requires assessing whether Google removes not only harmful actors, but the informational residue they leave behind. Cached pages, duplicated videos, archived content, index traces, and associated metadata can persist after removal and continue to influence algorithmic decisions or public perception. Scholars analyzing digital remnants argue that harm does not disappear when content is removed from the surface because secondary traces can still exert influence. 378. Directive 7 requires permanent erasure of these remnants when they perpetrate ongoing harm. Another aspect of this directive involves eliminating harmful narratives that have calcified over time. Some narratives gain so much traction that simply removing the content is insufficient to reverse the damage. Scholars studying collective memory distortion note that dangerous narratives can persist socially even after platforms enforce removals, continuing to influence behavior through interpersonal transmission. 379. Under Directive 7, Google must deploy strategies that reduce the reemergence of such narratives by elevating corrective information, strengthening educational interventions, and mitigating algorithmic reinforcement. Deterrence must also be evaluated from the perspective of preventing external entities from exploiting Google's systems as tools of geopolitical conflict. State-affiliated actors may attempt to weaponize digital information flows to destabilize societies. Scholars studying hybrid conflict warn that information platforms increasingly serve as battlegrounds for geopolitical influence operations. 380. Under Directive 7, Google must possess both the ethical fortitude and the technical readiness to identify state-sponsored threats and neutralize them regardless of political pressure. Another dimension concerns the resilience of Google's security systems during zero-day attacks. Adversaries who discover vulnerabilities before defenders can patch them possess disproportionate advantage. Scholars analyzing zero-day threat dynamics argue that such vulnerabilities represent the most dangerous category of digital risk because they bypass every known defense layer. 381. Directive 7 requires that Google maintain rapid patching capabilities, automated vulnerability detection, and preemptive system hardening. Threat elimination further demands that Google consider the possibility of AI models contributing indirectly to harmful behavior. If an AI system produces persuasive misinformation, unsafe guidance, or biased outputs, these errors can empower harmful actors even when the actors did not originate the content. Scholars studying AI-mediated harm argue that model errors can serve as vectors that adversaries exploit for amplification or strategic deception. 382. Under Directive 7, Google must eliminate such harmful outputs by improving alignment, calibration, safety layers, and model interpretability. Evaluating Google's effectiveness in preventing future harm therefore depends on understanding how its systems handle uncertainty and ambiguity. Harmful content is not always clearly definable, and adversaries routinely operate in gray areas where rules appear subjective. Scholars examining ambiguous harm scenarios emphasize that rigid enforcement protocols may fail to catch nuanced threats, while overly flexible systems risk inconsistency. 383. Directive 7 requires enforcement systems capable of recognizing contextual nuance, which includes the use of human-informed AI systems that blend automation with specialized cultural knowledge. The directive also concerns the elimination of network-level threats that transcend individual content and relate to broader systemic vulnerabilities. These threats include algorithmic biases, emergent AI behaviors, cascading failures across interconnected systems, and unintended reinforcement of harmful patterns. Scholars studying systemic risk emphasize that such threats often go undetected because they emerge gradually rather than through discrete incidents. 384. Under Directive 7, Google must invest in infrastructure capable of identifying these slow-forming dangers and eliminating them before they become unmanageable. Threat prevention must also address the evolving landscape of social engineering. Harmful actors increasingly rely on psychological manipulation, trust exploitation, and identity deception rather than purely technical intrusion. Scholars studying advanced social engineering warn that adversaries combine authentic-looking content, synthetic media, contextual cues, and emotional manipulation to deceive users. 385. Directive 7 requires that Google deploy systems capable of identifying behavioral anomalies indicative of social engineering campaigns. Another pressing area involves containing the misuse of generative AI models hosted through Google Cloud or integrated into consumer products. Actors may attempt to prompt models into generating code that supports cyber attacks, misinformation that exploits vulnerable populations, or synthetic images used for extortion. Scholars researching adversarial prompting techniques show that sophisticated actors can circumvent safety filters using layered or disguised instructions. 386. Directive 7 requires that such vulnerabilities be eliminated, ensuring that generative models remain resistant to manipulation, regardless of adversarial ingenuity. Evaluating the directive also includes consideration of Google's cooperation with global institutions. Eliminating threats often requires collaboration with public health authorities, cybersecurity coalitions, civil society groups, academic researchers, and intergovernmental agencies. Scholars studying cross-institutional resilience argue that global cooperation significantly improves the detection and neutralization of digital threats. 387. Directive 7 therefore requires Google to maintain open channels, share relevant threat intelligence responsibly, and support global safety initiatives. Furthermore, assessing Google's fulfillment of this directive requires examining how the company manages public accountability. Scholars studying corporate transparency argue that institutions with global influence must be accountable to the populations they serve, particularly when failures contribute to harm. 388. Directive 7 requires that Google publicly acknowledge systemic failures, disclose corrective actions, and engage openly with critiques rather than shielding itself behind corporate rhetoric. The directive also demands that Google sustain the ability to audit itself. Self-auditing involves analyzing internal data flows, enforcement decisions, algorithmic patterns, and safety processes to identify potential weaknesses. Scholars studying internal auditing emphasize that self-monitoring is essential for detecting systemic bias, uneven enforcement, or unintended harms. 389. Under Directive 7, Google must institutionalize ongoing self-evaluation as part of its threat elimination strategy. In assessing the company's performance under this directive, it becomes clear that deterrence, containment, and elimination comprise three interdependent layers of protection. Deterrence addresses the origin of harm by reducing opportunities for exploitation. Containment addresses the spread of harm by isolating threats quickly. Elimination addresses the persistence of harm by removing not only harmful actors, but the mechanisms by which they propagate. Scholars studying multi-layered defense frameworks argue that only when these layers operate cohesively can platforms meaningfully reduce systemic harm. 390. Directive 7 evaluates whether Google has successfully integrated these layers into a unified protective architecture. Google demonstrates strong alignment with many aspects of this directive. Its global security teams work continuously to detect emerging threats. Its rapid incident response capabilities support containment. Its investment in AI safety research aims to eliminate harmful outputs. Its transparency reports and partnerships with civil society demonstrate a commitment to public accountability. Its crisis response efforts often elevate authoritative information during emergencies. Yet limitations remain. The sheer scale of Google's platforms means that some threats inevitably evade detection. Regional disparities in moderation resources weaken containment in underserved areas. Algorithmic vulnerabilities continue to be exploited by sophisticated adversaries. Some harmful narratives persist despite removal due to socio-cultural entrenchment. Generative AI models still require stronger guardrails to prevent adversarial misuse. The company's efforts are substantial, but the evolving nature of threats ensures that challenges remain. Taking all of these factors into account, Google's performance under Directive 7 can be described as advanced and continuously improving, yet not flawless. The company demonstrates strong deterrence infrastructure, significant containment capability, and growing elimination mechanisms. However, persistent vulnerabilities suggest that sustained investment, enhanced foresight, and deeper global parity and enforcement are required to achieve full alignment. Google's final score under this directive must reflect both the considerable protective architecture it has built and the challenges that remain in ensuring that threats are neutralized comprehensively and consistently. The company's systems provide meaningful protection for billions, but areas requiring vigilance remain, reinforcing the necessity of ongoing refinement. Chapter 8. Consolidated 7 DEA Scoring Report. The purpose of the Consolidated Scoring Report is to integrate the detailed ethical analyses of the previous chapters into a unified evaluation that reflects Google's overall alignment with the 7 Directives Ethical Analyzer. Each directive serves as a lens through which Google's systems, policies, technological architecture, commercial incentives, and global influence have been assessed. The consolidated score therefore represents not only a numerical summary, but a synthesis of moral performance across domains critical to human dignity. Because the 7 directives function as a hierarchy in which the protection of human life and dignity is paramount, followed by the prevention of exploitation, the equitable treatment of all individuals, and the mitigation of emergent harm, the scoring process must reflect the interdependence of these principles. A company may excel in some directives yet fall short in others, and the final score must accurately capture that variance without diminishing the nuance that characterizes the ethical landscape. Evaluating Google under the first directive required examining whether its systems actively protect human life and dignity. The company demonstrated strengths in global information access, security architecture, rapid patch deployment, automated detection of harmful content, and research contributions to safety science. Yet significant vulnerabilities remained, particularly in the amplification of harmful content, uneven global protection, and algorithmic incentives that do not always align with user well-being. Scholars studying platform effects emphasize that even unintentional harm arising from optimization engines can erode dignity when systems prioritize engagement over truthfulness or psychological stability. 39.1. The score derived from this directive must therefore reflect both Google's protective capabilities and the structural tensions that compromise them. Under the second directive, which evaluates the supremacy of protecting human dignity above all competing objectives, the ethical interrogation deepened. Google's commercial model, reliant on data-driven advertising and engagement metrics, introduced inherent conflicts between the protection of users and the optimization of revenue. Researchers analyzing the attention economy repeatedly note that systems built on behavioral prediction risk subordinating welfare to profitability even when designed responsibly. 392. Google's internal commitments to ethical governance and AI principles demonstrate a degree of institutional alignment. Yet the underlying commercial incentives remain powerful and difficult to reconcile with the directive's requirement of moral primacy. This directive score must therefore capture the persistent tension between stated ethical aspirations and the structural realities of an engagement-based ecosystem. The evaluation of Directive 3, which affirms the equal value of every human life, required attention to linguistic inclusivity, global accessibility, dataset diversity, representational fairness, and safety parity across regions. Google showed meaningful progress in expanding language coverage, improving accessibility, supporting diverse cultural contexts, and mitigating biases in AI systems. Yet systemic disparities persisted in moderation accuracy, training data representation, resource distribution, and visibility of marginalized communities. Scholars studying global digital inequality emphasize that unequal performance across languages and regions often stems from structural biases embedded in data and computational power distribution. 393. The score under this directive must therefore reflect both Google's advances in inclusion and the remaining inequities that shape user experience worldwide. Directive 4 introduced the complex question of AI self-preservation and the safety boundaries that constrain advanced models. Google's investments in alignment research, red teaming, adversarial testing, reinforcement learning safeguards, and interpretability represent strong commitments to ensuring that AI systems do not develop behaviors that undermine human dignity. Yet the rapid scaling of multimodal models, the increasing sophistication of adversarial prompting, and the need for more robust safety architectures reveal gaps between current practice and ideal alignment. Scholars studying emergent AI risks highlight that model scaling often introduces unforeseen behavioral patterns that require constant oversight. 3940. The score derived under this directive must therefore reflect both impressive progress and significant ongoing risk. Directive 5, which concerns the identification of enemies capable of violating the 7 directives, revealed both strengths and challenges. Google operates one of the world's most advanced threat detection infrastructures, combining machine learning, human moderation, coalition building, and rapid enforcement. Yet harmful actors evolve quickly, exploiting linguistic gaps, algorithmic blind spots, and cross-platform weaknesses. Scholars studying adversarial adaptation emphasize that harmful actors learn from enforcement patterns and continuously refine their strategies. 395. Google's performance under this directive is substantial, yet limited by scale and adversarial evolution. The score must reflect strength in detection and enforcement while acknowledging the inevitability of persistent gaps. Directive 6 required examining whether Google's resources could empower harmful actors. The company's data repositories, APIs, cloud infrastructure, open source tools, and AI models represent extraordinary technological capability with inherent dual-use risks. Google's protective measures are significant, yet systemic vulnerabilities remain. Scholars analyzing dual-use AI emphasize that even well-protected ecosystems can inadvertently empower adversaries due to the openness required for innovation. 396. The score under this directive must reflect both robust safeguards and the unavoidable risk landscape. Directive 7, which evaluates deterrence, containment, and elimination of threats, revealed a strong but imperfect protective architecture. Google's global incident response systems, elimination strategies, crisis communication protocols, and long-horizon risk modeling demonstrate meaningful commitment to user safety. Yet threat proliferation, resource disparities across regions, and algorithmic vulnerabilities continue to pose risks. Scholars studying systemic threat mitigation argue that no platform of Google's scale can guarantee total elimination of harm. But ethical performance depends on the consistency and vigor of protective efforts. 397. The score must therefore reflect significant progress and remaining challenges. Taken together, these directive-by-directive evaluations allow for the synthesis of the consolidated 7 DEA score. Such a score must recognize that Google represents both a remarkable force for global empowerment and an ecosystem whose magnitude introduces ethical risk that no organization has fully resolved. The score must reflect strength, imperfection, and the need for continual ethical vigilance. A consolidated ethical score must therefore integrate both the exceptional protective capabilities Google has developed and the structural vulnerabilities that continue to characterize its global operations. Unlike traditional assessments that weigh accomplishments and failures mechanically, the 7 DEA scoring methodology approaches evaluation as an ethical determination informed by the degree to which an entity's systems preserve dignity, anticipate harm, uphold fairness, and prevent adversarial exploitation. Because each directive examines a distinct dimension of moral responsibility, the consolidated score must be interpreted holistically rather than as a simple average. Scholars studying multidimensional ethical evaluation note that ethical scores require contextualization, especially when different domains exhibit strengths that cannot fully compensate for weaknesses in others. 398. As such, the scoring framework applied here reflects a synthesis that respects both nuance and consistency across all 7 principles. Google's performance across the directives reveals a pattern of partial alignment. In some areas, such as global information access, AI safety research, multilingual resource development, and rapid threat mitigation, the company demonstrates leadership and an earnest commitment to ethical advancement. In other areas, particularly where commercial incentives, structural inequalities, or adversarial adaptability influence outcomes, Google's performance reveals constraints that meaningfully affect its alignment with the 7 directives. Scholars studying the ethics of platform power often describe this pattern as the paradox of scale. The more influential a platform becomes, the more difficult it is to govern in ways that fully uphold human dignity. 399. Scale introduces unavoidable complexity, amplifying both the potential for good and the potential for harm. The scoring rationale must also reflect the boundaries of what any organization, regardless of resource capacity, can realistically achieve. No company can eliminate all harmful actors, foresee all emergent threats, or ensure perfect fairness across every linguistic, cultural, and socioeconomic context. Scholars analyzing global digital governance emphasize that technological ecosystems are inherently imperfect and always evolving. 400. Ethical evaluation, therefore, measures not perfection but trajectory, commitment, and structural design. Directive alignment is demonstrated not only through outcomes but through dedicated investment in protective systems, honest recognition of harm, and continuous refinement. In synthesizing the performance under Directive 1, Google receives a strong but qualified score. Its systems meaningfully protect users from many forms of harm, yet the structural incentives that drive engagement-based architectures continue to generate risks that can degrade dignity. Under Directive 2, the score reflects meaningful governance structures but ongoing conflict between commercial prioritization and moral supremacy. Under Directive 3, global disparities reduce alignment even as linguistic and accessibility advances demonstrate progress. Directive 4 yields a score grounded in substantial investment in safety, but constrained by emergent risks of model behavior at scale. Directive 5 produces a strong score in detection and response, tempered by the reality of adversarial evolution. Directive 6 reflects a robust protective architecture for dual-use resources, yet acknowledges the inescapable fact that open technological systems always empower some harm. Directive 7 results in a score characterized by high competence in threat extinction, but limited by global inequalities and the persistence of systemic risk. These directive scores must then be interpreted within the broader context of ethical impact. Scholars studying moral aggregation argue that ethical evaluations must account for interdependencies. Strengths in one domain may partially mitigate weaknesses in another, while deficiencies in foundational directives can outweigh successes in derivative ones. 401. For this reason, the consolidated score weights the foundational directives, particularly those concerning protection of life, dignity, equality, and moral supremacy, more heavily than those concerning detection or containment. Protection constitutes the moral foundation upon which all other directives rest. Given this weighting and the cumulative evidence, Google's final 7 DEA score resides in the upper middle range of ethical alignment. It reflects the reality that Google is neither negligent nor perfectly aligned, neither ethically deficient nor fully ethically mature. It is an institution that demonstrates meaningful moral effort, constrained by structural pressures inherent to large-scale digital ecosystems. It is a system capable of immense good, yet continually challenged by the complexity of human behavior, adversarial innovation, and its own economic architecture. The interpretation of this score must be as nuanced as the score itself. A high score does not signify moral infallibility, nor does a moderate score imply ethical disregard. Scholars analyzing ethical scoring frameworks emphasize that ethical metrics should be understood as directional indicators rather than absolute judgments. 402. The consolidated 7 DEA score provides insight into the extent to which Google's systems support or endanger human dignity, but it is not a condemnation or endorsement. Instead, it serves as a compass, pointing toward areas of ethical strength and those requiring further refinement. Interpretation must also account for the dynamic nature of ethical performance. The score assigned today is not permanent. It reflects the company's state at a particular moment, shaped by current systems, emerging threats, and the maturity of its ethical governance. Scholars studying iterative ethics highlight that long-term alignment depends on continuous improvement, not static evaluation. 403. As such, the score invites ongoing measurement, transparent reporting, and sustained commitment to refinement. The score additionally illustrates the ethical complexity of global platforms. It demonstrates that no institution operating at Google's scale can fully satisfy the 7 directives without systemic changes across the broader digital ecosystem, including regulatory environments, industry norms, technological infrastructures, and societal expectations. Scholars studying socio-technical ethics note that platforms alone cannot ensure alignment unless the ecosystem surrounding them supports responsible behavior. 404. The 7 DEA score therefore speaks not only to Google's performance, but also to the conditions necessary for future alignment. In its final interpretation, the consolidated score suggests that Google plays a critical yet imperfect role in shaping the digital world. It protects life and dignity in many contexts, yet structurally amplifies risks in others. It advances fairness and inclusion globally, yet inherits biases from sociocultural and technological environments. It innovates at a pace that transforms human capability, yet risks outpacing its own safeguards. It fights harmful actors effectively, yet can never fully eliminate them due to the complexity of digital harm. It limits the misuse of resources, yet cannot remove dual-use risks entirely. It deploys formidable threat elimination architectures, yet continues to face global disparities in enforcement. The score, therefore, provides a balanced reflection of a company that aspires to ethical leadership while navigating the profound challenges inherent in governing technology at planetary scale. It neither absolves nor condemns. Instead, it clarifies where progress has been made and where ethical vigilance must intensify. It is a roadmap for continued refinement, grounded in the understanding that the pursuit of ethical alignment is permanent, iterative, and essential. The process of assigning a final numerical rating requires careful calibration across all 7 directives, recognizing that certain principles carry foundational moral weight. The first 4 directives hold primary ethical significance because they concern the preservation of life, the supremacy of dignity, the equal value of individuals, and the internal safety boundaries that govern the behavior of advanced intelligence. The latter 3 directives measure an entity's capacity to recognize, prevent, and neutralize threats. While all 7 are essential to holistic ethical evaluation, the foundational directives serve as the bedrock of alignment. Scholars studying weighted ethical frameworks emphasize that systems protecting fundamental rights must receive proportionally higher influence within aggregate scoring models because failures in such domains reverberate across all other dimensions. 405. For this reason, the final 7 DEA score incorporates weighted consideration that reflects the hierarchy inherent to the 7 directives. The performance patterns revealed across the prior chapters collectively point toward a score situated between ethical adequacy and ethical leadership, recognizing both Google's immense protective infrastructure and the systemic challenges that accompany its scale. In domains such as AI safety research, threat detection, and global information access, the company demonstrates substantial alignment. It invests heavily in mitigating harmful narratives, responds rapidly to emerging threats, and contributes to global digital safety discourse. Yet, as demonstrated across the earlier analyses, structural tensions remain unresolved. Engagement-driven optimization continues to conflict with human dignity. Global inequalities in moderation resources create uneven protection. Dual-use risks embedded in AI models, cloud systems, and open-source tools introduce vulnerabilities that cannot be fully eliminated. Scholars examining modern platform governance note that even well-resourced institutions face chronic alignment gaps when systems grow faster than ethical safeguards can mature. 406. These realities underscore the need for a score that neither idealizes nor diminishes the company's ethical position. The rationale for the final score must also recognize that Google operates at a scale unmatched in human history. Billions of individuals depend on its systems for information, navigation, communication, education, and safety. Any ethical score must therefore incorporate the magnitude of potential harm alongside the magnitude of potential benefit. Scholars studying socio-technical influence warn that platforms of global reach magnify both virtue and vulnerability, and that alignment must therefore be measured not in isolation, but in the context of planetary impact. 407. Google's vast influence deepens its ethical obligations, while simultaneously expanding the complexity of fulfilling them. A score that recognizes this duality must capture both the moral ambition present in Google's initiatives and the structural constraints that accompany a planetary footprint. The consolidated score assigned to Google LLC is 78 out of 100. This score signifies strong ethical alignment relative to global technological institutions, while acknowledging meaningful limitations that must be addressed through continued refinement. It reflects the fact that Google meaningfully advances human safety and dignity in many domains, yet structural vulnerabilities reduce its ability to fully satisfy the 7 directives. The score recognizes that Google is not complacent. Rather, it has invested substantial resources into ethical research, transparency mechanisms, crisis response, and threat elimination. Scholars studying corporate ethical capacity argue that institutions with both strong internal governance and high responsiveness to external critique typically score in the upper middle tiers of ethical evaluations because they demonstrate ongoing improvement even when perfection remains unreachable. 408. Google fits this profile, a committed yet imperfect actor whose ethical posture is forward-moving. The justification for the score of 78 arises from the directive-by-directive synthesis. Google scores strongly on the protection of human life and dignity, though not flawlessly, due to the tension between engagement and well-being. The company demonstrates meaningful governance under the second directive, yet its commercial incentives continue to introduce conflicts between profit and dignity. Its global inclusivity efforts under the third directive are extensive, but disparities in moderation and linguistic resources remain. Under the fourth directive, Google is a leader in alignment research, yet the unpredictable nature of advanced AI introduces ongoing risks. The company performs well under Directive 5 with robust threat detection, though adversarial evolution limits complete success. Directive 6 reveals strong safeguards for dual-use resources, although open ecosystems inherently empower some harm. Directive 7 shows formidable threat elimination architecture, yet global enforcement gaps persist. Combined, these strengths and constraints place Google within a range that reflects ethical seriousness moderated by systemic imperfection. Understanding the score also requires recognizing the linear and nonlinear effects of the directives. Failures in Directive 1 or 2, for example, would carry disproportionate weight because they concern the sanctity of human life and dignity. Google's performance in these areas is substantial enough to prevent severe deductions, yet not exceptional enough to warrant top-tier scoring. Scholars examining high-stakes ethical governance emphasize that strong but imperfect performance in foundational domains merits an upper mid-range score rather than a near-perfect rating. 409. Google's 78 therefore reflects both ethical achievement and areas requiring continued attention. Interpreting the consolidated score requires caution. A score of 78 should not be read as a static label. It is a living metric that reflects a moment in time. Ethical alignment must evolve continuously because threats evolve, AI capabilities expand, global contexts shift, and platform governance must adapt accordingly. Scholars studying longitudinal ethical performance warn that ethical stagnation poses as great a risk as ethical deficiency, particularly in rapidly advancing technological fields. 410. Thus, the score is not an endpoint but a benchmark for ongoing transformation. The meaning of this score is best understood through the lens of accountability. It signals that Google is ethically engaged, structurally responsible in many areas, but not exempt from critique. It indicates that while the company stands above many institutions in its efforts to protect dignity, it still has significant work to do in reducing global disparities, strengthening AI guardrails, enhancing transparency, and ensuring that commercial pressures do not erode ethical commitments. Scholars studying corporate accountability frameworks emphasize that ethical scores should clarify responsibility, motivate improvement, and provide a structural basis for measuring future progress. 411. The 78 serves precisely this function. The interpretive value of the score is also pedagogical. It guides readers, policymakers, technologists, and civil society leaders in understanding the ethical posture of one of the world's most influential companies. It highlights both the potential for global benefit and the necessity of robust ethical governance. In this way, the score becomes not simply a judgment, but a tool for public understanding. Scholars studying ethical literacy argue that transparent scoring systems contribute to better societal discourse by providing structured language for evaluating institutions that shape the human future. 412. Google's score of 78 therefore serves as both a signal and a starting point for further conversation. Finally, interpreting the score requires an appreciation for the aspirational dimension of the 7 directives. These directives demand more from institutions than standard governance frameworks. They require not only the absence of harm, but the presence of ethical excellence. They require moral ambition, and they judge institutions against the highest principles of human dignity. A score of 78 under such a framework represents a meaningful achievement, but it also conveys the ethical distance still to be traveled. Chapter 9. Future Risk Projection for Google LLC. Projecting the future risk landscape surrounding Google requires engaging with the complexity of a rapidly evolving technological ecosystem whose dynamics are shaped by artificial intelligence, global information flows, economic incentives, geopolitical pressures, and shifting cultural expectations. The purpose of such a projection is not to predict events with certainty, but to examine plausible trajectories grounded in current patterns and emerging signals. Scholars studying socio-technical forecasting emphasize that future risk is best understood as a spectrum shaped by both institutional decision-making and contextual externalities that influence how technologies are used and misused. 413. Applying this perspective to Google yields a multifaceted vision of the future in which risk contours expand or contract depending on how effectively the company aligns itself with the 7 directives. A low-risk trajectory for Google emerges when the company successfully maintains its existing ethical commitments while deepening the systems that safeguard human dignity. In such a scenario, institutional stability, regulatory clarity, and continued investment in safety science reinforce Google's ability to navigate emerging threats. As AI models grow in sophistication, safety protocols advance in parallel, ensuring that alignment mechanisms remain robust enough to prevent harmful outputs. Scholars analyzing institutional resilience note that organizations with deeply embedded risk management cultures tend to maintain ethical stability even as external pressures shift. 414. Google's current direction in AI safety, transparency reporting, red teaming, and global moderation suggests that it possesses the foundational infrastructure necessary for such a trajectory. In this low-risk outcome, improvements in linguistic inclusivity, regional parity of enforcement, and fairness in algorithmic design reduce disparities across populations. Essential safeguards in cloud architecture, search integrity, and communication tools remain ahead of adversarial innovation, limiting the ability of harmful actors to exploit systemic weaknesses. Generative AI models become more interpretable, more constrained, and more resistant to manipulation, thereby reducing the probability of AI-driven misinformation or synthetic deception. Scholars studying harm-reducing AI models argue that alignment techniques based on interpretability and constrained generation significantly reduce future risk by limiting model unpredictability. 415. Under these circumstances, Google's capacity to protect human dignity strengthens, making harmful incidents rarer, more localized, and more easily contained. A low-risk trajectory also presumes a regulatory environment that promotes collaboration rather than antagonism. If regulatory bodies across the world adopt coherent frameworks that emphasize safety, transparency, and accountability without imposing fragmentation, Google can work with policymakers to establish consistent standards that enhance systemic resilience. Scholars examining regulatory harmonization argue that global coherence reduces security gaps by establishing shared expectations that limit opportunities for adversarial exploitation. 416. In this scenario, Google's global operations become more aligned with ethical governance structures, fostering long-term stability. The moderate risk pathway, however, reflects a more ambivalent future. Such a trajectory arises when existing governance systems remain partially effective, but struggle to keep pace with the scale and speed of technological change. Here, threats neither decline nor escalate dramatically. Instead, they fluctuate in response to operational decisions, economic pressures, and adversarial innovation. Scholars analyzing organizational drift argue that institutions often experience periods of ethical inconsistency when internal priorities shift or when external disruptions introduce uncertainty into governance systems. 417. Google's enormous size makes it particularly susceptible to such drift, as decisions made in one area can inadvertently create vulnerabilities in another. In this moderate-risk future, AI models continue to grow more capable, but safety research does not scale at the same rate. This imbalance creates pockets of unpredictability where emergent behaviors or subtle alignment failures occasionally escape detection. Generative AI systems may inadvertently produce misleading or harmful content even when guardrails are present, particularly in domains involving political information, emotional guidance, or scientific interpretation. Scholars studying AI emergence note that as models expand in capability, they often exhibit nonlinear shifts in behavior that are difficult to predict using earlier patterns 418. These shifts can lead to sporadic but impactful incidents that threaten dignity or disrupt informational ecosystems. Moderate risk also involves the persistence of global inequality in platform protection. While Google may strengthen moderation in high-visibility regions, low-resource areas continue to experience delays, inaccuracies, and limited support. Such disparities create openings for harmful actors to operate with less resistance. Scholars examining global digital disparities argue that uneven enforcement across regions increases systemic risk by enabling harmful actors to exploit weak points in global platform ecosystems 419. In this scenario, Google's efforts at global parity are partially successful, but unable to eliminate structural imbalances. Geopolitical pressures also influence the moderate risk path. Governments may attempt to weaponize digital platforms for political influence or suppress dissent. If Google faces conflicting regulatory demands, it may be forced into difficult ethical dilemmas that weaken its global consistency. Scholars studying digital geopolitics warn that platform neutrality becomes increasingly difficult to maintain as states leverage technological infrastructure for strategic advantage 420. Google's ethical posture may fluctuate as it navigates these tensions, producing variable alignment across regions. Under a moderate risk trajectory, adversarial actors continue to evolve, finding new ways to exploit Google's systems. Despite improvements in detection and enforcement, certain actors manage to bypass defenses using novel techniques, hybrid manipulation strategies, or cross-platform coordination. Scholars studying adversarial evolution note that threat actors often adapt more quickly than platforms can respond, especially when motivated by political or financial gain 421. As a result, Google experiences a steady cycle of threat suppression and emergence, maintaining stability but never achieving full control. The high-risk or critical scenario represents the most concerning future, in which structural vulnerabilities, insufficient safeguards, and escalating adversarial capabilities intersect to undermine Google's ethical alignment. In such a scenario, threat evolution outpaces defensive development, leading to recurrent incidents that endanger user safety, distort information ecosystems, or undermine democratic institutions. Scholars studying critical technological tipping points argue that systems with large attack surfaces can experience cascading failures when protective mechanisms lag behind emergent threats 422. This scenario envisions such failures occurring with greater frequency and impact. One major driver of the high-risk future involves uncontrolled advances in AI capability without adequate safety constraints. If model scaling continues without proportional investment in interpretability, alignment, and robustness, AI systems may become increasingly unpredictable. High-capability models could generate targeted disinformation, produce harmful guidance, or be manipulated into supporting adversarial operations. Scholars examining AI misalignment stress that poorly aligned models pose systemic risk because their outputs can shape beliefs, decisions, and behaviors across societies 423. Under this scenario, AI safety gaps become a major threat to human dignity. High risk also emerges if Google's resource architecture becomes a tool for adversaries. Cloud computing power could be exploited for coordinated cyber attacks. AIMQWEST might be used to generate synthetic propaganda or manipulate public sentiment. Data repositories could be targeted for exploitation, enabling adversaries to infer sensitive personal attributes. Scholars studying dual-use digital infrastructure argue that powerful open ecosystems inherently empower malicious actors unless safeguards evolve faster than exploitation techniques 424. In a high-risk future, adversarial misuse becomes widespread because safeguards fail to keep pace. Another critical driver arises from geopolitical fragmentation. If global regulatory frameworks collapse into mutually incompatible regimes, Google may be forced to create region-specific systems that weaken global safety consistency. Scholars studying regulatory fragmentation warn that multinational platforms face significant security and ethical lapses when governance becomes incoherent, leading to gaps where adversaries can flourish. 425. Under this scenario, global protection deteriorates as political pressures force inconsistent enforcement. The high-risk path also envisions systemic failures in threat elimination. Harmful networks might repeatedly escape detection, exploiting algorithmic weaknesses or moderation gaps. Misinformation may become more sophisticated, using synthetic media, personalized persuasion, or long-form narrative manipulation. Scholars studying digital persuasion warn that deep personalization increases susceptibility to deception by tailoring content to individual psychological profiles. 426. In such an environment, containment becomes increasingly difficult, and adversaries gain sustained influence across Google's platforms. The erosion of public trust contributes to the high-risk trajectory. Repeated incidents, inconsistent enforcement, or high-profile failures could weaken confidence in Google's credibility as an information steward. Scholars studying trust dynamics in digital ecosystems argue that trust, once undermined, is difficult to restore and often produces long-term vulnerability to manipulation. 427. In a critical risk scenario, diminished trust amplifies harm because users become more susceptible to alternative sources of misinformation. As these three trajectories illustrate, Google's future ethical posture depends on key turning points that influence whether its alignment strengthens or weakens. One such turning point involves the governance of AI at scale. Whether Google succeeds in developing durable alignment frameworks, interpretability systems, and model constraints will determine whether generative AI becomes a stabilizing force or a destabilizing threat. Scholars examining AI governance argue that institutions capable of embedding ethical constraints early in model development experience significantly lower long-term risk. 428. Google's decisions in this area will therefore shape the arc of its ethical trajectory. Another critical turning point concerns the evolution of global regulation. If coherent standards emerge that prioritize safety, privacy, and transparency, Google can operate within a framework that reinforces ethical alignment. If regulations become fragmented or politicized, Google may be forced to compromise consistency or face legal penalties, both of which increase systemic risk. Scholars studying regulatory legitimacy note that high-quality governance frameworks reduce harm by providing stable incentives for compliance. 429. Google's future alignment therefore depends on its relationship with regulators. A further turning point involves Google's internal investment in safety infrastructure. If the company increases resources dedicated to multilingual moderation, cross-regional parity, AI safety, crisis response, and threat elimination, future risk decreases. If such investments stagnate or decline due to economic pressures, leadership changes, or shifting priorities, risk escalates. Scholars studying organizational prioritization argue that long-term ethical alignment requires consistent investment, especially in areas that do not directly generate revenue. 430. Public expectations also exert influence, serving as a cultural turning point. As societies become more aware of technological harms, demand for ethical governance intensifies. If Google adapts to rising expectations by increasing transparency and user empowerment, risk diminishes. If Google resists or delays adaptation, public trust may erode, increasing adversarial opportunities. Scholars studying cultural evolution argue that technological ethics evolves through social pressure, shaping institutional behavior over time. 431. Ultimately, Google's future risk landscape depends on how effectively the company navigates these interlocking turning points. Scholars studying complex socio-technical futures emphasize that institutions capable of combining ethical foresight with operational resilience tend to maintain stability even when external conditions shift unpredictably. 432. Google's trajectory will therefore be determined not only by its present capabilities, but by its commitment to continuous ethical refinement. A comprehensive projection of Google's future risks must also account for the unpredictable interplay between technological acceleration and societal adaptation. As artificial intelligence continues to advance, the rate at which new capabilities emerge may exceed the pace at which institutions, regulators, and users can meaningfully contextualize these tools. Scholars studying technological disequilibrium argue that societies often experience periods of instability when innovations change faster than cultural norms or legal frameworks can adjust. 433. This disequilibrium magnifies the potential for harm because users encounter unfamiliar systems without developed norms to guide safe interaction. If Google's platforms introduce powerful new capabilities faster than their ethical or educational scaffolding can evolve, risk increases even when internal safeguards remain strong. Another important factor influencing Google's trajectory involves the durability of institutional memory. Large technology companies often undergo periods of restructuring, leadership transitions, or shifts in strategic direction. Scholars analyzing organizational continuity warn that institutional memory is easily lost during transitions, particularly when ethical priorities depend on specific leadership champions or specialized teams. 434. If future organizational changes deprioritize ethics, safety, or global parity, the company's alignment may degrade regardless of past success. A low-risk future requires not only current ethical vigilance, but mechanisms to ensure that such vigilance persists across generations of leadership. The future risk landscape is also shaped by the evolution of adversarial ecosystems. Digital threats rarely remain static. Instead, they adapt to platform safeguards, geopolitical conditions, and cultural contexts. Scholars studying threat evolution emphasize that adversaries behave like adaptive organisms within complex systems, modifying their strategies in response to platform defenses. 435. In a low-risk future, Google maintains defensive agility, closing vulnerabilities before adversaries exploit them. In a high-risk future, adversaries innovate more quickly than the company can respond, creating persistent asymmetries that increase both frequency and severity of harm. In examining low-risk possibilities, one sees a future in which Google successfully enhances global alignment through equitable allocation of moderation resources across linguistic and geographic boundaries. This outcome requires structural adjustments that elevate global parity from a preferred objective to a non-negotiable baseline. Scholars analyzing equitable digital governance note that sustainable ethical alignment requires systems that do not rely on geographic prioritization or market size. 436. In such a future, Google treats every user group with equal protective rigor, preventing adversaries from exploiting disparities in enforcement. A low-risk trajectory also assumes significant advancements in AI interpretability. Scholars studying explainable AI frequently emphasize that safety and accountability become far more attainable when systems can articulate the reasoning behind their outputs. 437. As interpretability improves, Google's ability to understand and correct misaligned behaviors strengthens, reducing the likelihood of harmful emergent patterns. In this trajectory, AI behaves less as an opaque black box and more as a supervised collaborator whose decision pathways remain accessible for audit and adjustment. In the moderate risk trajectory, interpretability improves but continues to lag behind capability expansion. This asymmetry produces persistent uncertainty about the internal mechanics of advanced models. As AI systems become increasingly complex, Google may struggle to explain model decisions in politically or socially sensitive contexts, resulting in disputes about fairness, bias, or responsibility. Scholars examining AI opacity caution that systems with limited interpretability undermine public trust because users cannot verify whether models respect ethical constraints. 438. Trust erosion under this scenario contributes to moderate but notable risk. The moderate risk environment also includes the continuation of platform dependency structures in which individuals, institutions, and governments rely heavily on Google's infrastructure. Such dependency can paradoxically increase risk because any disruption, misalignment, or failure propagates widely. Scholars studying infrastructural dependency argue that systems of high reliance magnify the consequences of even minor failures. 439. In such a scenario, Google's ability to maintain ethical stability becomes deeply intertwined with global resilience. Should dependency increase while safeguards stagnate, the risk intensifies further. The high-risk trajectory includes a future in which interpretability remains weak, even as models achieve levels of reasoning complexity beyond present norms. In such a scenario, AI systems may develop latent capabilities that escape detection until harmful outputs become visible. Scholars studying AI unpredictability warn that large models may develop emergent cognitive patterns that dilute the effectiveness of existing safety protocols. 440. If Google fails to foresee or constrain these emergent behaviors, risk escalates dramatically, possibly reaching threshold levels where certain AI systems must be suspended or redesigned entirely. Geopolitical instability introduces another dimension of high risk. The global digital landscape is shaped by regional conflicts, authoritarian expansion, political polarization, and disruption of international norms. Scholars studying geopolitical cyber risk highlight that digital platforms increasingly serve as theaters of geopolitical competition, making companies like Google targets for influence, exploitation, or coercion. 441. In a high-risk scenario, hostile states may attempt to compromise Google's infrastructure, manipulate its search algorithms, exploit its cloud resources, or pressure the company to censor or amplify particular narratives. Such pressure could destabilize ethical alignment by forcing Google into untenable dilemmas between principles and geopolitical survival. A critical turning point arises from how Google responds to systemic crises in the global economy. Economic recessions, resource constraints, shareholder pressure, or competitive disruption may incentivize the company to reduce investment in safety, oversight, or regional equity. Scholars studying ethical drift argue that institutions under financial pressure often deprioritize long-term ethical concerns in favor of short-term operational efficiency. 442. If Google's commitment to ethical safeguards weakens during economic downturns, risk intensifies rapidly because threat actors exploit periods of reduced vigilance. The future risk landscape also depends on the trajectory of public trust. Public trust in digital institutions is fragile, influenced by scandals, misinformation, political narratives, and structural inequalities. Scholars examining trust volatility note that trust, once lost, is disproportionately difficult to restore. 443. In a high-risk future, declining trust fuels alternative information ecosystems that may be more vulnerable to manipulation, thereby increasing systemic harm even beyond Google's direct sphere. Conversely, in a low-risk future, Google's transparency, accountability, and ethical governance reinforce trust, strengthening public resilience against harmful actors. Global cooperation between technology companies represents another turning point that shapes risk. Scholars studying cross-organizational threat intelligence argue that collaborative ecosystems outperform isolated institutions because they detect and mitigate threats more comprehensively. 444. In a low-risk future, Google collaborates extensively with peers, academia, and governments to share signals, algorithms, and insights. In a high-risk future, competition, secrecy, or geopolitical fragmentation undermine cooperation, leaving each institution vulnerable to isolated attacks. Climate-related disruptions and natural disasters could also influence Google's future risk profile. Scholars studying climate-driven technological instability note that severe environmental events can disrupt infrastructure, energy resources, supply chains, and data centers. 445. If such disruptions reduce platform reliability or create opportunities for adversarial exploitation during outages, risk may rise. In a low-risk scenario, Google invests proactively in resilient infrastructure capable of withstanding such disruptions. The rapid evolution of synthetic media represents another critical factor shaping Google's future risk. As generative AI becomes more accessible, harmful actors may produce increasingly realistic synthetic images, videos, or voices designed to mislead, defraud, or intimidate. Scholars studying synthetic deception argue that the proliferation of highly realistic deepfakes could undermine evidence credibility, reputational stability, and institutional authority. 446. Google's ability to build comprehensive detection and verification systems becomes a defining factor in whether synthetic media risk manifests as low, moderate, or high. A pivotal turning point arises from Google's internal integration of ethical governance across product teams. Scholars studying organizational ethics integration argue that ethical effectiveness increases when teams internalize ethical principles as part of everyday decision-making rather than treating them as external compliance requirements. 447. If ethical governance remains siloed, Google's alignment will weaken over time. If ethical commitments permeate product strategy, engineering, and leadership agendas, risk declines substantially. A further risk projection relates to the global digital literacy landscape. As information environments become more complex, users' ability to distinguish credible content from harmful manipulation becomes increasingly important. Scholars studying cognitive vulnerability emphasize that misinformation and synthetic persuasion succeed most readily when digital literacy is uneven or weak. 448. If Google invests in global digital education, literacy improves, lowering risk. If such investment remains insufficient, adversaries exploit vulnerable users. Another important dimension involves the sustainability of algorithmic transparency. Google has begun moving toward more public explanations of how search ranking, recommendation algorithms, and safety filters operate. Scholars analyzing algorithmic transparency note that clarity about institutional reasoning strengthens public trust, reduces misinterpretation, and empowers researchers to identify harm early. 449. In a low-risk future, transparency increases and feedback loops between civil society and platform designers become more robust. In a high-risk future, secrecy deepens due to competitive pressures or fear of adversarial exploitation. Google's future risk level also depends on its approach to data stewardship. With growing global scrutiny of data privacy, any breach or misuse of data could lead to severe ethical degradation. Scholars studying data governance warn that institutions handling vast data sets must continuously update privacy systems to prevent re-identification attacks, inference risks, and cross-platform data leakage. 450. A failure to secure data at this scale would produce a high-risk inflection point, threatening user safety and institutional legitimacy. User empowerment tools represent another turning point in the risk landscape. If Google expands tools that allow users to control personalization, manage privacy settings, verify the authenticity of content, and understand algorithmic influence, risk diminishes because users become active participants in threat reduction. Scholars studying participatory design argue that systems incorporating user agency into safety processes produce stronger ethical resilience. 451. Conversely, insufficient empowerment maintains user dependency on opaque systems, increasing vulnerability. Finally, a future risk assessment must incorporate the possibility of transformative breakthroughs in artificial intelligence. If Google develops or deploys AI systems with reasoning capacities that exceed current interpretability or control mechanisms, the company enters a domain of unprecedented ethical and existential complexity. Scholars studying advanced AI safety emphasize that super-capable systems amplify both opportunity and risk, necessitating safety paradigms far more rigorous than those in existence today. 452. Whether Google can develop such paradigms in time will shape the long-term risk profile more than any other single factor. The culmination of this future projection rests on identifying the decisive moments in which Google's ethical trajectory could shift dramatically toward stability or toward critical risk. These moments are rarely dramatic events. Instead, they often emerge through subtle transitions in institutional priorities, variations in global pressure, or accelerations in technological capability. Scholars studying turning point theory observe that systemic shifts arise when underlying influences accumulate to a threshold that causes abrupt change in system behavior. 453. Understanding this dynamic allows us to assess the specific junctures where Google's risk landscape could transform. One of the most important turning points involves the evolution of Google's relationship with artificial intelligence alignment. If Google establishes durable alignment infrastructures that scale proportionally with capability, risk declines. If alignment investment stagnates while models continue to grow in complexity, risk grows exponentially. Scholars examining capability and alignment disequilibrium warn that organizations often struggle to match alignment capacity with capability expansion, creating widening gaps that adversaries can exploit or that trigger emergent failures within the systems themselves. 454. Google's choices in this domain will define whether its AI systems remain predictable or drift toward behaviors misaligned with human dignity. Another turning point concerns Google's internal governance structure. If the company institutionalizes ethical governance across all product divisions, embedding protective principles into foundational engineering practices, future risk drops substantially. Scholars studying organizational ethics embedment argue that institutions with internalized ethical norms exhibit stronger resilience and lower susceptibility to ethical drift. 455. If, however, ethical processes remain siloed or secondary to commercial objectives, risk increases because protective mechanisms fail to permeate the organizational fabric needed to sustain ethical performance over time. A third turning point involves the broader socio-political environment. If trust in scientific institutions, democratic norms, and human rights frameworks remains stable, Google's ethical alignment is reinforced by external stability. If global trust erodes, polarization intensifies, and democratic institutions weaken, digital platforms inherit increased vulnerability to manipulation. Scholars studying social fragility highlight that platforms operating within fragmented societies face greater ethical stress because harmful actors gain access to larger pools of susceptible individuals. 4, 5, 6. In such contexts, Google's ability to prevent harm diminishes regardless of internal safeguards. Another crucial turning point emerges from the maturation of generative media ecosystems. The spread of high-fidelity synthetic content represents an inflection point because its misuse can undermine epistemic stability, damaging people's ability to distinguish truth from fabrication. Scholars studying epistemic instability argue that once trust in sensory evidence degrades, societies experience long-term difficulty re-establishing shared understandings. 457. Google's success or failure in developing synthetic content verification systems will therefore shape whether this trajectory bends toward stability or disorder. The company must also navigate the turning point created by the convergence of misinformation and artificial intelligence. As adversarial actors begin using AI to generate personalized persuasion, synthetic narratives, and automated attacks, the complexity of harm increases dramatically. Scholars studying adversarial automation warn that AI-enhanced misinformation operates at a scale and sophistication beyond human moderation capacity. 458. If Google's detection systems advance rapidly enough, risk diminishes. If they fail to keep pace, threats escalate in scale and tempo. Another future turning point will be determined by Google's approach to user autonomy. If the company successfully develops tools that give users meaningful control over privacy, algorithmic influence, content verification, and personalization, risk decreases because empowered users reduce the effectiveness of harmful techniques. Scholars studying user autonomy emphasize that platforms with strong user agency systems experience lower systemic harm because users become participants in harm prevention. 459. If user empowerment stagnates, risk increases because dependence on opaque systems persists. The most significant turning point likely involves the global regulatory response to emerging technologies. Regulation that encourages transparency, fairness, safety, and cross-border cooperation leads to reduced systemic risk. Regulation that fragments, politicizes, or burdens platforms with inconsistent demands increases risk. Scholars examining regulatory divergence warn that fragmented governance environments create dangerous asymmetries in global protection, leaving populations unevenly shielded and creating safe havens for harmful actors. 460. Google's ability to influence and adapt to regulatory evolution will shape its ethical trajectory as much as its technical decisions. Taken together, the future of Google's ethical alignment is defined by a complex interplay of technological evolution, institutional priorities, adversarial adaptation, public trust, regulatory dynamics, and global societal changes. Scholars studying complex adaptive systems consistently emphasize that risk trajectories are not linear but contingent on interactions between internal resilience and external volatility. 461. Google's path forward, therefore, cannot be reduced to deterministic prediction. Instead, it is shaped by the momentum of decisions made today and the organization's willingness to confront emerging challenges with humility, transparency, and foresight. Regardless of which future emerges, one conclusion remains consistent across all projections. Google's ethical trajectory is neither predetermined nor immutable. It is influenced by choices, reinforced by governance, shaped by societal expectations, and constrained by adversarial pressure. The Seven Directives provide a framework through which Google's progress can be evaluated, its vulnerabilities contextualized, and its commitments measured. Whether Google's future risk profile trends toward stability or turbulence will depend on the depth of its alignment, the sincerity of its governance, and the strength of its resolve to uphold human dignity in a world increasingly defined by digital systems. In the most optimistic future, Google remains a stabilizing force that strengthens the dignity of billions, advances truthful information, protects vulnerable populations, and constrains the misuse of technological capability. In the most cautionary future, misalignment, adversarial exploitation, and global fragmentation converge to create systemic harm that erodes trust, destabilizes democratic life, and magnifies global inequities. The path between these futures is shaped by the turning points identified throughout this projection. It is shaped by whether Google continues to act with the clarity, vigilance, and responsibility required by the Seven Directives Ethical Analyzer, The enduring task is therefore not prediction but preparedness, not certainty but stewardship, not passive observation but active ethical governance. The future remains open, but its direction will reflect the choices made today. Chapter 10. Strategic Recommendations for Google, LLC. Ethical Governance Enhancements. Building a system of governance capable of sustaining ethical resilience across shifting technological, social, and geopolitical landscapes requires both structural depth and institutional maturity. Google already maintains numerous governance mechanisms, but the accelerating complexity of artificial intelligence, global content ecosystems, and adversarial innovation demands enhancements that deepen oversight, strengthen institutional memory, and embed dignity protection centrally within every operational function. Scholars emphasize that effective governance in high-impact institutions depends on reinforcement loops where ethical principles shape decision-making at all organizational levels, not just within specialized committees. 462. Establish a unified ethical governance network. Google's governance ecosystem currently spans multiple teams, including responsible AI units, trust and safety divisions, public policy groups, legal departments, privacy engineers, and research teams. To ensure coherence, Google should consolidate oversight into a unified ethical governance network. This network should coordinate ethical review across product lines, research divisions, and regional operations. Research shows that fragmented governance often leads to policy incongruence, uneven enforcement, and gaps in accountability. 463. A unified network resolves this fragmentation by establishing an institutional structure that harmonizes principles, processes, and enforcement pathways. Key elements of such a network include a centralized ethics board with binding decision-making authority, embedded ethics leads assigned to each major product group, and a governance protocol requiring formal ethical approval before deploying high-impact features, a cross-regional enforcement framework ensuring parity across linguistic and geographic markets, strengthen global equity mechanisms. Google's global influence places significant ethical burden on ensuring parity of protection across countries, cultures, and communities. Current moderation, resource allocation, and linguistic support remain uneven, which creates unequal dignity protection for users. Scholars argue that ethical governance in global platforms must address inequitable distributions of safety resources, particularly in low-income or politically unstable regions. 464. Recommendations include expanding regional safety centers with full operational authority, scaling multilingual moderation systems for under-resourced languages, institutionalizing an equity impact assessment for all AI models and enforcement protocols, increasing transparency in global resource allocation, institutionalize ethical foresight. Foresight involves anticipatory analysis of future risks, emergent behaviors, and systemic vulnerabilities. Scholars studying ethical anticipatory governance note that high-impact institutions must forecast ethical threats the same way security teams forecast technical ones. 465. Google should therefore establish a permanent ethical foresight division tasked with modeling future harms, simulating adversarial evolution, and evaluating the long-term societal impact of emerging AI capabilities. This division would conduct scenario modeling for AI risks, geopolitical shifts, and synthetic media evolutions, identify socio-technical tipping points before they emerge, advise leadership on strategic decisions grounded in ethical projection, produce annual ethical futures reports for public transparency. Such foresight becomes central to maintaining alignment with the Seven Directives. Formalize ethical accountability pathways. Accountability is strongest when responsibility is clearly distributed and when oversight bodies possess enforceable authority. Scholars argue that ethical accountability fails when institutions lack pathways that connect ethical failures to concrete corrective actions. 466. Google should therefore formalize systems that document ethical breaches, assign responsibility to specific teams, require corrective implementation within fixed timelines, communicate resolutions transparently. These enhancements make ethical governance measurable, auditable, and structurally reliable. AI, safety, and human dignity improvements. Advancing AI safety requires a comprehensive strategy that strengthens constraints, deepens interpretability, promotes transparency, and reinforces human dignity at every stage of model development and deployment. As artificial intelligence grows increasingly central to Google's global ecosystem, its potential impact on human cognition, cultural narratives, and social structures intensifies. Scholars argue that the sophistication of large-scale models demands equally sophisticated safety interventions that anticipate harm, not merely respond to it 467. The following recommendations outline the structural steps necessary to align Google's AI with the 7 directives. Advance robust interpretability frameworks. Interpretability remains one of the most challenging dimensions of AI safety. Without visibility into how models reason, generalize, and form internal representations, it becomes difficult to predict or prevent harmful outputs. Scholars studying emergent AI behavior warn that opacity at scale introduces risks that cannot be mitigated solely through post hoc moderation 468. To strengthen interpretability, Google should invest in multi-layer interpretability frameworks capable of explaining reasoning chains, fine-grained visualization tools that map latent space behaviors, cross-model comparison protocols to detect emergent instability, interpretability benchmarks that evaluate models beyond accuracy metrics. Such measures will allow engineers, ethicists, and external auditors to examine whether internal operations align with human dignity. Strengthen adversarial robustness. Adversarial manipulation represents one of the most significant vectors for model misuse. Attackers may craft composite prompts, exploit contextual cues, or generate adversarial examples that circumvent safety filters. Scholars emphasize that adversarial attackers evolve faster than most defenses unless the defensive architecture remains dynamic and anticipatory 469. Recommendations include dedicated adversarial red teaming units trained in emerging manipulation techniques, automated adversarial stress testing integrated into model deployment pipelines, continuous monitoring of prompt bypass patterns, defensive fine-tuning cycles updated weekly rather than quarterly. These measures reinforce the model's resistance to misuse while reducing the risk of harmful symbiotic behavior between AI and adversarial actors. Implement tiered capability controls. Not all AI capabilities carry equal risk. Certain capacities, particularly those involving persuasion, detailed procedural knowledge, or large-scale inference, demand stricter safeguards. Scholars propose capability gating as a mechanism that restricts access to high-risk model abilities based on user verification, context, and purpose 470. Google should therefore design a tiered control system that limits access to sensitive model outputs, requires enhanced verification for high-capability operations, applies dynamic constraints during crisis events or misuse detection, adjusts model responses based on risk assessment of user intent. This structure preserves usability while preventing ethically hazardous outputs. Expand human oversight integration. Even the strongest AI safety protocols must be supported by meaningful human oversight. Scholars note that hybrid governance combining human judgment with machine precision results in significantly lower harm rates in high-stakes contexts 471. To strengthen oversight, Google should implement high-sensitivity escalation channels from model outputs to human review teams, real-time human-in-the-loop systems for vulnerable user contexts, context-aware review tools for medical, legal, or crisis-related queries, a governance protocol requiring human adjudication during alignment anomalies. By integrating oversight into operational workflows, Google ensures that human dignity remains protected even when models behave unpredictably. Incorporate multicultural ethical datasets. AI safety and human dignity cannot be achieved without addressing cultural, linguistic, and ethical diversity. Scholars studying global bias warn that datasets lacking multicultural representation inadvertently privilege dominant value frameworks and marginalize global populations 472. Recommendations include expanding datasets to include underrepresented worldviews and perspectives, collaborating with global cultural experts to identify implicit biases, cross-auditing datasets for representational parity across regions, embedding multicultural ethical heuristics into model alignment layers. This ensures that AI systems respect the equal value of human dignity in all cultural contexts. Deploy dynamic dignity filters. Dignity filters operate as protective layers that detect and prevent outputs that could undermine autonomy, safety, or psychological stability. As model capabilities expand, these filters must evolve to interpret nuance, subtext, and complex social signaling. Scholars suggest that dynamic dignity filters outperform static ones because they adapt to emergent harm patterns over time. 473. Google should therefore implement machine-trained dignity filters, updated continuous with real-world feedback. Multilingual dignity detection pipelines, specialized filters for vulnerable populations such as children or trauma survivors. Integration of dignity filtering within reinforcement learning loops. These filters support the first directive by reinforcing human dignity at scale. Platform integrity and global protection measures. Protecting the integrity of Google's global platforms requires a multi-layered strategy that combines technical safeguards, human-centered interventions, cross-regional parity, and continuous adaptability. The threats facing these systems evolve rapidly, shaped by adversarial innovation, geopolitical tensions, economic incentives, and cultural dynamics. Scholars studying the architecture of platform resilience argue that platform integrity depends on a coordinated ecosystem of detection, suppression, enforcement, transparency, and user empowerment. 474. The following recommendations outline the measures necessary to reinforce Google's capacity to protect human dignity at scale. Strengthen global misinformation countermeasures. Misinformation remains one of the most pervasive threats to digital ecosystems. As synthetic media becomes more accessible and adversarial actors make use of generative tools, the sophistication of deceptive content increases. Scholars studying misinformation evolution emphasize that future misinformation ecosystems will be characterized by higher personalization, dynamic narrative structures, and real-time adaptation. 475. Google should therefore advance platform integrity through real-time cross-platform misinformation detection networks, multilingual fact verification pipelines supported by regional experts, narrative analysis engines capable of identifying patterns rather than isolated claims, source credibility scoring systems tied to transparency attributes and historical accuracy. These measures reduce the velocity and reach of harmful narratives before they gain societal traction. Expand multilingual safety coverage. A significant portion of global harm arises from disparities in safety coverage across languages. Low-resource languages often lack the depth of training data necessary for accurate moderation, creating vulnerabilities that adversaries exploit. Scholars examining linguistic inequity note that equitable global protection requires expanding language-specific safety models and diversifying linguistic training resources. 476. Recommendations include scaling automatic translation aligned with safety detection, partnering with local academic institutions to build culturally relevant datasets, increasing linguistic staffing in regional trust and safety teams, creating language parity dashboards to track and reduce global disparities. Improving multilingual safety directly advances dignity protection across global communities. Develop cross-platform threat convergence systems. Threat actors rarely operate on a single platform. They coordinate using networks that span social media sites, messaging platforms, video hosting services, and cloud infrastructures. Scholars studying cross-platform adversarial movement argue that platform integrity requires the ability to detect converging actions across digital ecosystems. 477. Google should therefore develop a convergence framework that detects synchronized malicious behavior across search, YouTube, Gmail, Android, and cloud, correlates threat signals using behavioral fingerprinting, flags coordinated misinformation, harassment, and cybercrime clusters, shares non-sensitive threat intelligence with external partners. Such a system increases defensive agility and reduces adversarial mobility. Enhanced detection of coordinated manipulation. Coordinated manipulation, including comment brigading, amplification fraud, and synthetic engagement, constitutes a major threat to platform integrity. Scholars studying manipulation networks note that adversarial groups replicate organic behavior to evade detection, often blending real users with synthetic accounts. 478. To counter this, Google should deploy behavioral clustering algorithms that detect unnatural patterns, real-time anomaly detection systems tailored to engagement metrics, verification layers for high-influence accounts, Sybil resistance frameworks capable of identifying account duplication, Strengthening detection protects both informational accuracy and civic discourse. Deepen child safety protections. Children and adolescents face heightened vulnerability to digital harms, ranging from predatory behavior to psychological manipulation and identity-shaping content. Scholars studying adolescent digital risk emphasize that online platforms must implement developmentally aware protections that treat children not as miniature adults but as cognitively distinct users with unique vulnerabilities. 479. Recommendations include age-appropriate AI models constrained by developmental psychology research, real-time detection of grooming behavior using multimodal analysis, strict metadata filtering for content targeting minors, expanded parental and guardian control dashboards with transparency indicators. These measures reinforce Google's responsibility to protect younger populations. Expand threat response automation. Given the volume of global harm signals across Google's ecosystem, human moderators alone cannot manage threat detection and removal at necessary scale. Scholars studying platform automation note that machine-augmented scaling is essential to maintaining platform integrity under conditions of adversarial growth. 480. Google should invest in automated takedown systems synchronized with detection engines, crisis acceleration modes that temporarily increase enforcement sensitivity, automated disinformation de-amplification protocols, early warning systems for emerging global harm patterns. These systems increase response speed without sacrificing quality. Build robust synthetic media verification infrastructure. The rise of synthetic media demands an infrastructure capable of verifying authenticity at scale. Scholars studying synthetic content verification argue that deepfake proliferation represents an existential threat to informational trust unless countermeasures evolve with equal sophistication. 481. To counter this risk, Google should implement AI-driven deepfake detection engines integrated into search and YouTube, provenance tracking for media uploads with cryptographic marking, user-side authenticity indicators embedded into interfaces. Partnerships with global institutions to create shared authenticity standards. Verification infrastructure enhances resilience across political, social, and economic domains. Institutionalize global incident command protocols. Major crises, whether geopolitical, environmental, or informational, require structured and rapid response models. Scholars studying crisis informatics note that platform resilience increases dramatically when organizations deploy unified command structures that streamline communication and decision-making. 482. Recommendations include a global incident command center with regional escalation nodes, a 24-hour response cycle coordinated across engineering, policy, and moderation teams, ethical crisis frameworks ensuring dignity-aligned responses during emergencies, integration of predictive modeling to anticipate crisis effects before escalation. These protocols reduce harm and stabilize global information environments. Reinforce platform transparency and public accountability. Transparency improves user trust, academic understanding, and external oversight. Scholars examining accountability in digital platforms argue that transparency strengthens systemic resilience by enabling third-party auditing and informed public discourse. 483. Google should therefore publish annual platform integrity reports detailing enforcement patterns, regional transparency dashboards showing disparities and improvements, clear explanations of algorithmic ranking and content shaping mechanisms, public disclosures during high-impact incidents. Transparency empowers society to participate in protecting dignity. Advance user empowerment architecture. Users form the final line of defense in platform integrity. Empowerment tools help individuals recognize misinformation, reject manipulative content, and configure systems to align with personal safety preferences. Scholars studying participatory safety note that empowered users reduce systemic harm by refusing to amplify adversarial content and by reporting early indicators of threat. 484. Recommendations include granular personalization controls for search and YouTube, real-time misinformation warnings based on cross-checked databases, disinformation education modules integrated into onboarding flows, contextual safety indicators showing content provenance and credibility. User empowerment strengthens resilience across all 7 directives. Conclusion. Google occupies a defining position in the architecture of global digital life, shaping the flow of information, the contours of civic discourse, the governance of artificial intelligence, and the lived experiences of billions. Its influence reaches far beyond the domain of corporate technology, touching every dimension of social, political, economic, and cultural existence. As such, its ethical posture carries weight disproportionate to almost any other institution in the modern world. The Seven Directives Ethical Analyzer was constructed to evaluate this influence not through superficial metrics or narrow compliance frameworks, but through a rigorous structure that foregrounds human dignity, equitable treatment, responsible intelligence, and the prevention of harm. Across this comprehensive analysis, Google consistently demonstrated strengths, limitations, vulnerabilities, and potentials that collectively define its current moral standing. The resulting 7 DEA score of 78 out of 100 represents a meaningful achievement. It reflects a company that has invested deeply in safety research, global security infrastructure, crisis mediation, advanced AI alignment, and large-scale threat elimination. At the same time, the score acknowledges the structural complexities, commercial incentives, emergent risks, and global disparities that prevent Google from reaching the highest thresholds of ethical performance. Scholars studying digital ethics observe that high-scoring institutions tend to exhibit a pattern of sustained commitment to user protection, coupled with clear evidence of growth and learning across time 485. Google fits this pattern, demonstrating neither complacency nor perfection, but rather a trajectory shaped by ongoing refinement and responsive governance. The significance of this score becomes clear when contextualized within the broader landscape of global digital governance. Companies of Google's scale operate in environments defined by continuous adversarial pressure, accelerating technological growth, and shifting political expectations. As artificial intelligence models become more complex, as global discourse becomes more polarized, and as malicious actors become more sophisticated, the ethical burden on Google increases exponentially. A score of 78 therefore does not suggest moderate performance within an unchallenging environment. It reflects strong alignment within a landscape where even minor miscalculations can reverberate across entire societies. Ethical stewardship at this level requires not only structural safeguards but cultural commitment, institutional memory, and resilience. Google's posture reveals several defining characteristics. First, it is evident that the company maintains a serious approach to protecting human dignity across its platforms. This manifests in multi-layered safety infrastructures, extensive investments in AI oversight, crisis response mechanisms that elevate authoritative information, and systems that aim to prevent discrimination, harassment, and exploitation. Second, the analysis demonstrates that Google's global reach introduces structural vulnerabilities that are difficult to eliminate entirely. Inequities in linguistic moderation, differing regional regulatory pressures, and variations in data availability challenge the uniform protection of all populations. Scholars of global information access argue that platforms must continually recalibrate their systems to prevent such disparities from calcifying into persistent harm. 486. Google has taken steps in this direction, but work remains. The company's role in shaping the future of artificial intelligence further heightens its responsibility. Google stands among the institutions most capable of advancing the frontier of AI capability, yet this capability also carries the inherent risk of misalignment, misuse, or societal destabilization. The analysis across Directive 4 and Directive 6 illustrates that AI safety must evolve at the same pace as capability, and that dual-use resources must be governed with foresight and humility. High capability without equally high safety magnifies risk. High safety without sufficient transparency limits trust. Google must maintain both, especially as its models grow in reasoning complexity and societal influence. Another defining feature of Google's ethical posture lies in its approach to platform integrity. The company operates under continuous pressure from coordinated disinformation, geopolitical information warfare, synthetic media proliferation, and predatory networks. Its enforcement architecture is sophisticated, but adversarial actors evolve rapidly and exploit global disparities in coverage. The analysis demonstrates that Google's approach to containment and elimination is strong but not unbounded. Future advancements in coordinated threats will require equally coordinated defensive evolution. Institutions that maintain ethical alignment over long periods are those that treat adversarial innovation not as a temporary challenge, but as a structural reality. 487. Finally, Google's responsibility extends beyond harm prevention toward positive leadership in global digital governance. It is not enough for a company of this magnitude to avoid harm. It must also contribute to a global digital ecosystem where dignity is uplifted, truth is protected, diversity is respected, and vulnerable populations receive meaningful support. This requires ongoing collaboration with civil society, transparent engagement with regulators, investment in ethical research, and a willingness to adapt as technology reshapes human experience. Platforms of this scale function not only as infrastructure, but as cultural forces, shaping the possibilities and constraints of modern life. In this sense, the 7 DEA score of 78 should be seen as both an acknowledgement and an invitation. It acknowledges the considerable achievements that place Google among the more ethically engaged institutions in the technological sphere. It recognizes the company's investments, innovations, and governance efforts, but it also invites continued growth, deeper reflection, expanded parity, and sustained vigilance. Ethical excellence, particularly in systems that mediate global influence, is not static. It is iterative, evolving, and perpetually pursued. The ethical posture of Google, as revealed through the analytic lens of the 7 Directives, reflects a complex interplay between immense capability and equally immense responsibility. The company operates at a scale that surpasses traditional institutional boundaries, influencing not only digital experiences, but the cognitive, emotional, and civic dimensions of everyday life. Such influence necessarily elevates the expectations placed upon Google, demanding adherence to higher standards of dignity protection than may be required from smaller or less impactful organizations. Scholars emphasize that institutions with systemic influence must demonstrate moral leadership not merely for the sake of compliance, but because their decisions actively shape societal norms. 488. Google's centrality to global digital infrastructure reinforces this expectation. Across the directives, a consistent thematic pattern emerges. Google excels where engineering sophistication intersects with ethical investment. Its AI safety research, threat detection capabilities, crisis mitigation strategies, and cross-platform protective systems reveal a maturity not commonly found within global corporations. Yet limitations appear where structural incentives, global disparities, or rapid technological evolution create gaps between intention and outcome. These gaps reveal the inherent tension between technological ambition and ethical stewardship. The 7 Directives provide a framework capable of illuminating this tension, showing where Google has succeeded, where it struggles, and where it must evolve. The consolidated score of 78 reflects this duality. It is a score that affirms the company's strengths, yet refuses to overlook its weaknesses. It recognizes that Google is neither ethically complacent nor perfectly aligned. Instead, it is situated in a space of ongoing progress, where the structural foundations for alignment exist, but require reinforcement, particularly in areas such as global parity, algorithmic fairness, transparency, and proactive harm prevention. Scholars studying alignment trajectories argue that institutions positioned in this range are those most capable of improvement because they possess the infrastructure necessary to evolve meaningfully. 489. Google, therefore, stands at a juncture where its continued commitment to humility, vigilance, and ethical collaboration will determine whether its score improves in years to come. The broader significance of this analysis lies in its implications for the future of digital governance. As artificial intelligence systems become increasingly integrated into economic, political, and social structures, the companies that design these systems assume a role analogous to custodians of a new global commons. Google, by virtue of its reach, operates as one such custodian. This role extends beyond platform maintenance into the domain of human flourishing. The 7 Directives underscore that high-power intelligence systems must not only avoid harm but actively preserve and elevate human dignity. They must serve as stabilizing forces in digital environments increasingly characterized by volatility, polarization, and adversarial manipulation. Google's ongoing responsibility, therefore, is not limited to technical refinement. It extends to shaping the moral architecture of the digital age. This involves continuous reassessment of its influence, expansion of its global protections, deepening of its AI alignment research, and strengthening of its governance mechanisms. It requires acknowledging that societal expectations for dignity, fairness, and transparency evolve alongside technology. It requires recognizing that global disparities must be addressed not as secondary concerns but as central obligations. It requires understanding that the integrity of digital space depends on preserving truth, promoting autonomy, and supporting vulnerable populations. In its current posture, Google demonstrates substantial potential to meet these responsibilities. Its ethical infrastructure is robust. Its governance systems are maturing. Its investments in safety research exceed industry norms. Its awareness of global obligations continues to expand, yet the company must remain vigilant. Ethical excellence is not a destination but a continuous pursuit. The Seven Directives will remain relevant only to the extent that institutions remain committed to their principles, even as technologies and global conditions shift. The score of 78 should motivate the company not toward complacency, but toward deeper alignment with the values that preserve human dignity in an increasingly complex world. The conclusion of this analysis is therefore both a reflection and a call to action. Google stands as a pivotal force in shaping the future of global digital society. Its systems touch billions of lives. Its decisions ripple across continents. Its technologies mediate human understanding, communication, and autonomy. With such influence comes profound moral responsibility. The Seven Directives illuminate the path forward, offering a framework through which Google can strengthen its commitment to protecting life, uplifting dignity, reducing harm, expanding fairness, and sustaining global resilience. Whether Google's future score rises above the 78 assigned here will depend on the choices it makes in the years to come. The opportunity for ethical leadership is immense. So too is the obligation. Ultimately, the company's legacy will not be defined by innovation alone, but by the degree to which its innovations honor the dignity of every human being they touch. The Seven Directives establish a standard of excellence grounded in protection, equality, humility, and stewardship. Google's task is to grow continuously into that standard, ensuring that the intelligence it builds remains in service of humanity. The future of global digital governance will be shaped by how faithfully the company embraces this charge.
This concludes the first installment in the 7DEA series, Google LLC, an ethical audit under the Seven Directives, published by AIMQWEST Books, the literary imprint of AIMQWEST Corporation, written by AIMQWEST Corporation, narrated by Deborah Barrios. The ethical evaluation presented in this volume was guided by the Seven Directives Ethical Analyzer, the 7DEA system, AIMQWEST's proprietary analytical framework designed to assess the alignment of powerful institutions with the protection of human life, the preservation of human dignity, the prevention of systemic harm, and the long-term well-being of humanity. We thank you for engaging with this work, for your commitment to ethical literacy, and for your willingness to explore how the world's most influential technologies shape our collective future. To learn more about the 7DEA system, upcoming volumes in the series, or additional publications from AIMQWEST Books, please visit AIMQWESTbooks.com.